fantastic dogs here at Crufts, so we are going to make up for it. We have a fantastic schedule for you planned today. First, we have the International Agility, we have the Scruff semi-final, the Lowland Search and Rescue, and later on we have the West Midlands Police Display, along with lots more. So it gives me a great pleasure to start this competition this morning. This is the Crufts International Invitation event, and for our competition we need a judge, and our judge this morning is Mr. Chris Huckle. And I am joined down here by Nigel, and we are going to take you through this competition.
Thank you, Nat. Thanks very much. Right, first of all, obviously, we've got our judge in there. That's the main thing. And our first competitor now making her way, or his way, to the far end of the arena. So we've got Miguel from Tuba, working Tuba. They're called Border Collie, 3 years of age. He was a very spoiled dog, and why not? Likes to be carried like a baby. Okay, he's not doing that at the moment, thankfully. Spreads as much love as he spreads fur. I like that one. I think we all have that feeling every now and again. So, Miguel on the start line. We've got a course time of 50 seconds. And we are literally ready for the first dog of the day to go. And it's a Merle, my favourites. Miguel and Tuba. I'm going to set the first pace, hopefully clear round. So, steady start at the moment. Across to number 5, we're into the rigid tunnel. Rigid tunnel to the weaves. Nice set of weaves. Cross to the irons hurdle. Coming to the left of that one to the U-move. We're going to go back to the tunnel, are we? We are. We're going to the tunnel. Followed by the tyre. Long jump into the rigid tunnel. Sweeping around now for the spread. Across the middle of the arena. That was close. Got 5 there. Unfortunately, just broke the line of the hurdle. So we're coming around towards the finishing line now. Number 19 and number 20, yeah, well done. Obviously, it's the first place with 5 volts, 41.158 there for Miguel and Tuba.
So what a brilliant start to our International Day here at Crufts 22. So we have our second competitor. This is Liam O'Brien and Banjo. They are from the Republic of Ireland. This is a 8.5-year-old Border Collie. And this is Liam's 4th time competing here at Crufts, but the first time for Banjo. So we're safely through the weaves. Just missing that jump there. So we're just picking up 5 faults for a refusal. And again there. Like I said, this is Banjo's first time here at Crufts, so it can be quite daunting. It's a little bit different than running around in a field out in the country. But Liam is doing a good job of handling through. So just picking up an elimination there. 5 faults. We had 3 refusals. So unfortunately that results in elimination. And I think we're going to retire. We're going to come out. Like I say, Banjo doesn't know. It's his first time here at Crufts, and I'm sure we'll see Liam and Banjo again later today.
Cheers, thanks.
So, unlucky run there, unfortunately. Next in we got Nadine from Germany. Working Sinner, Border Collie, 6 years of age. Actually from England, one of the Darley foals, which is a dream coming true to compete at Crufts. German Classic winner 2019. German Border Collie Championship winner 2021. And I could go on. But obviously we've got a lot of dogs to go through. So, Nadine and Sinner are away. Good flowing start at the moment, nice bit of speed there, picked up going towards the tunnel. Number 6, we're into the weave. We've just got the wrong side of the weaves, we picked up 5. Oh, right, so we've gone back in the tunnel to get it correct. And unfortunately they get an elimination there, because obviously they've already done the tunnel, which is a great shame. You never know, they could have been placed on 5 faults, but we won't know that now. But they're continuing round through that rigid tunnel, top corner there, through the tyre, back in the tunnel again. Sweeping round towards that spread, big high jump over the spread there. Coming round to number 18, through the gap with 19 and 20. So unlucky there for Nadine and Sinner.
Okay, so this one is promised to be a good one. The competition. This is Robert and Soz, a 3-year-old Border Collie, and this is the Norwegian champion. So from Norway. And Robert has also participated twice at the World Championships. So Nicely through the weaves there. We're looking for our first clear round. We currently have 5 forks with a time of 41.158 in the lead. So through the nice twisty bit, and we get to open up here, down into the tunnel. And swapping sides there. Nicely over 16, so we've got the last line to go. 2 obstacles to go over the U-move jump. Is this going to be our first clear round? It is, well done. So a time of 38.371 puts Robert and Soz into first place. Well done.
Super run, that was nice and smooth. I like that one. Jessica's in next. Jessica Sansom from Working Sheepdog, 8 years of age, from Wales. This is our first time competing in the main arena at Crufts. We did compete in the YKC. I could go on, she's put me in quite a big thing here, but obviously we want to comment on the dogs as well. But I've literally got probably about 10 lines there of what she's done. She's done a lot with this dog as well. So, Jessica and Cooper. Get it right in the steady start at the moment. Cross to the weaves. It's a bit of a hop and skip almost going through the weaves. Over the IAMS hurdle, round to the U-move, going round to the left-hand side into the tunnel. Into the tunnel again, coming across the spread. Nicely handled. Coming around now towards the last few obstacles. We've got 2 to go. It's really quiet in the arena as well. Wow. Well done, Jessica and Cooper. Clear round into second place.
Brilliant. So we have the second clear round of the competition. So this is a competition of 3 parts. We have the jumping round this morning, we also have an agility round and a final this evening, so please stay with us. So next on the line, this is Gustav and Pixie. Oh, Pixie is ready to go. Gustav might not have, but Pixie clearly knows better. So we're into the tunnel. Successfully through those weaves. This is a noisy one. We're through the IAMS jump, so a bit of a twisty turn bit here, and safely into the tunnel. Pixie's going to talk to us all the way around here, clearly having a great time. Gustav just swapping there. So this is, oh, unfortunately just picking up the wrong jump there. Like the look of our U-move jump. So unfortunately picking up an elimination there. But as you can see, Pixie didn't know. Pixie wanted an extra jump. So, unfortunately elimination, but we will see them again this afternoon in the agility round.
So, next to go, we've got Saskia Grundler with Sriken, I'm going to say. Croatian Shepherd. There we go, 4 years of age, the dog. They're from Switzerland. And again, otherwise, I've got a big list here. Sriken loves to pull on the bike, and he loves to do long walks with his snowshoes. Intriguing. So, let's see if we can get a nice, fast clear from this pair. As you can see, the dog's certainly very excited. Over the IAMS, round to the U-move. Then we're into that tunnel. Now the speed's going to pick up, as we already can see. Down the line towards a rigid tunnel, with the spread coming up next. We need a good jump over the spread, no problem there whatsoever. Over 16, we're coming around to the last part of the course with 2 to go. This is looking very nice indeed. Come on, here we go. Yeah, super run. Clear round, 36.015, and obviously goes into first place. Fantastic run.
Brilliant. So, we have the defending winner of our last international competition here at Crufts 2020. This is Ewan Patterson and Crazy from Scotland. So Crazy is a 6-year-old border collie, agility champion Devonshire Quick Time, and quick it is. So Ewan, a nice quiet handler. It's very quiet. Nicely down to the tunnel. Lovely to see the dogs open up on that line. And we're over 16, turning right and turning left on 18. Is this going to be another clear round? It's fast, it's very fast, and it is 35.621, takes Ewan and Crazy into the lead.
Super run. I remember commentating on the last time we were here, and the winner on the day. Fantastic run again. Gregory's in next from France with Mint Border Collie. Was here at Crufts in 2014 and 15 with Agility Vice World Champion. Mint's a Vice Champion at European Open Team Competition. Great pleasure to be here. And it's great to see you here as well. So Gregory and Mint. Unfortunately not having a good start. They've got the elimination there, which is a great shame. Plenty of enthusiastic there with the hand clapping as well. Randy Ions bid sweeping turn. Well, that was well corrected. Oh dear, that was close. So down the fast part of the course, around the outside of the arena. It's a shame we've got that elimination because the time's definitely going to be good. So round 18, turning to the right with 19 and 20 to go. Time's not bad, 39 points, or 40.11 there for Gregory and Mint with the elimination, unfortunately.
So our ring party are just rebuilding our course for us. And we have the next dog on the line. This is Tina and Zen. And this is another champion, this time from Denmark. She is a Danish agility champion, Danish jumpion champion, and won the Danish national championships in 2021. So let's see what she makes of Chris's course here. Nicely over the U-move jump. And into the tunnel. Very fast through those weaves there. So we are chasing a time of 35.621. And down to the tunnel. Handlers calling the dogs over that long jump there. And the spread. And we've got 2 dogs to go. We're on a clear round. Well done. So 37.152 puts Tina and Zen into 3rd place.
So all the way from the Isle of Man, we've got Stephen Goldsmith with Teddy, Border Collie, 8 years of age. This is their 3rd time competing at Crufts. Teddy's the most wonderful companion and a true friend. He adores agility and always gives me 100%. It's a delight to have the opportunity to represent the Isle of Man once again. It's great to see you back, Stephen, with Teddy. Just like a whispering command rather than anything too loud. Works for the dog, works for himself, that's all that matters. And flowing nicely at the moment. Blocked off the IM circle there with his body, and then obviously picked the dog up from behind. Went through the tunnel. Now the speed's picking up. Ooh, with a quick look there towards the left. We just rolled the pommel, unfortunately. 5 faults is all right, better than elimination. Oh, well corrected again. Yeah, across the finishing line with 40.513. Ranked in the 6th place at the moment for Stephen and Teddy.
So do we have anyone from England? This is Nara Cuddy and Lemon, the 5-year-old Border Collie, agility champion, Little Hayes Dark Pleasure. And Nara says, Lemon is simply amazing, and her 1 in an absolute million. So this is promised to be good, representing our nation. Nicely into the weaves there. Nara won her spot here from recently winning the Olympia Stakes at Christmas to represent England here at Crufts 2022. Just missing out that jump there, so Nara's going to recover it. Like we said earlier, this is a competition of 3 parts, so they're going to earn their place in the final later. So we're looking for a safe clear here, through the U-move jump, and over the last jump. So 5 faults, time of 40.557, and puts her into 7th place.
So next we've got Maria from Northern Ireland with Loki, Labrador, 6 years of age, homebred Labrador, show lines and bitch working lines. Today is actually Loki's birthday. Happy birthday, Loki. Right, fingers crossed now. I could say more again. I've got probably a page full to read out, but we're going to go through. But if we get time later on, I'll go through some of these, obviously, and give you more info. So steady start at the moment. Pauline commanding, we've got the wheels. So I haven't heard of you move hurdle in the tunnel. Working our way across the far side, but we've missed out the tyre, unfortunately. We've missed the tyre out. We've gone over the long jump, so we've got an elimination, which is a great shame. So we're back on track now. Back where we're going. Coming around with 2 to go. Don't forget it's Loki's birthday. We need a big round of applause for Loki. And also for Maria. Unlucky there. Happy birthday, Loki.
Good try.
It's
Good
lovely
try.
to see the Labrador doing agility amongst these collies, so he can celebrate his birthday in style. So next on the line, this is Adrian and Dive from Spain. Another young dog, 3 years old, and another noisy one. Talk to us the whole way through. Just picking up her 5 faults there at the start of the weave. So the dogs must enter the weaves with the first pole on their left shoulder. So we're on 10 faults, another 5 faults for the pole. And another 5 there for breaking the tyre. So just going to set up again. So back into the tunnel to get the right line into that jump. So that does unfortunately result in an elimination. But Adrian and Dive are going to finish off through our U-move jump and over the last jump, and we will see them later on today.
So our last competitor to go is Hein van Bommel with Moss, Border Collie from the Netherlands. Moss is a social dog with all of the dogs and people. He's a lot of energy and he always jumps to everybody that he sees. My best friend, love and learn and work for me. There was one little game in the Netherlands and the winner got a ticket for the Moss won this. I'm very lucky in Moss, and he is a 1 in a million dog for me. So, let's see if Moss can top that one in time at the moment. Start. Until we come out the tunnel, we've gone towards the long jump, unfortunately, and we've gone the wrong weave, but we're all right back on track now. So 10 faults at the moment. As Matt's already said, 3-part competition. So what they lose here, they may be able to make up at a later point in the other 2 rounds. That's what you hope, at a rate. So round over 18 with 2 to go. 10 faults at the moment there for Hein and Moss. There we go.
present our awards, we have our judge of this morning, Mr. Chris Huckle. So, winning the Crufts International Jumping Round is Ewan Patterson and agility champion Devon Gem Quick Time.
Well done, Ewan. You have to stop making a habit of it. So I was getting bored in there.
And our runner-up, Sasha Grunder with Sheikah.
Lovely run. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it's lap of honour time.
So, a very good morning from myself, Nigel Davis, to you. I could just ask you to watch the VT up on the screen on the Whimsies and Core, and we've got some information there for you, all to do with the Hero Dogs. Okay, thank you.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates. When we first got Chewy, we decided we'd actually teach him to do CPR. He effectively saved my husband's life. I was actually out in the garden. I've heard him barking. Ray had actually stopped breathing. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him. Chewy never left his side. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy.
Job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this, and within seconds, Simba's found it. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant. He's emotionally intelligent as well. The most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me.
I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. We've been doing a lot of work with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of that. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing.
I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She gives her more confidence. She helps her with her physio. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. With Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really. she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
Because you are powered by nature. James Wellbeloved, naturally healthy.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Saturday here at Crufts.
Greetings to everybody and welcome back to day 3 of Crufts, and this is Scruffed we're bringing you from the main arena, the Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year competition. Now in 2021, Heats attracted dogs from all over the country across 6 locations. 24 dogs and their owners have made it to the semi-finals of Scruffts, and they're going to compete here in 4 categories as they come in. Most handsome crossbreed dog, the prettiest crossbreed bitch, good citizen dog scheme, and the golden oldie crossbreed, where we will see dogs aged between 10 and 12 years of age. So 1 dog from each of those 4 categories will go through to the final later on today. So it's a chance now to impress in the main arena at Crufts, and the judge will be looking for good character, good health of these dogs, good personality, and a good temperament with people and other dogs. So we've got a wonderful array here in this main arena for proceedings here today. The Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year competition, and all these are wonderful family pets on show here today. Entering the arena to really warm applause 24 dogs in the arena, and we've got a real mix. We've got Collie German Shepherd Cross, we've got Lurchers. So to guide us through this Scruffs competition of 2022, I will hand you over to our arena commentator as the competition gets underway.
The Good Citizen Dog Scheme. First up, Hazel French with Questa, Tracy Eisen with Scout, Michelle Down with Luna, Katie Lee and Mavis, and Julie Hudson with Bruno, and Rowan with her second dog, Sammy. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So what I love about this competition is we're not looking at breed standards. We are celebrating crossbreeds, which means we're looking for the family dog of the year. It's all about happy, healthy dogs, good temperament, good character, and good health. So let's welcome our judge. Ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneur and star of Dragon's Den, please welcome Jenny Campbell. So a warm welcome to Crufts, Jenny, here on this Super Saturday, and we've got some amazing dogs for you to judge here. Are you a dog lover yourself?
Of course not, that's why I'm here. No, I've got my dogs here as well. I'm competing tomorrow, and I was in the breeder group final yesterday.
Wow, okay, so this competition is a little bit different. As I say, we're looking for good temperament, we're looking for happy, healthy dogs. Anything else in particular that might catch your eye?
I think the relationship with the owner as well, and also when the little dog is actually showing of itself as well. So I love all dogs, so I'm looking for some character.
Fantastic, okay. Well, what we're going to do, if you want to make your way through the class, first of all, we're going to ask the handsome dogs to step forward. So we have our 5 most handsome dogs. If you could step forward, please. We're going to get you a microphone, and then we're going to have a little chat with each of you, and we're going to ask you to tell us all about your handsome dogs. Okay, so let's get you a microphone. There we are. Okay. So don't forget, the grand final will be taking place this evening, just after 6 o'clock, just after 6 p.m. this evening. And we will be inviting back all of our finalists to come back and join us for the final this evening. So first up, this is Alexander and Crecho, our most handsome dog. Could you tell us a little bit about Crecho?
So we have Crecho here. He's a rescue dog. Myself and my partner have had him for just over a year. He came over from Galicia, where he was in a shelter for 3 years. We were happy to adopt an older dog, and we thought we should give him a chance, and he settled in brilliantly. And in fact, without him, I don't think we probably would have kind of made friends in Reading without him. It's been really welcoming joining the dog community there.
And what kind of things does Crecho enjoy? Is it a cuddly night on the sofa in front of the telly?
Very much so, yeah. If we're sitting on the sofa, he's sitting between us and then patting his head between either one of our laps, so.
Fantastic, very good. Well, he's looking at us as to say, who are these people? What are they looking at me for? Why is everyone looking at me? Fantastic, thank you very much, Alexander and Crecho, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, our next handsome dog, this is Claire, and this is Sir Duke. Yes. So already a Sir, that's quite a title, isn't it? Tell us a bit about the very handsome Sir Duke.
So Duke was in a kill shelter in Romania, and I saw him on a group on Facebook and had him brought over. So yeah, he's a lovely Romanian rescue dog.
Tell us a bit more about the bond between you, because I think when you get a rescue dog, in the beginning it can be so hard to get them settled in, but down the line it's so worth it when you see how well they've done.
Oh, they take, I mean, coming from places like that, they take a good few weeks to settle because they're so shell-shocked. But he is absolutely wonderful. He just loves to lie, and for you to just hold him on the sofa all the time. I think he'd rather do that than anything else.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Claire and Sir Duke.
Thank you.
So this is Sarah. Yes. Sarah Lily-Jones with Noodle, ladies and gentlemen. Noodle's got quite the haircut, I have to say. I love the little bit on the top there. Tell us a bit more, if you would, about Noodle.
Noodle is 10 years old. He's done flyball, agility, the Kennel Club Good Citizen scheme up to gold and beyond, because he just enjoyed it, so we carried on. And now he comes to work with me at the care home where I work and takes his time walking around each resident, has a little cuddle with each one, and then just goes round again. And he absolutely loves it, but the look on their faces, they love it just as much as he does.
I can imagine he very much brightens their day.
He really does, yeah, especially over the last couple of years, things have been tough and no visitors allowed in, and obviously because I work there, he can come in and be a different face and a comfort.
Dogs that make a difference, that's what we like.
Yeah, he does, he really does.
Very much. Let's have another round of applause, everybody. Hello, you. So, this is Emily Hale and Ramus. And fantastic lead, by the way, sporting there the bright yellow and the bright blue for very obvious reasons. So tell us a bit about Ramus, if you would.
This is Remus. He's just turned 1. He's a golden retriever and poodle crossbreed, so a golden doodle. And he just wants to play.
That was him saying, look, just let me off this lead,
He's
because
just
this
like,
arena
looks
so much fun just to run around and have fun.
But he's so amazing, to be honest. He's just so perfect.
Oh, well, he's very, very handsome indeed. I imagine with a dog like this, grooming is very important.
Yeah, of course, otherwise he gets covered in mats. This is quite short for him. Normally he's got much longer.
Well, he's raring to go, I can tell. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big hand. There we are. Thank you very much. Or someone who's a bit more calmer here, waiting patiently. This is Wendy Halling, and this is Frank,
Hello.
everybody. Look at Frank, looking very handsome
This
indeed.
is Frank.
Wendy, would you tell everyone about Frank?
Yeah, he's 4 years old. He's a really, really special rescue dog. He supported me when my husband died very suddenly because I had to carry on for him. So I had to keep taking him out, giving him a brush, you know, doing all those things. And then I had to support him last summer when my other dog died very traumatically at the field. She fractured her elbow. He was completely in shock, shut down. So I had to support him then. But he also goes to, he's a pet therapy dog, so he goes to 2 schools to hear readers as part of the Read to Dog scheme. The children absolutely love him, and it's surprising how it brings them out with their reading. They're all children who are struggling or lots with emotional problems. And then we've just started going to a care home. And all the old ladies, they just love him. One just puts her arms around his neck and gives him massive kisses and says, he remembers me, doesn't he? It's really sweet. But he's a really lovely, gentle, calm dog. Perfect ambassador for Scruffs.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Wendy.
That's
and Frank
okay.
there with his paws crossed.
Yeah.
Proper loving the limelight today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our handsome dogs. Fantastic stuff. It's amazing to hear how these dogs are doing such great work as pets as therapy dogs, dogs doing flyball. So we're now going to ask our prettiest bitches to step forward. Give them a big hand, everyone. Our prettiest bitches, there we are. We're going to start on this side. So we're going to find out a little bit more about each of these lovely ladies. So there we are. Can I give you that? So this is Rowan Carter and Bumble, ladies and gentlemen. And Bumble's thinking, that's a tasty microphone. Tell us a little bit about Bumble, Rowan, if you would.
Bumble is our emergency foster that stayed. She has gone through 2 homes already, and they couldn't quite cope with her. So we went to pick her up, and she just fit in with our family so perfectly that she had to stay.
I think that's the thing, isn't it, when you're fostering dogs? And I don't think that's why I could do it, because you don't want to let them go. You'd end up just with a house living with 20 dogs, which would be heaven, but not very practical. What kind of things does Frank enjoy getting up to?
Bumble.
Oh, Bumble, sorry. Bumble.
We've done a little bit of agility, a little bit of obedience, but she's only been with us a year, and we had a few other little issues to work through first. But she's loving sort of little tricks, and yeah.
Amazing. We had rescue dog agility here in the arena yesterday. It was so good. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Bumble. There we go. Very, very good. Thank you. Can I give that to you? There we are. So this is Ruth White, and this is Nancy. Tell us about Nancy.
So Nancy's 5 years old. She's a Dalmatian cross Cocker Spaniel. She lives at home with us, family pet. We also do respite care for children with special needs and disabilities, so she offers sensory needs to them as well. She's a loving dog, extremely loyal. She absolutely loves her family members and our respite children. And she loves running in the fields as fast as she can with her friends.
So she's got bags of energy when she's out in the fields, but then can just be very calm when she's at home.
Really
or when
calm.
She's doing pets and stuff.
You know, likes to just lay on her bed, sleep. The children all fuss her.
Fantastic. Amazing stuff. Ladies and
Thank
gentlemen,
you.
let's hear it for Nancy. There we are. Thank you. Hello there. I'll give that to you. Hello. We've got a very waggy tail here. This is Sally Franklin and Lily. Tell us about Lily.
Well, Lily is, well, she'll be 9 next week. She's very friendly. She's very fast at agility, sadly faster than I am. So we get a bit lost. But she's a great companion.
And she's loving this arena. She's looking around going, who are all these people? What's going on?
She's wondering.
Oh, we've got treats as well. Fantastic. That's what it's all about, the treats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. There we are. And this is Michael, and this is Edith. Hello, Edith. Edith's very excited to meet our judge, with a very waggy tail. So tell us a bit about Edith.
So Edith is 5. Sorry, she gets very excited when she meets people.
We can tell. We can tell.
She's a mix of a Saluki, a greyhound, and a whippet. She is the fastest dog I've ever seen, basically.
I can imagine. I think keeping up with her in the park is quite interesting. Well, she's absolutely beautiful. And tell us what it means for you to be here today in the semi-final, potentially in the final of Scruffs.
It means everything. It was such a surprise to end up here. We weren't expecting to be here, so we're gonna enjoy the day and.
That's what it's all about. Well, listen, we look forward to seeing you later on. Hello, you. Fantastic. A big round of applause, everyone. There we are. Thank you very much. So, our final Prettiest Bitch, this is Rachel Hulkin with Wilma. Hello, Wilma. Tell us about Wilma.
Wilma's a Springer Jack Russell cross, 8 years old. She's a therapy dog, done a good citizen, bronze, silver and gold, and just loves life on the sofa.
That's what it's all about. I mean, it's a dog's life, isn't it? Tell us about the Good Citizen. You said you've got up to gold. How did you find that?
She did gold time she was a year old.
Oh, wow. Okay, amazing. So a very, very talented dog we have here. And a very pretty one as well. And a very... Oh, bit of a sneeze. There we go. Let's hear it for Wilma, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And let's hear it for all of our Prettiest Bitches. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to ask our golden oldies to step forward. We've got some amazing golden oldies here at Scruffs in our semi-final today. Okay, this is Hayley Hudson and Lily. Hello, Lily. Tell us a bit about Lily, who's very, very happy to see our judge.
Lily is a Border Terrier crossed with a Shih Tzu. She's 12 years old. She'll be 13 in April. She's won over 300 rosettes in fun dog shows since she was 1 year old. She's been by my side ever since she was 8 weeks old. We've got an amazing bond. I love her to bits.
Oh, I love that so much. And she's achieved so much.
Yeah, she has. It's absolutely amazing.
And hoping to add one more rosette
we
to
hope
that
so.
collection today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Lily. Thank you very much. Oh, look at you. Hello. Hello. So this is Catherine Masters, and this is Tia. Tell us about Tia.
This is Tia. She's 12 years old. She's a Husky cross Alsatian. So, which is, everyone thinks she's a collie. But we've had her since she was 1. We rehomed her when she was 1. You know, one of the usual stories, someone was allergic. But she's been a fantastic family dog. And, you know, all the children are here watching today. So it's, yeah, apart from 1.
So you've got plenty of support, plenty of people cheering you on in this competition.
Well, hopefully.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Tia. There we are. Thank you very much. Thank you. Best of luck. There we go. Hello. We're enjoying treats already over here. We've got a lovely bandana on as well. This is Claire Rolls-Wayne with Noah. Tell us about Noah.
He's a Romanian rescue, and we've had him for 5 years. He's very, very affectionate and makes a great family pet.
And that's what this competition is all about.
It
We're
is.
looking for the family crossbreed dog of the year. What kind of things do you two get up to together at home?
Just just being a general family pet, walking, likes your walkies, don't you? He likes going around the sheep. We have sheep as well, so yeah, versatile.
And I'm loving the colour coordination with the outfits
Yeah.
and the lead. It all just fits together beautifully. Thank you very much. There we are. Okay, next up, Emily Galway and Arthur. Oh, tell us about Arthur. I don't think he's too sure of what's going on today. Tell us a bit more, if you would.
He's a rescue dog from Romania. I've had him for 4 years now, so he came from a kill shelter over there to the UK where we rehomed him. I work in a vet, so he comes to work with me every day and sits behind the desk, which is really sweet. Everybody likes to see him and give him strokes. And yeah, he's just a really lovely boy. He's a qualified pets and therapy dog, so we go, before COVID hit, we were going to our local nursing home once a week, where obviously we went to see the old gentlemen and ladies, which he loved, all the affection.
I love the fact that he comes to work with you. Does he have a uniform?
He has dressed up in a scrub top a few times.
And you can tell, I don't think he was too sure about you at first, but now he's like,
Yeah.
just keep fussing me.
He loves
just
it.
keep fussing me. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Emily Galway and Arthur. Thank you. Hello. I'll give that to you. There we are. As we continue with our golden oldies, this is Deborah Fisher and Lily. Tell us about Lily.
I rescued her when she was 9 months old, and she's just a delight. I do obedience with her, agility, flyable, Hillwitz music. She's been on stage, theatre, TV adverts. She's done everything. And I lost my mum and dad, and she rescued me in the end. So, yeah, she's 10 years old, and she puts any young dog to shame.
She's a 10-year-old superstar by the sound of it, who's had quite the career.
She's a bit of a diva.
I can tell. She's like, are you talking about me? Just give me the treats. Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's
Thank
Deborah
you.
Fisher and Lily. Thank you. Okay, so moving along the line here, the last of our golden oldies. This is Louise Jacobs, and this is Teddy, who is a teddy bear and has got some fans in the audience over there. Tell us about Teddy.
So this is Teddy. He's 10 and a half, and he's a bit excited because he saw the agility, so he's a bit wound up from that. He's just amazing. He's just, my partner knows that there's 3 of us in our relationship. And if Teddy hasn't got enough room on the bed, then he can go on the floor. But he's just amazing. He's changed my life in so many ways. I changed my job because I wanted to spend more time with him as well. So I'm a dog walker, so he's come out with me. I do dog grooming as well. If I've got a dog on the table that's being a bit naughty, he'll give it a bark and it will all of a sudden behave.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's Teddy, ladies and gentlemen. And let's hear it for the whole of our golden oldies. Okay, we're now going to ask our Good Citizen Dog Scheme semi-finalists to step forward. So the Good Citizen Dog Scheme, they were actually here in the arena yesterday doing a fantastic demonstration. It really was a great demonstration. And they start out with basic obedience, and then they go forward to the more advanced tricks. There's 3 levels. There's bronze, there's silver, and there's gold. So we're going to begin here with Hazel French and Questa. Questa's very inquisitive. Hello. Could you tell us, Hazel, a little bit about Questa?
Questa is an assistance dog, so she helps me every day doing all kinds of tasks, like picking up all the things I drop, helping me dress, undress, open, close doors. She does everything. But as well as that, just after I had Questa, I broke my back, and so I became more disabled and couldn't play bowls anymore. And that was my social bit gone. And so we went to Good Citizens, and Questa soon got through her bronze and silver. She had to work a bit harder at the gold, but she's now achieved all of them. And she also does doggy dancing and rally with me in a wheelchair. So I just want to say that all of these Kennel Club activities are accessible for disabled people, and the Kennel Club do their best to make them as accessible as possible. So I hope that in the future I'll see more people in wheelchairs at Rally with their dogs and enjoying things. And you meet so many wonderful people doing it.
Fantastic. I don't think we need to say any more, ladies and gentlemen. Hazel French and Questa, thank you. What an incredible story. Dogs who change lives, that is what this is all about. There we go. Hello. So, this is Tracy Eisen, and this is Scout. Tell us a bit about Scout.
Scout is pretty much my whole world. He was dumped as a puppy in a bit of a state, thought to be blind and deaf. He escaped death by literally a whisker in a stray pound. We were lucky enough to adopt him. And we had two choices with Scout. Scout is completely blind. So we had two choices. We either wrap him up in cotton wool or we let him live a life. Scout is a much-loved therapy dog. We work with dementia care. He's a big advocate for social prescribing, so he's an adopted mascot for a local carers community cafe, where he's attended Christmas parties and he's done sitting down yoga. He has an ability to know the people that need him the most. I needed this guy more than anything. My first dog was killed by another dog on a walk. I lost all my confidence in being outside. This boy gave it back.
Amazing, wow, and very emotional to talk about that incredible story for you, Tracy, as well. So thank you for sharing that with us. You've both clearly been through a lot together. And again, dogs here, changing lives. That's what this is all about. Thank you very much, Tracy. This is Michelle Down and Luna. Luna, hello, Luna. She's like, oh, is there something more exciting going on over there? Tell us about Luna, Michelle, if you would.
Well, Luna just turned 5 last Sunday. And she's a Red Merle Collie crossed with a German Shepherd with a bit of hunt away in her. We managed to just get our bronze good citizenship just before the lockdown hit, and since then we've been waiting to do it due to restrictions. It's just opened up back up in January, so we're back on track and enjoying it again.
So you're going to be moving on?
Yes, most definitely. She's been ready to do all her other ones, but it's...
And tell us about the bronze. What kind of stuff do you do?
It's just basic obedience, recall, sit and wait, off the lead, recall in, and socialising with other dogs without interacting and upsetting them and respecting their space.
Fantastic stuff. So it really is a really good scheme for people to get involved in, from basic obedience right through to the more advanced stuff as well, and obviously open to all types of dogs, crossbreeds as well.
That was the only thing. It took me, because we only started when she was 3, because originally I thought it was only for the pedigrees. But found out it was for the crossbreeds as well, so...
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for Luna, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Hello, you. Oh, you are adorable with your little bow tie. There we are, looking up. So tell us who we've got here. This is Katie Lee and Mavis. Tell us all about Mavis.
So Mavis is a rescue dog. We've had her 4 or 5 years now. We've used the Good Citizen scheme to bring her confidence on. She was very nervous when we got her. No one could really approach her or talk to her without her dropping to the floor. So we've just used the Citizen scheme to bring her confidence on. She's done a bronze and a silver, and the plan is hopefully to do a gold. Gonna sit down, good girl.
Fantastic. We saw it in action right there. That command was very much responded to well.
It's a big atmosphere for her today. I'm not sure
I was going to say this is a scary environment, isn't it? But no, she's doing so well.
She definitely is.
Fantastic stuff. Well done. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mavis. There we are. Hello there. So this is Julie Hudson and Bruno. Big Bruno. Tell us about Bruno.
Hi, Bruno's 8 years old. He's a Shar-Pei cross German Shepherd. He has his bronze, silver and gold good citizens. He has actually saved me from some sticky quicksand when we were out on our beach. I yelped, he came running over to me. I grabbed hold of his harness and he literally backed up and pulled me out. It was just so sweet and just so instantaneous. But he's such an amazing family dog. He does heel work to music, dog agility and competitive obedience. So yeah, he's a great all-rounder.
And doing the Good Citizen, you know, it helps improve that bond, doesn't it, between you?
Completely.
You're spending all that time together.
Yeah, I mean, the dogs don't realise how clever they are. They don't realise what they can do, nor do we till they do it. It's the safety aspect as well, the things that you learn, especially in the gold test, the emergency stop. You could stop the dog from a distance. If, for example, it was chasing something or heading for the road, and you train them to do things like that. So it's great socialisation for them, mixing with other dogs, coming to heel off lead. It's, you know, they really are. It's a great thing to do, yeah, for everybody.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Julie Hudson and Bruno. So this is Rowan Carter and this is Sammy. Tell us about Sammy's efforts with the Good Citizen.
Sammy's done his bronze, silver and gold, which led us into sort of starting sort of competition obedience so that we could do the YKC. So yeah, that's how we got into obedience, which he loves more than any, well, he loves people as well.
And he's showing off, Sammy's showing off his portfolio of tricks today.
Oh yeah, he loves tricks. He
We
loves
can tell.
them.
And again, the dogs absolutely love it, don't they? Again, building that bond and learning everything from the basic obedience right through to the more advanced stuff.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and it's like weekly classes, so you know you've got that, and he knows Monday night, training night, and it's been what, four years since we got him, and he was completely untrained when he came to us. He was a year old, wasn't toilet trained, not trained at all, and now, yeah, he just Monday nights loves them.
And clearly loves the limelight as well today, performing wonderfully. Ladies and gentlemen, Rowan Carter and Sammy, let's do it for all of our Good Citizen Dog Scheme Scruffs semi-finalists. Thank you. Okay, so our judge is Jenny Campbell here. So Jenny, if you want to have one last walk around and have a chat, or however you want to do this, really, just have work along the line and have one last look at our Scruffs semi-finalists. So Jenny's then going to make her decision as to who's going to go forward to the final. What's going to happen this evening, just after 6 p.m., around about 6:05, is our Scruffs Grand Final here in the main arena. And we're going to invite all of our semi-finalists back into the arena when we'll announce the finalists and then announce the winner of the Scruffs Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year 2022. And that's what I love about this competition, the Kennel Club, celebrating crossbreed dogs of all shapes and sizes, of all ages, of all backgrounds. And it really is a fantastic competition. And if you want to find out more about taking part, if you have a crossbreed dog yourself or you're interested in learning more, head on to the Scruffs website and you'll be able to get all the information. The other good thing about this competition is it helps to raise money for the Kennel Club Charitable Trust as well, which is, over the years, has raised a lot of money for that organisation. So it really is a fantastic competition. And we have the different classes, as we've seen. We have our handsome dogs, we have our prettiest bitch, our golden oldie, and the Good Citizen Dog Scheme. And as we've heard today, we always get to learn some incredible stories of how dogs help change lives, whether that's as pets as therapy dogs, or going into schools, reading dogs, support dogs. I think we've had a bit of everything today in this competition. So it's going to be a very difficult decision, I'm sure, for our judge, Jenny Campbell, herself very much a dog lover, who's going to be also competing this weekend at Crufts as well. A competition proudly supported by our friends at James Wellbeloved. Make sure you go and have a look at the James Wellbeloved stand as you're working your way through the show this year. Great to be back after an extended break. It's good to see you all here on what is Super Saturday. In the main arena, we have got everything for you today. We have agility, we have flyball this afternoon, which is always very exciting. We've also got our, coming up at 10:30, our hearing dogs demonstration. So again, dogs who do incredible things to support people through their lives, and we're going to see that in action at 10:30 today. So our judge is just working away along the line, having one last look at all of our crossbreeds here. Okay, so we're now going to invite all of our semi-finalists to do a lap of honour around the arena. We're going to start with Alexander and Crecho, our most handsome dogs, Claire Gallagher and Sir Duke. Give them a big round of applause. Sarah Lily Jones and Noodle, Emily Hale and Remus, and Wendy Halling and Frank. Next up, our prettiest bitches, Rowan Carter with Bumble.
Well, there we have the semi-finalists, and what a wonderful lineup and some incredible stories, some emotional stories there as well for our judge Jenny Campbell to consider. And we will wait for the final tonight at 6 p.m. to find out who will be the Scruffed Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year. But those 4 categories: most handsome dog, prettiest crossbreed bitch, a good citizen dog scheme, and golden oldie crossbreed. Really some wonderful, wonderful stories. And they're all absolutely worthy finalists, but not everybody can go through. And Jenny will be thinking about which dogs she felt had the best character, taking into account good health, their personality, their temperaments with people, and their interactions with other dogs as well. There's so many stories there of dogs who have worked in therapy, pet therapy, and of course those who have reached gold standard in the Good Citizen Dog Scheme as well. So those are all the semi-finalists at Scruffed 2022. Wonderful family pets, all of them. Plenty for Jenny to deliberate. So many dogs full of character in the arena. So we will see 4 of them compete in the final tonight.
6 dogs that are making forward to the grand final, and we will be announcing the winner as well. Still to come here in the main arena, in around about 20 minutes time, we have our hearing dogs demonstration. Do stay with us for a jam-packed day, a Super Saturday, International Day here at Crufts 2022.
Okay, so Scruff's final coming up tonight at 6 p.m. But coming up next in the main arena will be the Hearing Dogs. And Hearing Dogs for Deaf People officially launched at Crufts in 1982. This year they're celebrating their 40th anniversary, and they have a family of more than 3,000 volunteers who have helped to match more than 2,500 hearing dogs to their deaf partners. And there are 4 breeds trained to become hearing dogs: Labradors, Cocker Spaniels, miniature poodles and Cockapoos. So that is coming up in a short while. But for now, in the main arena, we'll leave you with stories of our hero dogs for 2022.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him, and he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, he had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change, as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, it's just the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR. on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Ray's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewie and Chewie's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden, the 2 bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house and Chewie was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewie never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Hey. Sorry. With Chewie, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and took herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that was probably the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, you know, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal, but even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives her more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and physiotherapy. Like with Olivia's athetoid movements, she seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well. Stretch your arms up, stretch both down in the air.
Olivia likes the cuddles because she gets to give Ruby a proper cuddle in this way. Don't you?
Olivia just loves it. She just loves the affection. I think with Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really.
Because of Ruby, we're able to get outside in the fresh air and throw a few balls or go for a walk. That's it. It's difficult for her to interact in some ways, but just finding little ways that you can get her involved and playing with Ruby is a great way of doing that. So yeah, so it's been really good for Olivia's sort of health and well-being, really, just having Ruby around and being able to get out of the house. Which you enjoy, don't you?
We're not always able to do things that other families can do, but Ruby brings a lot to the family, and she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
Everyone loves Simba. He's either bouncing off the walls or he's asleep. He is a very, very friendly dog. He loves people. There's not many dogs like him in the country. We're a very small team that supports all of the London Fire Brigade. Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. Simba's an English Springer Spaniel. We got him when he was a year old. I picked him up in Birmingham, and the very next day we went to work. He was very much part of the fire brigade from that point on. They have a number of qualities that are absolutely vital to what we do.
The dogs themselves are known as a hydrocarbon detector dog. They are looking for the presence of ignitable liquids and solids. The dogs, with their keen sense of smell, can identify that rapidly.
So we have a wooden stirring stick, so you'll put a little bit of paraffin on the stick and then I'll go and hide it. And Simba's job is to find it. Even if I place it down, he's seen where it's been put, he will still use his nose to look for it. So he will trust his nose first. The best part of the search is not finding it, it's the searching for it. If you look at his tail, when he's searching, that's when it's moving the fastest. So the rule of a dog's tail never lies always applies. And as soon as he finds it, he gives you the ball back and he wants to go find the next one. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this. And within seconds, Simba's found it. He's a very, very unique dog. What Simba's in now is mainly what he would wear in a fire. So these are boots to protect his paws from sharps. They're not fireproof because he doesn't go into a hot fire scene, but it's important that his paws are safe from kind of metal or broken glass. We go absolutely everywhere together, so we genuinely are a team. We're on duty half the time and then are available in case there's an incident. Whenever we're working, I don't really need to tell Simba what to do because he's already second guessed. He also works as a bit of an unofficial therapy dog as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant, and the one great thing that he does, he actually supports our other fire investigators. He's always there, he's genuinely one of the team. He's emotionally intelligent as well, so I always like telling the story of Simba's first shout, and we were called to investigate an arson. He did indicate a number of areas where an accelerant had been used. The sad thing was the owner of the house, she was pregnant. She was really, really upset. But Simba's mood changed immediately. He went from being really excited to really calm. He went straight over to her, laid his head on her lap, and he allowed her to stroke him for, I think it was nearly 20 minutes. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba is the perfect dog for the role. You've heard the term, if you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He's got a job that he loves. Every dog's a hero, but the only difference is that Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
We're not heroes. I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. My name is Peter Lewin. I'm a paramedic for East Midlands Ambulance Service. I also run Pete Lewin Newfoundlands. We take people swimming in open water with the dogs for emotional support. Right, grab a dog. This is Bob. Bob is our non-swimmer. Bobby's our mascot dog. Storm, he's very needy. Sonar, he'll swim his heart out for you. And Walker, he's been given to us by the American Foundation for Prevention of Suicide. We'll have a bit of a swim across, like normal. We get the guys to swim out with us, and I'll call one of the dogs out. Say Sonar, and all you can hear is Sonar blowing out of his nose as he's swimming by. It's just peace and quiet and takes you away from the stress of everything that we go through. We've been doing a lot of work this last summer with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. As you can imagine, it's been quite a tough time for all of us. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others? Not just paramedics and ambulance staff, but the nurses, everybody else who's there to help them.
I did a staff wellbeing day here. When I did the quiet swim, I got extremely emotional. When I finished it, I cried. And then Sonar just sat with me for the whole day then, just give me a little nudge every now and again. When you're in the water, you just get that element of, it makes you just feel great.
You see, we were never ever going to get used for real rescue in this country, unfortunately. And I'd sort of developed different manoeuvres for getting people out of the water. But these moves are not just for real rescue. These are great for emotional support, because as I've got that person in that hold, it's giving that confidence that somebody's there for them. We are physically rescuing them, but it's more so mentally rescuing them. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of swimming with ease, which is an amazing thing to do. I go into schools and I do water safety workshops. The girl who helped me with that from the start, she absolutely loved it. We're having a discussion around at her house about what we're going to do. She says to me, "Do you remember I was late coming to give you a hand with your training session?" I says, "Yeah, I do." And she says, "Well, I was going to take an overdose that day, but I decided I'd go and help you out because of the dogs and that." And she said, "It was his eyes, the way they look at you. He wasn't there to judge, he wasn't there to criticise, condemn or anything. All he wanted to do was come out and take me back to shore." She said that was it. And she's still here today because of that swim. And I just thought, yeah, that's pretty powerful. It makes me feel proud, passionate about what we're doing, proud of the team, proud of these boys. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing. My pets are helping these people. It's amazing.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. It was like my eyes were closed. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. It happened when I was at work. I used to work on a farm. I've got a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is when blood vessels grow into the back of the eye and then they can leak into your eye, obscuring the vision. I had a bleed in my eye. My wife Amanda picked me up and I never went back to the farm. I went into a very dark place which I never want to go in again. Being trapped in 4 walls, not being able to go out, I was petrified.
I'd say he hadn't just lost his sight, I think he just lost himself, if that makes sense. We're not afraid to talk about it now, but he'd often cry at night because life had changed for him and he had to adapt and learn things all over again. So yeah, it was tough.
Now in my left eye, I can't see nothing at all. And in my right eye, I can see blurry shapes. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. He's enabled me to go out independently, confidently, knowing that I'm going to be safe. I felt an instant connection with Milo. As soon as he put his chin on my knee, as soon as he gave me his paw, it was amazing. Milo's looking out for dangers, he's looking out for curbs, cars, anything ahead of me that I can't see. Milo will find a bench as well, so if I asked him to find a bench, he will take me straight to a bench and put his chin on it. It's like I've got my eyes when I've got Milo. I just feel so safe with him. There's a few moments Milo has actually saved my life. We were at a crossing and I'd pushed a button and the beepers had just gone off, so I asked Milo to go forward. And Milo didn't move. He was like he was concrete to the ground. 2 cars sped past through the crossing as the beepers were going. A couple of seconds later, while we were walking up the street, a police car sped past after these 2 cars. If we'd have walked forward, me and Milo would have both been hit by these cars, and it was that fast. And Milo didn't move, he kept me safe. He used his eyes, his instincts, and he saved my life. Every day, I put my life in Milo's paws. He's everything, not just to me, to my whole family.
And people see Scott or other people walking with a guide dog and they just think, oh, that's just their aid. But no, he's far much more than that. He really is. I feel like Milo is my hero as well. He's given me my husband back, you know. He's given the children that dad figure back.
He helps my dad, and not just my dad, everyone, and he makes them all happy.
He's like become a lot happier because he's got a lot more freedom now.
He helps him when he's like crossing the roads. He's soft, he's cuddly, perfectly neat.
I can be happy again now, and it gives me a real sense of purpose. I'm now at college, studying counselling. I would never have had the confidence to go to college if it wasn't for Milo. He helps me with my anxiety if I do start to panic slightly. I really want to use the skills that I'm going to learn because of Milo to help other people that are in my position. Milo's given me my sight back. He's given me a vision. He's given me everything, and I can't thank him enough.
From the moment they melt your heart, through every moment of life together, protect your bond with a lifetime policy from Agria Pet Insurance, awarded the UK's most trusted pet insurer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is so good to be back. Welcome to the world's greatest dog show. Welcome to Super Saturday at Crufts 2022. Yes, what a day we have got for you in the main arena. Agility, flyball and more. But now we are going to see the amazing work of the Hearing Dogs for Deaf People. They are celebrating their 40th anniversary, ladies and gentlemen. They do incredible work in supporting deaf people in many different ways, and we're going to see some of that incredible work right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to the Hearing Dogs demonstration team. I'm going to hand you over to their commentator, Jay Hariksag.
Good morning. Thank you everybody for coming today and for being here to watch our demonstration. Before we start, if anybody is hard of hearing and uses British Sign Language, then we do have an interpreter in the ring today, which is Tom. I'll let him give you a wave. Give you a sign wave. So if you can just point anyone in his direction, and he will interpret everything we're saying today. So, we're going to be here today to showcase some of the work that we do training these incredible dogs that go on to change people's lives. As introduced, this is our 40th anniversary year. We were launched in Crufts in 1982, and since then we've helped train over 2,500 dogs, not people, to go and change the lives of their deaf partners. So I'm going to start the display today by showing you some of the practical aspects we teach our dogs, where we teach them to alert their deaf partners to chosen everyday sounds. But in order to do this, I need my colleague. However, my colleague here today is showcasing what it's like to be deaf. So if I called out for her, she wouldn't hear me. So we train our dogs to help with that. So I've sent Vogue to call her mum. She's just checking what Tom's doing in the corner. And then thanks to Vogue's delightful work bouncing around the arena, she's brought Jessie over. So give Vogue a round of applause. That was her first time in this arena. Bless her, well done. Thank you. So now I have Jessie here. I'd like you to suspend your reality and imagine that we're in Jessie's flat. So we're going to ask you, first of all, to imagine what it's like to be deaf or hard of hearing, and in your home especially, you often remove your hearing aids or your cochlear implant, and any hearing that has helped you to have is now gone. It's quite isolating and creates a lot of anxiety to think you're going to miss an awful lot of things. And the first thing we're going to think about is communication and speaking to your loved ones, your friends, your family, or anyone else who might call you. We have fantastic technology, such as video calls today, but if you can't hear it ring, you're going to miss it. So we train our dogs to help with communication. Slight technology hitch. My speaker has unconnected to my phone. Give me 1 second, I'll get it back on. And we'll try that again. Love technology. Brilliant when it works. Okay, we're going to try again. Still doesn't want to work. What do I do in this situation? Okay, it's not going to work. So, you're going to have to now really imagine. I can't make the sound of a phone call, so I'm just going to knock on the table or something. Vogue will know. She's too good at this. She's a demonstration dog. She knows what she's supposed to do. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see the next sound with actually have sound working. But what happens is our dog hears a sound. They know they've been trained to work to it. And they know that their deaf partner can't hear that sound. So they have to physically touch them. So we'll see now what Vogue's going to do when a sound goes off is she's going to touch Jessie with her nose. So Jessie knows there's something. And then Jessie will ask her what it is. And
and she'll take her to the sound. So we're going to imagine now that Jessie's also a parent, and she has a young child asleep in the crib, and if you're deaf, you're going to worry all the time and be incredibly anxious that you're not going to hear your baby cry. So we train our dogs to help our partners feel safe and secure. Did anyone hear the baby cry? It did go off that time. And if you didn't, that's what it's like to be a deaf person and worry constantly about missing sounds in a big arena. Fortunately, Vogue did hear. She touched Jessie with her nose, and when Jessie asked her what it is, she led her over to her baby monitor, so now she's able to soothe and settle her little baby there. Okay, the final sound we're going to show you today is a really, really important sound, this life-saving sound. When people go to bed and they have a hearing loss or they're profoundly deaf, they're incredibly anxious often that they're going to miss really important things such as the smoke alarm. Often people don't sleep very well, and you can just imagine the impact that has on their life. So we train our dogs to be lifesavers. Good girl. She can have a round of applause for that. That was fabulous. Well done, Vogue. So when Vogue heard the sound there, she's straight up from her bed. She's nudging and pulling the duvet off Jessie to tell Jessie that there is a danger sound, and then she lays down very clearly to indicate that's danger. And that's a flavour of the kind of sounds we train our dogs to help with. However, I'd now like to introduce one of our fantastic partners, Jo, with her lovely poodle Joey into the arena. And I'm going to speak to Jo so that she can explain to you in her own words exactly how much of an impact our dogs do have. So hello, Jo. Hello. Thank you for coming along today. I've asked the audience today to imagine what it's like to lose your hearing or to not have any hearing. Can you explain to us what it was like for you?
I'm going to start crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think most people here are now going to start crying. Everyone have tissues.
It's very, very hard. I lost my hearing gradually, and it's very hard to be self-aware, to know that actually acknowledging to yourself that you're not hearing sounds, especially for the family as well. You know, they're trying to sort of say to you, Mum, did you not hear that? And it's like, no, I'm fine, I heard it. I personally found myself sort of regressing. I stopped talking to people. People would talk to me, but I've got no idea they were speaking to me. They would just assume I was being rude, you know, and then it's too late by the time I've realised that it was, you know, somebody talking to me. The hardest part of that was having the children at home when they were younger. I couldn't be certain I was going to hear them crying if they needed me. You know, you're out in supermarkets as well, you've got people wanting to get where you are, but they'll just end up pushing the trolley into you. There's no tolerance. Deafness is invisible.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's invisible. Yeah. But also you mentioned your children in the home, having to rely upon them. You found that very difficult as well.
Yeah, because it's something they just did naturally. I never asked them to do that, you know, and that was just something. They just started to tell me, you know, the cooker timer was going off. I think possibly they were more concerned with the fact that the dinner was probably going to be burnt again, but, you know, getting the doorbell for me. But, you know, they really stepped up, and, you know, there came a point where I was actually, and you realise you are reliant on other people. And when I went out, I always made sure I had somebody with me.
So what difference did it make when we partnered you with little Joey here? For everybody, this is Joey. Joey looks very underwhelmed to be in the arena. He's 8 years old now, and he's a miniature poodle. And what was it like for you when he came into your family?
Life-changing, literally. Sorry.
Please don't apologise.
I've got independence, I have confidence, and I have companionship.
And that's a really big thing. I think possibly as important as the sounds and how the practical element of how they help you is that companionship, awareness, going out and about. That made such a difference for you.
Even just Being out and about, yes, he's wearing his jacket when we're out, he's making my deafness visible. There's so much more tolerance. In fact, I've never had so many people come to talk to me. You know, at home, everything is so much more relaxed. I'm more relaxed. I'm not worrying, constantly watching the clock or worrying about the children. You demonstrated the call mum there. Now in our house, that is just literally a lifesaver. You know, nobody has to worry, and we all know that Joey's got my back, and it's unconditional.
It does. So if you could summarise the change and what Joey means to you, what would you say?
I have to repeat, I'm afraid, life-changing.
Life-changing. Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry we made you cry.
I'm sorry I cried.
And thank you very much from everyone. Everyone loves it.
Thank you.
You're wonderful. So, thank you so much for staying and watching our display today. Apologies for the technical glitch. If you'd like to find out more about the charity or come and watch a dog work to the video call without such technical effects, then please come and see us in Hall 2, Stand 6. And we're here for the rest of the show and happy to talk to anybody about any aspect of our charity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give them a massive round of applause. Hearing Dogs for Deaf People and their demonstration team. Fantastic, thank you very much. It's amazing to see their great work and in their 40th year as well. And do go to their stand to find out more information. So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic day we've got for you here on Super Saturday, International Day, at the world's greatest dog show, Crufts 2022. It is so good to be back here after an extended break, you might say. We have got lots more still to come. I'm looking forward to seeing the Southern Golden Retrievers who are going to be here at around about 11:20. We've got Agility, we've got Flyball, and we've got the Lowland Search and Rescue coming up in a few minutes as well. Stay with us.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him. And he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, he had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, it's just the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Right, he's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewy and Chewy's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden. The two bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking, and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily, the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house, and Chewy was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing, and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewie never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Hey. Sorry. With Chewie, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and tuck herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that would probably be the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, you know, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal, but even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives them more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and physiotherapy, like with Olivia's athertoid movements. She seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well.
Best friend who attempt to find them.
So I'm Ian. I'm a farmer and I work here at Ganders Farm. I'm a dairy farmer, and we've got lots of dairy goats, and at the minute I'm just in the process of feeding the kids. But I also volunteer for Northamptonshire Search and Rescue. Ted gets very excited about the search and what goes on. He knows the ringtone of the call out. When he hears that go off, he tends to, his ears prick up, he gets more interested. As soon as the trousers go on, the jumper goes on, he gets very, very excited, starts bouncing around the house, he knows he's off to go. To him, it's just a really big game. He doesn't know any different. Northamptonshire is a very small county, but we need search dogs in the county because we do get a large number of missing people. Not the same reasons that Mountain Rescue do, but very different reasons. Ted just formed part of the overall team, of which there's about 35 operational members. When we are actually out working on a proper job, we'll have a support with us who's our medical backup. And if it's a big find that we've got and we need more help, we can phone that in, radio that in, and they'll come out with another team to help back us up. Best part for me is, well, a fantastic part was the other day when we went out on a search and we saw the missing person reunited with their family. That was a fantastic feeling.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for coming to see our demonstration here at Crufts 2022. We're Lowland Rescue. Lowland Rescue is a volunteer search and rescue organisation throughout the UK. We have 35 teams nationally, over 2,000 people, and we provide services to the police predominantly, but the other statutory emergency services to help locate vulnerable missing people. We provide services, everything from search, water rescue, drone provision, all kinds of stuff that you would see in a search and rescue scenario. But obviously, this is Crufts, so what we're going to show you today is the work of some of our search dogs. So traditionally, most people think of a search and rescue dog as someone lost on a mountainside or a hillside, but we're a lowland rescue team. So a lot of the environment we work in is traditionally lowland, as it says in the name, the clue is in the name. So it's forests, farmlands, parks, countryside, suburban spaces, that kind of thing. So all of the dogs and handlers you see here today, they're all volunteers. They all give up their time to train their dogs and to work their dogs. And as you can see here today, we have quite a range of different dogs all around the country. Everything from Jack Russells to collies, everything in between, loads of gun dogs, this kind of stuff. Anything with a good working ethic and a good nose. And basically to the dogs, this is just a great game of hide and seek. That's all it is to them. They absolutely love it. So the first dogs we're going to show you here today are the air scenting dogs. So these guys, they're what we call nose-up dogs, and they're indiscriminate. They show on any human sense. So they don't care who they're looking for. They just go out and find. And this is changed in 3 stages. So stage 1. Stage 1, we start with a little game called Piggy in the Middle. They've all preempted my commentary. Look, they've all started already because they're so eager. So Piggy in the Middle is a little game we play with people that the dog doesn't necessarily know, and it builds the dog's confidence in going to people that it doesn't know. People it knows are good fun. And it builds this confidence running backwards and forwards. And also the running backwards and forwards you'll see later on is quite important to us. So we've got a few of our guys around the outside playing Piggy in the Middle. So that's the beginning of stage 1. Then what we moved on to are what we call scene runaways. So this is where we start teaching the dog to actually look for someone. The pretend missing person, we give them the dog's toy, the dog sees them go, the dog wants its toy or its reward, so it chases after the person to get its reward. And we build this distance up over time slightly. We just keep getting further and further and further and further away until the dog's happily going to someone it doesn't know. So then, what's the next step? We move on to what we call an unseen runaway. So this is where the hide and seek starts. So literally, the dog comes out. By now, it knows someone's going to be going away with its toy, but we don't let them see them go. So the dog has to start working, and it has to start using its nose. And that's what we call an unseen runaway. And this is where we really start building distance for the handlers. So, they do this for quite a while. Once they're happy, we're happy, they can find someone. They're sniffing for someone, they're happily sniffing someone out. So the next stage we go on to after this, they need to actually tell us they found someone. So we're going to do a quick switch over. And this is stage 2. This is what we call the alert stage. So the alert is what it says on the tin. The dog is going to alert us to the fact it has found someone. Now go back to what I said earlier on. A lot of the people we're looking for are vulnerable. They're suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's, or they're despondent. So we don't necessarily want the old traditional dog stays by the person and starts barking. Not everybody likes dogs. Some people don't want to be found. So we have a variation of alerts. So we're going to start on this side with Annabelle and Cassine. And Cassine is going to perform what we call a tug alert. I think she's a bit overawed. It's big in here, there's lots of smells. Yay, well done, Cassine. Big round of applause for Cassine, please. Not easy in this environment, and obviously it's normally trees and farms we're out training on. Well done, Annabelle. On this side we've got Andy and Willow. So we'll see if you can tell how Willow alerts Andy to how she's found somebody. Off you go, Andy. Yeah, good girl, Willow. Big round of applause for Andy and Willow. Over on the far side here, we've got River and Mandy. Now, River's only 7 months old. She's only just started. This is your more traditional alert though. This is what we call a standover bark. This is where the dog goes out, finds their missing person, and normally, yeah, good girl River, well done. But once that distance has been built up on that, once Mandy's trained her and built that distance up, Mandy could be 300, 400, 500 metres away and the dog will start barking but stay at the misper. That's your more traditional sort of mountain rescue type alert, if you like. And on this side, we've got Aaron and Chili. So see where we go with this one. This was one of my old dog's alerts. You've seen this one before. Oh, just missed. Well done, Chili. Big round of applause. So as you can see, the key to these alerts is slightly different in that the dogs generally are coming away from the missing person. Sometimes that's key for us. We don't want the dog staying with a missing person. We want them coming back and telling us and then taking them to them. So that's the alert stage. It's one of the most difficult stages. It takes a long time to train and it can be quite a cheeky one. The dogs tend just to want their ball. They don't want to tell us, so long one to train. So that's stage 2. Again, takes quite a while. It takes about between 12 and 18 months to train a dog up to full qualification. So we're having a quick switch out again now. So once we've got the alert stage nailed, it's home for tea and medals. We found our missing person. The dogs told us they found somebody. Let's all go home. Thank you very much. Hang on. The dog's come back, told us it's found someone. The dog then needs to show us where that person is. So stage 3 is what we call the re-find. So it's the whole sequence. The dog is then... Do you want to start your sequences? My commentary's awful, by the way, sorry. So the dogs are now going out, coming back to the handler, telling them they found somebody, and then taking them back. Traditionally, they'll use a command like "show me," something like that. You can see Bruce is another bark, but he's a come back and a bark. And so these are all, like we say, they're all known as air scenting dogs. They're off-lead dogs. They're air scenting, and the reason we use them is it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. They can cover huge areas and search them pretty quickly. A lot faster, especially in the dark, than you or I could. Well done, guys. So that's our air centres. Big round of applause for our air centres. So now we're going to show you something slightly different. These are air scenting dogs. So they are not scent specific. They don't care who they're looking for. They're just going out, looking for a person out there. If it's a sunny Saturday afternoon in your local park, we get lots of alerts because you've got everybody out with their ice creams and this kind of stuff. But what we're going to show you now are what we call scent-specific dogs. These are what we call our ground scenting dogs. So they're going to follow the scent of a person along the ground, but it's of a specific person. So this takes quite a lot of training for obvious reasons. So what we're going to show you is just a very quick little demonstration of a bit of an identity parade. So we're going to bring 3 people out into the arena. They're going to come out, and if you watch carefully, one of them, which I think is Mandy, is going to drop a scent article. Now, Mandy's been wearing that this morning. So she's going to drop her article. Rue's not going to cheat. Joe and Rue. Rue's not cheating at all. She's pretty good, actually. She's not even watching where she's going because she doesn't know it's her. Joe's going to let Rue give her a chance to hide, Joe, for goodness sake. So Rue is then going to follow the trail of Joe. Now, obviously, again, difficult environment for these guys. They're not used to working in here with all these smells. There's been loads of dogs in here beforehand. Yeah, good girl, Rue. Well done. Well done. This is a really useful discipline. This can save us all loads of time. For this, we need a scent article, but we also need a place last seen. So we need a starting point. If we've got that starting point, this dog can save us so much time. It can save so many assets from the police being called out. Because it can at least tell us which direction they went, if not follow them right to the source. Sometimes, if someone's gone missing from a care home, sometimes they haven't even gone missing from the care home. Joe can work the dog around the care home and fairly confidently say they haven't even left, so there we go. So like I say, thank you very much for coming and watching us. I know that was a very, very short demonstration, but we're limited to what we can do in an arena with some tents. We don't normally, obviously, train our dogs like this. If you're at all interested in what we do, we have a stand in Hall 3, stand 2A. Please come and have a chat, say hello if you're interested in joining. We don't just train dogs. Like I've said before, we have drones, we have canoes, bikes, foot searching, medical stuff that goes on. So please come along, have a chat. Enjoy your day at Crufts, and thank you very much for coming to see our demonstration, and look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you to the Lowland Search and Rescue Volunteer Organisation. So please stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot more in store for you.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and tuck herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that would probably be the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal, but even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives them more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and a physiotherapy, like with Olivia's athertoid movements. She seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well.
Stretch your arms up, stretch both arms up in the air. Olivia likes the cuddles because she gets to give Ruby a proper cuddle in this way, don't you?
Olivia just loves it. She just loves the affection. I think with Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really.
Because of Ruby, we're able to get outside in the fresh air and throw a few balls or go for a walk. It's difficult for her to interact in some ways, but just finding little ways that you can get her involved and playing with Ruby is a great way of doing that. So it's been really good for Olivia's sort of health and well-being, really, just having Ruby around and being able to get out of the house. And she enjoyed that, yeah?
We're not always able to do things that other families can do, but Ruby brings a lot to the family, and she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
Everyone loves Simba. He's either bouncing off the walls or he's asleep. He is a very, very friendly dog. He loves people. There's not many dogs like him in the country. We're a very small team that supports all of the London Fire Brigade. Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. Simba's an English Springer Spaniel. We got him when he was a year old. I picked him up in Birmingham, and the very next day we went to work. He was very much part of the fire brigade from that point on. They have a number of qualities that are absolutely vital to what we do.
The dogs themselves are known as a hydrocarbon detector dog. They are looking for the presence of ignitable liquids and solids. The dogs, with their keen sense of smell, can identify that rapidly.
So we have a wooden stirring stick, so you'll put a little bit of paraffin on the stick and then I'll go and hide it. And Simba's job is to find it. Even if I place it down, he's seen where it's been put, he will still use his nose to look for it. So he will trust his nose first. The best part of the search is not finding it, it's the searching for it. If you look at his tail, when he's searching, that's when it's moving the fastest. So the rule of a dog's tail never lies always applies. And as soon as he finds it, he gives you the ball back and he wants to go find the next one. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this. And within seconds, Simba's found it. He's a very, very unique dog. What Simba's in now is mainly what he would wear in a fire. So these are boots to protect his paws from sharps. They're not fireproof because he doesn't go into a hot fire scene, but it's important that his paws are safe from kind of metal or broken glass. We go absolutely everywhere together, so we genuinely are a team. We're on duty half the time and then are available in case there's an incident. Whenever we're working, I don't really need to tell Simba what to do because he's already second guessed. He also works as a bit of an unofficial therapy dog as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant, and the one great thing that he does, he actually supports our other fire investigators. He's always there, he's genuinely one of the team. He's emotionally intelligent as well, so I always like telling the story of Simba's first shout, and we were called to investigate an arson. He did indicate a number of areas where an accelerant had been used. The sad thing was the owner of the house, she was pregnant. She was really, really upset. But Simba's mood changed immediately. He went from being really excited to really calm. He went straight over to her, laid his head on her lap, and he allowed her to stroke him for, I think it was nearly 20 minutes. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba is the perfect dog for the role. You've heard the term, if you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He's got a job that he loves. Every dog's a hero, but the only difference is that Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
together. Protect your bond with a lifetime policy from Agria Pet Insurance, awarded the UK's most trusted pet insurer.
Welcome back to the main arena, ladies and gentlemen, of the world's greatest dog show. And can I just say, it is so good to be back. It is so good to see you all here. And what a day we've got for you. Welcome to International Day. Welcome to Super Saturday. What a day we've got for you today. A little bit later on, around about 12:30, our Nature's Menu Heel Work to Music Freestyle International competition. We've got agility for you as well. And then join us this afternoon when it's going to get loud, it's going to get quick, it's going to be amazing. It's the Flyball. That is back later. Yes, the Flyball is back later this afternoon. But right now, we welcome back an absolute favourite here at Crufts. I've just been backstage, and there are so many adorable golden retrievers. I thought I was in heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Red Arrows of the dog world. Give them a massive round of applause as we welcome our favourites, the Southern Golden Retriever Display Team.
prophecy. I drew a smile on my face to paper over me. But wounds heal when tears dry and cracks they don't show. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all get there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself all along. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll feel it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. I'm standing on top of the world, right where I wanna be. So how can this dark cloud be raining over me? But hearts break and hell's a place that everyone knows. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all get there eventually. I never knew where I belong, but I was right and you were wrong. Been telling myself all along. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll feel it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. I like to wave goodbye. I'm not to see my life through someone else's eyes. It's not an easy road, but no, I'm not alone. So I won't be so hard on myself no more. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Learn to forgive, learn to let go. Everyone trips, everyone falls. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll feel it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. 'Cause I'm just tired of marching on my own. Kind of afraid I'll feel it in my bones. Won't let my heart turn into stone. So don't be so hard on yourself, no.
My mama told me when I was young, we're all born superstars. She rolled my hair, put my lipstick on, in a glass of her boudoir. There's nothing wrong with loving who you are, she said, 'cause he made you perfect, babe. So hold your head up, girl, and you'll go far. There's in a mirror to say, I'm beautiful in a way, 'cause I make no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. Don't love yourself and regret, just love yourself instead. I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. There ain't no other way, baby, I was born this way. Baby, I was born this way. Just be a queen. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Give yourself prudence and love your friends. Subway kid, rejoice the truth. In the religion of the insecure, I must be myself, respect my youth. A different law is not a sin, but be careful
Don't be a drag, just be a queen. Whether you're broke or evergreen, your black, white, beige, chola descent, your Lebanese, your Orient. Whether life's disabilities left you outcast but leader teased, rejoice and love yourself today, cause baby, you were born this way. No matter gay, straight or bi, lesbian, transgender life, I'm on the right track, baby, I was born to survive. No matter black, white, or beige, chola or Orient made, I'm on the right track, baby, I was born to be brave.
Incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for the amazing Southern Golden Retriever display team. Clap your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Show them your love. It is so good to welcome them back. Let's give them one more massive round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that incredible? The Southern Golden Retriever display team. Always a highlight at Crufts every year. It's so good to welcome them back. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that incredible? Okay, do stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we have got so much for you here in the main arena on Super Saturday. Coming up in just a few minutes, the Medical Detection Dogs display team.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. It was like my eyes were closed. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. It happened when I was at work. I used to work on a farm. I've got a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is when blood vessels grow into the back of the eye and then they can leak into your eye, obscuring the vision. I had a bleed in my eye. My wife Amanda picked me up and I never went back to the farm. I went into a very dark place which I never want to go in again. Being trapped in 4 walls, not being able to go out, I was petrified.
I would say he hadn't just lost his sight, I think he just lost himself, if that makes sense. We're not afraid to talk about it now, but he'd often cry at night because life had changed for him and he had to adapt and learn things all over again. So yeah, it was tough.
Now in my left eye, I can't see nothing at all. And in my right eye, I can see blurry shapes. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. He's enabled me to go out independently, confidently, knowing that I'm going to be safe. I felt an instant connection with Milo. As soon as he put his chin on my knee, as soon as he gave me his paw, it was amazing. Milo's looking out for dangers, he's looking out for curbs, cars, anything ahead of me that I can't see. Milo will find a bench as well, so if I asked him to find a bench, he will take me straight to a bench and put his chin on it. It's like I've got my eyes when I've got Milo. I just feel so safe with him. There's a few moments Milo has actually saved my life. We were at a crossing and I'd pushed a button and the beepers had just gone off, so I asked Milo to go forward. And Milo didn't move. He was like he was concrete to the ground. 2 cars sped past through the crossing as the beepers were going. A couple of seconds later, while we were walking up the street, a police car sped past after these 2 cars. If we'd have walked forward, me and Milo would have both been hit by these cars, and it was that fast. And Milo didn't move, he kept me safe. He used his eyes, his instincts, and he saved my life. Every day, I put my life in Milo's paws. He's everything, not just to me, to my whole family.
And people see Scott or other people walking with a guide dog and they just think, oh, that's just their aid. But no, he's far much more than that. He really is. I feel like Milo is my hero as well. He's given me my husband back, you know. He's given the children that dad figure back.
He helps my dad, and not just my dad, everyone, and he makes them all happy.
He's like become a lot happier because he's got a lot more freedom now.
He helps him when he's like crossing the roads. He's soft, he's cuddly, perfectly neat.
I can be happy again now, and it gives me a real sense of purpose. I'm now at college, studying counselling. I would never have had the confidence to go to college if it wasn't for Milo. He helps me with my anxiety if I do start to panic slightly. I really want to use the skills that I'm going to learn because of Milo to help other people that were in my position. Milo's given me my sight back. He's given me a vision. He's given me everything, and I can't thank him enough.
Now, of course, as part of being a medical detection dog, there's quite a lot of education that goes into the process. And of course, where are we going to start? We're going to start with some puppies and the head trainer for medical detection dogs, Chris Allen. Chris, I'm a little bit disappointed because there doesn't seem to be too many puppies.
There's not, but don't worry, we have a few on standby.
Okay.
So let's call the puppies in. So here come some of our dogs. We've got Dixie the Spaniel. We've got Cassie the Spaniel, and we had Misty and Leia over there as well, and Nala. So we've got a real mixture of our puppies coming in here.
Now, I must say that straight away I'm looking at them going, do you only allow black dogs to be medical detection dogs? Is that right? Is that a thing?
It's not. It's just fallen that way, unfortunately. But what is common is their character and temperament, and you'll see that throughout the demonstration. Waggy tails, enjoying themselves.
So I assume that as part of being a medical detection dog, there is a huge amount of education, but a lot of it just comes from basic training, doesn't it? And using that incredible schnoz that dogs have.
It does. It all starts from 8 weeks of age, and they're placed with one of our amazing volunteer socialisers, and they go through a very supportive socialising and training scheme. And we've got Ali over there, one of our socialising trainers, with a group of our amazing volunteers, just doing some training exercises.
but it is socialisation, it's learning through positive reinforcement, it's learning through having lots of fun.
But the main thing, of course, then is scent. So is there any element of what they're doing now which is involving scent? I see over here we've got some sniffing going on.
We have, yeah. We've got Dixie, the little spaniel over here, who is going for a good sniff.
I think he's smelling that lady's crisps.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I don't think there's any disease going on there.
But Dixie's a biodetection dog in early scent training. So we've got a tennis ball, we've got her training odour hidden under one of those pots. And she's got to use her nose, and she's got to find out which pot that tennis ball is under. When she gets there, she stands, she freezes over it, and then she gets a game. She gets to have that tennis ball, or she gets a treat. So you can see there, Becky sent her on. She's going to ask it again, go and seek it. She's using her nose. There it is. Is it there? It's not there. It's there. Where is it? She's going to find
Best
it.
out of 3.
Gonna find it.
Hey,
there it is. There's the odour.
Well, she is learning. Come on, everyone. She's learning.
She's a young dog in training. But you can see she's enjoying it. She really is enjoying it over here.
Yes, and also I noticed, Chris, they've all got these kind of little suits, these little coats. It says in training. So does that kind of get them ready to start using their nose for their job?
It does. It's a clear signal to them that, right, we're now on work, especially when they're going into public places. They've got their uniform on. They can go in. Obviously, the public can see that there's either an assistance dog in training, a medical detection dog in training, so it's allowed into shops and public places. So it's a clear way of showing everyone that it's a working dog, assistance dog, but it also gets the dogs in the right mindset as well.
Fair enough, fair enough. So it looks like we've just got a serious case of stroking going on here. So what's... Here we go.
So we've got little Cassie over here. So she's in training to be a medical alert assistance dog. So she's got to learn to go and find her training odour that's actually on the person. Whereas Dixie was working away from Becky over there, Cassie will be working towards and showing a lot of interest. So we're just hiding the tennis ball, and we're going to let her sniff around. She goes, oh, hello, Scott. Sniff around, use that nose. Where's it gone? She's got to find that tennis ball. She's sniffing. Oh, there it's up there.
Oh.
There it is. And she gets the...
It's quite an intimate relationship they've got going on between the trainers, which is lovely to see. Very close bond that they've developed there.
Very much so. But again, she's having lots of fun. She really is enjoying the role of using her nose and finding that tennis ball, the training odour.
Well, I mean, it's a really serious job that these dogs are taking on, and it's wonderful to see that there's a lot of positive reinforcement and positive training as part of the process. Chris, thank you. We're going to be chatting to you a little bit later on. Now, guys, we all know how good the sense of smell our dogs are. It's about 10,000 times our own, and they can smell so many things. And one of the key parts of medical detection dogs is to be able to smell diseases and also certain conditions. And the person that knows so much more about this than I do is the CEO and co-founder, Claire Guest. Claire! First of all, congratulations on setting up this incredible charity. It really is so inspiring. Every time I talk to you, I'm just blown away by what these dogs can do. But a little bit of a personal story, first of all, if you don't mind. Tell us about your personal journey with a dog able to diagnose a serious condition.
Well, we knew by this stage that dogs could detect cancer by odour because we'd done a study that was published in the British Medical Journal. But it was very early days, huge amounts of scepticism. I got this wonderful dog, Daisy, who...
I see, nice little pin there.
Absolutely,
yes.
who lived with me and worked with me. And we were doing a prostate cancer study, so we were looking to see whether dogs could smell prostate cancer. Daisy started to behave differently around me, and she started to look a bit worried. She had great big brown eyes, and cut a long story short, one day she sort of kept bumping and staring into my chest, staring, bumping, and I found a lump. I went to my doctor and was referred, and I was diagnosed with early stage breast cancer, but very deep-seated tumour, and was told by my consultant, had Daisy not warned me, then my prognosis could have been extremely poor because I was very young for a mammogram, so I wouldn't have had a mammogram for another 5 years. So.
I mean, God bless Daisy, hey? I mean, a little bit of a round of applause for Daisy. That is insane. Isn't that incredible? It just shows the relationship that we have with our dogs. And Daisy wasn't trained to do this at the time, was she?
No, she'd started on prostate cancer detection, but she'd never done any breast cancer at all. And, you know, there are many anecdotes around the world, people that are sure that their dogs have warned them about deadly diseases. And we know this is true at Medical Detection Dogs. And that's why we're harnessing the dog's nose. I'm going to show you now exactly how good these dogs really are.
Well, please do. So I see there's a series of contraptions here, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, and I understand that they have various diseases, well-contained diseases, don't worry everyone, in the little containers. So talk to us about that.
Exactly. So this is a first for us. So I've got my notes because unlike the dogs, I can't remember. The dogs are really good at knowing their disease. So in each stand there is a disease, and this is a sample that's been taken by somebody who has that disease. So all it is a piece of cloth.
Right.
In each stand there is a different disease, and each of these wonderful dogs here are trained to find a different disease specifically. So what they're going to do is show you how they do it. Okay. First dog here is Peanut, and Peanut is working on a Parkinson's study. Now, Parkinson's, there is no current early diagnostic at all. People are diagnosed by symptoms that are very, very unpleasant. Peanut has been trained to detect the early stages of Parkinson's disease by odour, and his is in stand 4. So if he finds it, he will stop at stand 4.
Now, can I say beforehand that he's not been trained to know what the number 4 means?
No.
Just so you know. You're going to go, he just knows what 4 means. Okay, well, let's just see what Peanut can do, shall we? What's his trainer's name?
He's Steve.
Steve?
Yes.
All right, good luck, Steve.
Good luck, Steve.
Steve's looking nervous.
Has a sniff in turn, so has to sniff quite hard, particularly in this environment. There you go. So that's
wow! Round of applause, everyone.
Good dog, Peanut.
Now, I must say that I personally have a keen interest in Parkinson's disease. My father-in-law actually passed away last year with Parkinson's, and he was an incredible man. But really, it was only once the shakes that he suffered were quite significant before he was diagnosed. And as a family, we felt that if he was diagnosed sooner, he would have been medicated sooner, we would have had him for far longer.
Absolutely.
Is that the sort of the basis and the heart of this, in that, you know, everyone here would much prefer, I'm sure, tell me if I'm wrong, that you have a dog sniff you and diagnose you than going to the doctors. Who would say yes to that? Okay, so see, we're talking to our people here, Claire.
Yeah, and I mean, this audience, wonderful. I'm sure they'd all agree that, you know, this is a fantastic way. But actually, what we're also doing in the charity is adapting things so that in order to sort of harness these wonderful dogs to help many people, we can learn more and more. So Jodie here is trained to find a dangerous bacteria.
I'm so sorry, is Jodie the young lady or the dog?
I know, we mustn't get it wrong, must we? Jess is the young lady.
Jess is the young lady. Jodie, there we go, everyone. It was a bit confusing.
So
okay.
She's trained to find a very dangerous bacteria. Now, this will make a huge difference, but what Jodie does is has samples come into the centre that may have this bacteria in it. And if she finds this bacteria, I've got to check, you see, again, I may not say it, but she's in position 5. Sniffing again, hard, so she's going past the other diseases, and she's looking for her bacteria.
Wow!
Well done, Jodie.
Amazing.
And just so you know, these are tiny amounts. These are tiny amounts of the odour. I mean, we're not talking about big amounts of odour. We're getting down to very, very low levels, so it's quite incredible.
It is.
Now,
absolutely extraordinary.
This bit's quite exciting because Florian actually lives with me at home.
Okay.
So we've got to hope she just doesn't make a dash for me.
Right, so what are we sniffing this time around, Claire?
So many of you know our work started in cancer detection, and probably people are saying, well, where's it gone? You know, you've been doing this for 12 years. Has it actually got anywhere? Well, I'm really proud to say that it has. Florian actually flew out to the States, to MIT, which is a huge institute in technology in the USA, and they are currently transferring what Florian's nose knows into a
That's
device.
hard to say.
It is. Into a device that will be the size of a phone.
Right.
She has taught the artificial intelligence what the odour of cancer is and what prostate cancer odour is like, and this will be transferred into a phone-sized device that will be in clinical trials within the next 2 years.
That's amazing. So a dog is an IT developer. Yes, it's incredible. Right, well, let's see what Florin can do. So what is Florin sniffing? What is
She
the
is
type of
sniffing
cancer?
prostate cancer.
Prostate cancer. So
Very
I assume
difficult to
that's...
detect.
So that would be sampled from a urine sample?
Tiny drop of urine.
Yep.
And the current PCA test has a 75% false positive rate.
Okay.
So she has only a 20%, between 10 and 20%.
And when we're talking about prostate cancers, all the gents in the audience are sort of squirming uncomfortably on their chairs because we all know how we have to get checked for that. And instead, to have a lovely dog come and sniff our
Yes.
urine, I think sounds far more pleasant.
And she's in stand 3 if she gets it right. She stands and wags her tail if she finds it, and there she goes.
Yes! Here we go. Okay. So all the guys go, I can put away my rubber glove now. So
Yeah,
that's lucky.
Tiny
Very
drop
good.
of urine, tiny. And finally, everybody's fed up of COVID, but we really are proud of what we've achieved, and we'll be coming back to this. But I just want to show you that the phase 1 dogs, they proved that COVID did have an odour. So this isn't the virus itself, it's the effect on our bodies. And somebody in stand 2, I think it's stand 2, yes, there's a tiny piece of cloth worn by somebody who had the COVID virus. And this is
Okay.
Millie and Steve again.
Right. Okay. I know. Every time I see this, I'm blown away. It seems like magic, but it is just so incredible that we can attune their nose to do this incredible work.
Absolutely. 350 million sensory receptors put to work, so they're fantastic.
It's absolutely amazing. So that's all of the sniffing done on the medical detection side. Claire, we'll be chatting to you in a little
See you
bit.
later.
But another element that's so key to the work that medical detection does is supporting people with really debilitating illnesses, things that mean that they can't get out into the community and can't enjoy their lives fully if it wasn't for medical detection dogs. So, Chris, talk us through the process of training and some of the conditions that your dogs help.
Sure. As we saw earlier with Cassie, she was doing some lovely body searches with Charlotte. Now, what we're going to do, we want you to have a go.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay, if you want to
Sure.
come down, what we're going to do, we're going to pass the tennis ball. So we're going to get Cassie to do one more on Charlotte, just to refresh yourself, see
Yes.
what happens. So she's hiding the ball, she's going to pull it somewhere, and Cassie's going to use her nose and try and find it.
Goodness me.
Okay?
Yes.
So she's learning to come close to the body. She's learning to come into your personal space and fuss around you, make contact, which we'll see later on will be a valid behaviour, valid way of alerting and indicating to a client with type 1 diabetes or a condition called POTS that their odour is changing. So this is the first stage.
All
so
right.
we're going to pass the tennis ball.
Thank you. I'm a little bit nervous about where I should put it.
Okay, so...
okay. So
you can see...
So just maybe like...
Yes, that's it.
All right, let's see what happens, shall we?
So we're going to get her to use her nose and find that ball. She's having a good sniff. She's going to get onto it. Yeah, there it is. It's down there. It's down there. Go on, have a good sniff. It's down there. So there it is. Yay!
Well done.
Give her a round of applause.
I was nervous about what ball she was going to find for a second there. So
excellent.
And then, so as we're moving forward with this particular training, so that then encourages her to sniff her owners more intensely in order to pick up an odor that then helps to kind of as an early warning sign for conditions that might be, well, life-limiting, life-threatening.
Most definitely. So Charlotte's just done a quick change, and we're bringing in Leia, one of our, she's actually one of our Brew Bitchies. So earlier, well, end of last year, she had the first ever litter for medical detection dogs and produced some lovely puppies. So she's
Congratulations,
she's a
that's
proud
lovely.
mummy as well. So, but she's going to show you how a dog would alert a client that had type 1 diabetes. So scenario here, Charlotte's asleep in bed, 3 o'clock in the morning, has no idea that her bloods are dropping, her sugar's dropping. Leia's picked up on the odour change, and you can see there she was jumping up, she was fussing her. She's now gone and retrieved her testing kit and brought it back to Charlotte. So Charlotte can now test her bloods.
That's amazing.
And you can see, so without Leia next to her, Charlotte could have ended up in hospital.
Yes.
It could have been that severe.
Well, I mean, that could be life-threatening, couldn't it?
Most definitely, most definitely. You know, the clients we work with have got loads of stories that before they had their assistance dog, you know, they were passing out, they were ending up in hospital, they were in very much life-threatening conditions.
Yeah.
So you can see how useful that nose is.
So for everyone that knows, of course you all appreciate, you would have heard of the term diabetes, and people always think, okay, well that's high blood sugar. But in this case, it's actually about alerting when that sugar level is low.
Is low as well, that's right.
And it's not actually the sugar she's smelling, is it? But it's some sort of pheromone, some sort of scent that picks up that I know my mum or my dad need to get their blood glucose up.
Yep, definitely. The dogs are so in tune with that individual that they know exactly their odour. They've learnt it and they recognise that odour change, and they are straight there to alert their client. Over here, again, we've got Leia in action. Now, we've got another condition called POTS, which, again, there is no early signal for this. It means that the client or the person will suddenly collapse to the ground.
How frightening would that be to live with every day? At any moment, you could just collapse on the floor.
They could be
imagine
walking.
How dangerous that would be.
Exactly. They could be walking down the street. They could be out shopping and just suddenly fall to the floor. Medical alert assistance dog would alert them 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes before they have that drop. So what will happen is, as we saw, LA alerted Charlotte, and then Charlotte, in a real-life scenario, would have found somewhere quiet. She perhaps would have gone to, I don't know, the shop and seen some assistance, perhaps gone to the staff room and explained, or a quiet corner of the shop. Just put herself down, knowing that she's gonna collapse shortly, she's gonna faint, pass out, and then she's got Leia just quietly sat there next to her, laid there, waiting for her to come round. So she could be passed out for a couple of minutes, but when she comes round, what a better way, there's no better way to come round than to see Leia's face, giving you a lick, tail wagging, saying, "It's all right, Mum, it's all right, everything's fine, just come round, and we'll, when you're ready, we can get up and we can carry on." So again, lots of our clients have ended up in hospitals, broken legs, fractures, because they haven't been aware that they are going to have a sudden drop.
Yeah.
So again, it really, really is life-changing and life-saving.
Well, and also just allows people to get out and about. You must be so frightened to leave your home if you think any minute I could collapse and fall over. And it must just completely open up their lives, right?
It does, it does. It opens the doors for them to go back to carry on studying, go to university, get a job. It really does open the door and allow them to fulfill and leave normal, independent lives. It really does.
I mean, it is just wonderful to see. I think most of us can relate to waking up to our dog licking us in the ear, but I think for these people it means just the world to them. Now, everyone, I'd just like you to just raise your eyes up until the screen above. We have an incredible video for you to watch. Faye is someone who benefits from medical detection dogs every single day as a result of the love and relationship she has with Olive.
The condition I have is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, which is POTS for short. It means that I have episodes of losing consciousness without any warning. Living with POTS before Olive was quite miserable. I just sort of lost confidence in life. In the February of 2019, I came down for a handling day, and that's where I met Olive for the first time. When we're out and about, her stance changes. She'll kind of start walking in front of me, trying to get my attention a bit, and then it sort of gives me about 5 minutes to go and lie down somewhere safely. My life is amazing since having Olive. I'm just so happy. I've been in shops on my own. I was sort of quite isolated. I've been able to sort of partake in my hobbies again. Just thank you for changing my life.
Pretty impressive stuff, I think you'll agree. I must say, when I visited medical detection dogs, I was filming with a lovely lady called Elspeth, who had a seizure syndrome, which meant that she could have 10, 20 seizures every day. And she was a lovely lady with her beautiful dog Moby, and we weren't filming at the time. She talked me through all the various cues that Moby would give her when the seizure was about to occur. And I still remember it, hairs in the back of my neck telling you all that I was chatting to her. She goes, "Oh, Moby's alerting." And the next minute she laid out and she had a full grand mal seizure right in front of me. It was a shocking thing to see. But what drove home to me was two things. First of all, that when she recovered, she immediately thanked the dog. and how chuffed Moby was that he got it right. So the whole time poor Elspeth was having a seizure, he was like, yeah, I got it right, wagging his tail. It's a little inappropriate, Moby. But it was wonderful to see that this woman had had this fearful condition which meant she never left the house, and now she was proud to go out. She knew what she needed to do, and she could actually enjoy life once more, and that's all down to the incredible work of medical detection dogs. Now I'm just about to join this motley crew in a lineup. I don't know if that's because of my accent and we immediately think I'm going to steal stuff, but what's the lineup for, Claire?
Well, it's a pretty bad fashion show, isn't it, really?
Yes.
So, yeah, and,
you guys are all embarrassing, wearing the same thing. Shocker.
I promise you we're going to show you where the COVID detection work has gone. And we've always believed that dogs could detect the virus. They can. But what we want to do is move forward to be able to do a non-invasive, rapid screen for people that are perhaps waiting in a queue, don't know they've got the virus, and may be at risk of transmitting to other people. So we're going to show you how we do this. Now, I think somebody in this T-shirt crew has got a T-shirt that was once worn by somebody who had COVID. Now, I'm talking several months ago. All the other T-shirts will have been worn by people who were COVID-free.
I'm glad we're exercising socially distanced, if this is the case. Can I ask the crowd just for 1 second, put your hands up if you have had to, in the course of this pandemic, shove one of those horrible long cotton buds up your nose. Go on, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Okay, okay. Leave your hand, no, hands up. Go on, there we go. Okay, you're allowed to take your hand down if you would prefer a dog to sniff you instead of shoving those horrible things up your nose. Okay, I think we're on to a winner here, everyone. Let's see this in action then, shall we?
Okay. So she'll sniff each T-shirt in turn. Just give it quite a good sniff, because these are old T-shirts. And I think there might be somebody further down the line.
Not me, not me, not me.
You look all right, Scott.
Oh.
That person isn't all right.
Oh, well done. I knew she looked shifty. There's Sally there, one of the incredible volunteers as part of this wonderful organisation, but she was coughing before.
So
you are in quarantine, missus.
You're in big trouble, Sally. I think you're going to have to move back slightly so that you can walk, because what I want to do now is a moving line, because I want to show you how this works for real. If you're moving, you know, you've got your suitcase, you're moving into an event, how these dogs are able to detect this even as you move. Just separate out a bit, that's it, great. Now, that accuracy for the dogs' work is better than an LFT, better than what you stick up your nose. They are more reliable, particularly in early phases. We're going to move on now, and we're going to see these dogs in action on a moving line.
Okay.
Off you go.
Here we go. Walking into the NEC.
So everybody's walking towards the dog, just going about your business, having a quick sniff. The dog gives you a quick sniff.
Not me, not me, not
me.
Oh,
Scott, are you all right? Oh, you're not all right.
See, I told you she was shifty. Very good. Right, I'm getting out this line now while my going's good.
So, and finally, just to show, so moving again, we would then even have it in a situation where you were just all in a waiting room.
Yes.
And you're in a waiting room, and the dog comes round, has a quick sniff, and tells you if you've got COVID-19.
Yes.
Now, we're all hoping that COVID's gone away, and hopefully it has, but we know there are new variants on their way. Yes. We know it could become a dangerous virus, or sadly, there may be another virus in the future. Over the last few months, we've learned what these dogs are capable of. We're ready for the next virus, so, you know, we're proud of what the dogs can achieve, but aren't they absolutely incredible? Into a mingle environment and a quick sniff. Our dodgy lady sat there again, I'm afraid. I think she's going to be found out. But she could go in, she could be asymptomatic, and she might take that virus into many, many vulnerable people, but not if the dog has a sniff.
Yeah.
Indication.
Right, I apologise for Sally, everyone, and we're going to take her outside and give her a good wash down. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. That's absolutely amazing. So, look, guys, that's pretty much it for our demonstration. I think what's important to take from this is that our canine companions give us so much, and over this pandemic, they have given us unconditional love. They've given us that support, that reduction of anxiety, but you can see it goes so far beyond that. What medical detection dogs have been able to harness is truly spectacular. It is the ability to help people not only in the diagnosis, the early diagnosis of disease, but also in supporting them for these really debilitating illnesses and giving them back a life, which is absolutely incredible. So we all love our canine companions already, and now you can imagine the people that have these love them even more. Thank you so much to all the incredible volunteers, to all the wonderful staff of this wonderful charity. And I just want to say to all of you, thank you very much for supporting dogs. And please, if you would like to come and see Medical Detection Dogs, they're at Hall 3, stand 94. But for me, Dr. Scott Miller, I will see you very soon. Thank you so much, and good afternoon.
That was one of the greatest, most interesting demonstrations I've seen here at Crufts. Let's hear it one more time for the Medical Detection Dogs. Thank you so, so much. How incredible was that? What they can train those dogs to do is really just astonishing. Again, dogs changing lives. Ladies and gentlemen, there will now be a short interval here in the main arena. Please do join us again. We will be restarting at 12:25. Join us then, 25 minutes past 12, because we have got a jam-packed afternoon here in the main arena. We have got flyball, we have got agility, and we have got our heel work to music international freestyle. We will see you at 12:25.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him, and he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, he had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change, as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, this is the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Ray's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewy and Chewy's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden, the two bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house and Chewy was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewy never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Hey. Sorry. With Chewy, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and tuck herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that would probably be the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, you know, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal, but even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives her more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and a physiotherapy, like with Olivia's athetoid movements. She seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well.
Stretch your arms up, stretch both arms up in the air. Olivia likes the cuddles because she gets to give Ruby a proper cuddle in this way, don't you?
Olivia just loves it. She just loves the affection. I think with Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really.
Because of Ruby, we're able to get outside in the fresh air and throw a few balls or go for a walk. It's difficult for her to interact in some ways, but just finding little ways that you can get her involved and playing with Ruby is a great way of doing that. So yeah, so it's been really good for Olivia's sort of health and well-being, really, just having Ruby around and being able to get out of the house. Which you enjoy, don't you? Yeah.
We're not always able to do things that other families can do, but Ruby brings a lot to the family, and she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
Everyone loves Simba. He's either bouncing off the walls or he's asleep. He is a very, very friendly dog. He loves people. There's not many dogs like him in the country. We're a very small team that supports all of the London Fire Brigade. Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. Simba's an English Springer Spaniel. We got him when he was a year old. I picked him up in Birmingham, and the very next day we went to work. He was very much part of the fire brigade from that point on. They have a number of qualities that are absolutely vital to what we do.
The dogs themselves are known as a hydrocarbon detector dog. They are looking for the presence of ignitable liquids and solids. The dogs, with their keen sense of smell, can identify that rapidly.
So we have a wooden stirring stick, so you'll put a little bit of paraffin on the stick and then I'll go and hide it. And Simba's job is to find it. Even if I place it down, he's seen where it's been put, he will still use his nose to look for it. So he trust his nose first. The best part of the search is not finding it, it's the searching for it. If you look at his tail, when he's searching, that's when it's moving the fastest. So the rule of a dog's tail never lies always applies. And as soon as he finds it, he gives you the ball back and he wants to go find the next one. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this. And within seconds, Simba's found it. He's a very, very unique dog. What Simba's in now is mainly what he wear in a fire. So these are boots to protect his paws from sharps. They're not fireproof because he doesn't go into a hot fire scene, but it's important that his paws are safe from kind of metal or broken glass. We go absolutely everywhere together, so we genuinely are a team. We're on duty half the time and then are available in case there's an incident. Whenever we're working, I don't really need to tell Simba what to do because he's already second guessed. He also works as a bit of an unofficial therapy dog as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant, and the one great thing that he does, he actually supports our other fire investigators. He's always there, he's genuinely one of the team. He's emotionally intelligent as well, so I always like telling the story of Simba's first shout, and we were called to investigate an arson. He did indicate a number of areas where an accelerant had been used. The sad thing was the owner of the house, she was pregnant. She was really, really upset. But Simba's mood changed immediately. He went from being really excited to really calm. He went straight over to her, laid his head on her lap, and he allowed her to stroke him for, I think it was nearly 20 minutes. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba is the perfect dog for the role. You've heard the term, if you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He's got a job that he loves. Every dog's a hero, but the only difference is that Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
We're not heroes. I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. My name is Peter Lewin. I'm a paramedic for East Midlands Ambulance Service. I also run Pete Lewin Newfoundlands. We take people swimming in open water with the dogs for emotional support. Right, grab a dog. This is Bob. Bob is our non-swimmer. Bob is our mascot dog. Storm, he's very needy. Sonar, he'll swim his heart out for you. And Walker, He's been given to us by the American Foundation for Prevention of Suicide. We'll have a bit of a swim across, like normal. We get the guys to swim out with us, and I'll call one of the dogs out. Say Sonar, and all you can hear is Sonar blowing out of his nose as he's swimming by. It's just peace and quiet and takes you away from the stress of everything that we go through. We've been doing a lot of work this last summer with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. As you can imagine, it's been quite a tough time for all of us. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others? Not just paramedics and ambulance staff, but the nurses, everybody else who's there to help them.
I did a staff wellbeing day here. When I did the quiet swim, I got extremely emotional. When I finished it, I cried. And then Sonar just sat with me for the whole day then, just give me a little nudge every now and again. When you're in the water, you just get that element of, it makes you just feel great.
You see, we were never ever going to get used for real rescue in this country, unfortunately. And I'd sort of developed different manoeuvres for getting people out of the water. But these moves are not just for real rescue. These are great for emotional support, because as I've got that person in that hold, it's giving that confidence that somebody's there for them. We are physically rescuing them, but it's more so mentally rescuing them. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of swimming with ease, which is an amazing thing to do. I go into schools and I do water safety workshops. The girl who helped me with that from the start, she absolutely loved it. We're having a discussion around at her house about what we're going to do. She says to me, "Do you remember I was late coming to give you a hand with your training session?" I says, "Yeah, I do." And she says, "Well, I was going to take an overdose that day, but I decided I'd go and help you out because of the dogs and that." And she said, "It was his eyes, the way they look at you. He wasn't there to judge, he wasn't there to criticise, condemn or anything. All he wanted to do was come out and take me back to shore." She said that was it. And she's still here today because of that swim. And I just thought, yeah, that's pretty powerful. It makes me feel proud, passionate about what we're doing, proud of the team, proud of these boys. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing. My pets are helping these people. It's amazing.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. It was like my eyes were closed. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. It happened when I was at work. I used to work on a farm. I've got a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is when blood vessels grow into the back of the eye and then they can leak into your eye, obscuring the vision. I had a bleed in my eye. My wife Amanda picked me up and I never went back to the farm. I went into a very dark place which I never want to go in again. Being trapped in 4 walls, not being able to go out, I was petrified.
I would say he hadn't just lost his sight, I think he just lost himself, if that makes sense. We're not afraid to talk about it now, but he'd often cry at night because life had changed for him and he had to adapt and learn things all over again. So yeah, it was tough.
Now in my left eye, I can't see nothing at all. And in my right eye, I can see blurry shapes. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. He's enabled me to go out independently, confidently, knowing that I'm going to be safe. I felt an instant connection with Milo. As soon as he put his chin on my knee, as soon as he gave me his paw, it was amazing. Milo's looking out for dangers, he's looking out for curbs, cars, anything ahead of me that I can't see. Milo will find a bench as well, so if I asked him to find a bench, he will take me straight to a bench and put his chin on it. It's like I've got my eyes when I've got Milo. I just feel so safe with him. There's a few moments Milo has actually saved my life. We were at a crossing and I'd pushed a button and the beepers had just gone off, so I asked Milo to go forward. And Milo didn't move. He was like he was concrete to the ground. 2 cars sped past through the crossing as the beepers were going. A couple of seconds later, while we were walking up the street, a police car sped past after these 2 cars. If we'd have walked forward, me and Milo would have both been hit by these cars, and it was that fast. And Milo didn't move, he kept me safe. He used his eyes, his instincts, and he saved my life. Every day, I put my life in Milo's paws. He's everything, not just to me, to my whole family.
And people see Scott or other people walking with a guide dog and they just think, oh, that's just their aid. But no, he's far much more than that. He really is. I feel like Milo is my hero as well. He's given me my husband back, you know. He's given the children that dad figure back.
He helps my dad, and not just my dad, everyone, and he makes them all happy.
He's like become a lot happier, and because he's got a lot more freedom now.
He helps him when he's like crossing the roads. He's soft, he's cuddly, perfectly me.
I can be happy again now, and it gives me a real sense of purpose. I'm now at college, studying counselling. I would never have had the confidence to go to college if it wasn't for Milo. He helps me with my anxiety if I do start to panic slightly. I really want to use the skills that I'm going to learn because of Milo to help other people that were in my position. Milo's given me my sight back. He's given me a vision. He's given me everything, and I can't thank him enough.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the main arena here on Super Saturday. It is International Day here at Crufts. It is so good to be back. Welcome to the world's greatest dog show, Crufts 2022. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and what a competition we have got for you right now. We're turning our attention to our Nature's Menu, heel work to music.
Hello and welcome to the Crufts main arena here at the NEC in Birmingham, where we're just about to start the Crufts International Freestyle Competition. And I'm joined here in the commentary box today by the one and only Ashley Butler. Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning. Well, afternoon, I think.
Oh, yes, afternoon now. So, what are you looking forward to seeing here today in the International Freestyle?
Well, I'm just excited that we're here, first of all. I'm so excited to see our top competition of Who Worked Music today. Really looking for those advanced, unique moves that we should be seeing, those independent moves as well, not using too much hand action from the handlers. And yeah, just seeing what people have been up to for the past 2 years.
Yeah, and it's amazing in this international because we just do not know what's coming in, whereas with the UK handlers, we do sort of know a little bit more. Our judges have made the way in. We've got Kim Liddon, V. Richardson as our head judge there. and Kath Hardman on the end. And they're the ones that are going to be trying to give the scores for these people coming up, and they've got 3 areas that they're looking at: content and flow, accuracy and team performance, and musical interpretation. Each of those sections are 10 points can be awarded for, and we'll talk a little bit more about those as we go along. So I'm sure there's going to be a few nerves out there, Ashley, don't you think? With this being a very sort of recent competition after a 2-year break.
Yes, definitely. I know that feeling from the past 2 days of competing, but here we go, our first competitor.
Yes, and this is all the way from Norway, and this little dog, it's her second time in the ring. She's called Vega. She's actually a border collie, and they're going to be performing to the theme from Aladdin.
Oh, imagine a land, it's a faraway place where the caravan camels roam, where you wander among every culture and tongue. It's chaotic, but hey, it's home. When the wind's from the east and the sun's from the west and the sand in the glass is right, come on down, stop on by, hop a carpet and fly to another Arabian Night. Arabian Nights, neath Arabian moons. A fool off his guard could fall and fall hard out there on the dunes. Got a brand of magic never fail. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp. You got some punch, pizzazz, yahoo, and help. See, all you gotta do is rub that well. And I'll say, Mr. Aladdin, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, shout it down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Now, have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you do. You ain't never had a friend like me. You must be selling. Wah, wah, wah. Oh my. Wah, wah, wah. Oh no. Wah, wah, wah. Ha. Come on, kid. Can your friends do this? Can your friends do that? Can your friends pull this? I'm a little hand. Can your friends go poof? Well, look here. Can your friends go abracadabra? Let her rip, then make this up to disappear. Mr. Aladdin, sir, have a short 2 or 3. I'm on the job, you big leave up. You ain't never had a friend like me. Can your friends do this? No, really. Can't make it. You're welcome. Hey, clear the way in the old bazaar. Hail, let us through. It's a bright new star. Oh, come be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes. Ring bells, bang the drums. Are you gonna love this guy? Solid, fabulous, he, Ali above. Genuflect, show some respect down on one knee. He once knew 70 Turks. Mustaches, sabers, real jerks. Who gave those bad guys the work? Yes, he did.
Well, what a way to start this competition. What an excellent routine, distance moves, some really individual moves there. What did you think of that, Ashley?
Like you said it, what a great way to start off the show. Very energetic routine. I've seen these guys performing before, and one thing I can always say is she's always wearing a very jazzy costume.
Yes.
But I really enjoyed it. The only thing I would say, there were a couple of moments where there was quite a lot of static, not very much going on, just tiny movements. So I'm not sure how the judges are going to interpret that in their scores.
Yes, but I think the song really suited them, didn't it? I mean, it's that upbeat, it was a really fun song. This dog was here for the first time in 2020, and this is actually the dog's last routine at an international level because she's 9 years old now. But some super little moves there. Look at the use of the front leg, the hopping, and such a characterful dog there doing the paw over the face. It's great, isn't it, to see these story-based routines expressing the music like that, Ashley?
Yes, definitely one of my favourite moments was when the dog was jumping.
Yes, and so the judges are now looking at these 3 areas. So they have in total 30 points to attribute to each of the dogs. But under each of the sections, they've got 4 things they're looking for. And musical interpretation is one that's holding 10 marks. And so they will be looking at whether or not the handler used that music correctly. And I'm sure, Ashley, in the past you've chosen tracks and it's taken you quite a while to work out this routine, using that music, listening to it hundreds of times.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, I think, when it comes to setting a good routine compared to a great routine apart. It is that musical interpretation. Remember, it's not just the dog performing out there, it is the owner and handler as well.
So it looks like we're starting off with some very nice marks there into the 8s and the 9s even. And the judges have been very sort of fair over the last 2 days, so they've sort of honed their skills over the last 2 days, even more so with the UK finals. And so here we see some 9s again. So this looks actually, even though it's dog number 1, this looks like it's going to be a good score. 26.50. So it's going to be a really good routine to try and tip that at the moment. So what's so great about that dog is the character. Just like your dog, this Ashley, it's got its tail up, wagging and enjoying itself.
Yes, that is one thing that we are really looking for, is the dog having the time of its life, which they definitely were.
Yes, and this dog called Hendy is actually a bitch. It's from France, and this is their 3rd time in the ring today. They're doing a love story remix. So let's see what Alexandra and Hendy have in store for us today.
Bonsoir. Une photo, une date, c'était n'y pas croire. C'était pourtant hier, mentir est ma mémoire. Et ces visages d'enfants, et le mien dans ce miroir. Mais quand on vit trop beau, trop fort, on en oublie le temps qui passe. Comme on perd un peu le nord au milieu de trop vastes espaces. À peine le temps de s'y faire, à peine on doit laisser la place. Ou si je pouvais. Un soir, encore un soir, encore une heure, encore une larme de bonheur, une faveur, comme une fleur, un souffle, une erreur, un peu de nous, rien de tout, pour tout se dire encore ou bien se taire en regard, juste un report, à peine encore, même s'il est tard. un baiser. Si je pouvais.
Well, what a lovely emotional sort of performance from Hendy there, and some nice sort of technical moves, some fast moves, and really nice sort of control she had there. But that music obviously had different phrasing and changes in it. It's very hard, isn't it, Ashley, to find the right bit of music for you and the dog?
Yes, you definitely have to find a piece of music that suits both of you. So, like we saw with our first competitors, quite an energetic dog, so choosing that energetic, fun, bouncy music really suited them. I often find as well contemporary routines and music like that make you a little bit more vulnerable, I think, because your moves have to be really precise, because any mistake that is made, the judges can really see. So I really enjoyed it. It was something different, maybe not a routine that I would be doing particularly myself, but I think that's why I enjoyed it.
That's right, and I agree, it's not a style that I personally would do, but this handler obviously carries it off. She had those movements, her fluid movements. You know, she obviously perhaps is from a dance background, because you could just tell from the way her movement was, it really suited this track of music.
Yes, absolutely. I'm intrigued to see how the judges have scored this one.
So we have Marianne and that lovely Vega in on 26.50. So we're already got a 9 on the board there, so that's good. So I think the judges have got a bit of a task today, because 2 dogs already, and the standard looks quite good.
Yes, I'm excited now. The competition is really going to start hotting up.
And look at that, there's 9.3 for interpretation. Whoa, into second place. Look how close that is.
That is close.
26.37, just like yesterday. We had 3 dogs very, very close together in the marks. And so it's really nice to start the international freestyle competition with 2 very different routines, and so it's really exciting to see what we've got coming next. And here we have Louise, all the way from Denmark, with her 4-year-old Australian Shepherd, and this is Sherry. They're going to be performing to Revenge Is Going to Be Mine. So they look like they're setting the scene there. Let's see what they can do for us today.
Byron. Are you the captain of a ship called the Jolly Roger? I am. Allow me to introduce myself. Captain Hook. It's just a taste.
My dear prince and princess, your offer is meaningless. Don't give a damn about your rank. The gold in your sack, well, it isn't worth jack. I should make you fools go up the plank. Your riches would fill other pirates with glee, but none of those pirates are me. They're not me. Sing yo ho, keep your jewels divine. Yo ho, and your manners refined. 'Cause even more precious than rum in a stein is revenge, 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 and it's gonna be mine. Revenge, revenge, revenge is gonna be mine.
Revenge? On who?
Just wait for the second verse, love.
Town that I plunder, I leave torn asunder. A pirate's life is one to love. And yet my heart's hardened as hard as a rock. Won't rest till I've skinned me a croc. Sing yo ho, you can beg, plead and whine, but yo ho, you are wasting your time. That croc in my hand, wanna tear out a spine. Revenge, revenge, revenge is gonna be mine. Revenge, revenge, revenge is gonna be mine.
Let's go.
Wait, you want revenge on a crocodile for taking your hand?
Yeah, afraid he did more than that.
Once I sailed toward a horizon where I might find happiness waiting, until that croc destroyed my life and filled me with hate unabating. Some say let it go, but I say hell no. I'm finally on the right path. Soon the dark one will feel the fire of this pirate's wrath.
Wow, what a happy Australian Shepherd. That characteristic smile on her face, tail up and wagging throughout the routine. A different style of routine there, Ashley.
Yes, again, even slower this time. But like we said earlier, it really did suit that dog. It was a slightly heavier dog. You realistically don't want to be putting a dog that heavy doing too much on their back legs or jumping, because they probably don't have as much stamina. So you want to keep their energy up, doing moves that they're happy, like running around, those props like they're doing right there. One move that I really liked was when he put his hind back legs on her feet. I thought that was something unique and different that we haven't seen before.
Yes, it is, and I was surprised that the audience didn't perhaps give that a clap. But then, of course, you've got to remember in this arena, everybody sat well away, so although the judges could see that, perhaps the audience couldn't see it quite so well, and also the audience can sometimes appreciate a move which perhaps isn't quite as technical as others.
When they look finished and polished, particularly at this level, and whether they're even being re-cued. You know, if they have to be re-cued, the dog's not responded at that time. So you're looking for all that ultimate round. So you cue it, they do it, and they do it nice, sharp.
Okay, so you're looking for those small details.
Yeah, so at this level, it's small details, yes.
Small details. Do they need to be told again? Are they in quite the right position? And are there set positions that they need to integrate into the routine that you're
Not in
looking for?
freestyle, no, as long as they don't do any band moves that we have here. And all the moves are appropriate for the dog. And also you're looking for it to sort of linking with the theme that they're choosing to do, yeah, so.
Brilliant, it's fascinating. Thank you so much. We'll go back to our competition. Thank you. We'll leave you to your judging. Thank you, everybody.
So a nice mix of moves we saw there, some facing away from the handler, which will be classed as advanced. But most of all, the dog's still looking like it was enjoying itself. And that's what you want to see when the dog is out there, isn't it, Ashley? A dog really enjoying itself.
Absolutely. A happy dog. That's what we are looking for.
And some good marks coming in there in the 8s. Perhaps not so much distance work in this routine. Perhaps that's why the judges had the content down a little bit. But the deductions, that's only if the dog makes any noise, and there certainly wasn't any noise there. But 24.43 is actually a really good score, and it shows how good our first two was. And now we've got one of the smallest dogs in this competition. It's from Switzerland. It's a little Chihuahua called Joya with her handler Karen. And Karen is actually, when she was younger, did 10 years of ballet, and I think that has inspired this routine to Swan Lake. what a fantastic ending. And I think that's going to be a crowd favourite. Just showing you that just because it's a small dog, it can still compete at this level. Does it actually make you want to go and get a Chihuahua?
Absolutely. I want a Chihuahua now. Yeah, and it really does show that any dog can do heel work to music. What I really love then is that she used the dog size to her advantage. So some of those moves that we saw where she picked the dog up with both of her hands, obviously we're not going to be doing that with a Border Collie or bigger breeds, so she's really using the dog size to her advantage, and what a great little character.
And a great little pose there onto her back foot. I don't think I'll be doing that in the next routine. I'm not that flexible. But also, it's just great, this little dog's character. That tail was wagging. It set off round in a big circle and was doing some distance work by running around in that big circle. And some great little highlights. And just the joyous look at that dog. I mean, it's a great name for a little dog. She's called Joya. And she is 9 years old.
Wow.
So for a 9-year-old Chihuahua, I tell you, that is amazing. Now, what will the judges think?
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for this one. I know I shouldn't be biased, but...
I know, I can't help it. Having been actually in the main arena myself with a Chihuahua, then I must admit I'm rooting for it. So we're into the 8s there. Some 8s again, hopefully, for the accuracy. Oh, just a little bit down for this, but interpretation, an 8.9 from Kim, 8.7 from V, and 8.4 from Cass. So they really like the interpretation there, and it just shows you the wide variety of music, doesn't it, Ashley, that you can use. And if you find that right piece, I mean, that just suited them, didn't it?
Absolutely. I thought when that dog was trotting along, they just looked so in sync. Like, when the dog was moving, it looked like it was dancing itself, and it really just went with that beautiful classical music. Totally suited them.
So they've gone into 3rd place.
So next in our international freestyle,
so after that tiny little Chihuahua with that wagging tail, we now have our winner from Thursday representing the United Kingdom. This is Nikki with Elsa, and I'm sure she's got a lot of support in the audience today. And if you haven't seen this, it's a real treat. Nikki and Elsa won back in 2020, so it was their 2nd win. Performing to a song from Annie. Let's watch what they can do for us today. They've had a very busy time.
It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Static 3 day, we get drinks. Static says we get drinks. It's the hard knock life. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Static 3 day, we get drinks. Static says we get drinks. It's the hard knock life. Got folks to speak of, so it's a hard knock road. We hold clap again. Stand up, roll empty bellies. Stand up, home. It's the hard knock life. Don't it feel like the wind is always howling? Don't it seem like there's never any light? Once a day, don't you want to throw the towel in? It's easier than putting up a fight. No one's there when your dreams at night get creepy. No one cares if you grow or if you shrink. one dries when your eyes get red and weepy. From the crying, you would think it's Christmas sing. Oh. Empty belly life, rotten smelly life, full of sorrow life, no tomorrow life. Santa Claus we never see. Santa Claus, what's that? Who's he? No one cares for you, us fish. When you're in an orphanage, it's a hard knock life. You'll stay up. This stuff shines like the top of the Chrysler Building. Yank the whiskers from her chin. Jab her with a safety pin. Make her drink a Mickey Finn. Nobody loves I love you, Miss Amian. Yes, it works.
Well, what energy from that team. That dog has been in both finals over the first 2 days. This is the third time this dog is in the ring. I mean, just so much energy that dog has got. And these two, they have such a great bond between them. And this sport is such a great way of making a bond with your dog, isn't it, Ashley?
Absolutely, and that really highlighted in that routine there. Like you said, day 3 of competition for these two. So it really does go to show that these dogs are at the top of their fitness level, and they have to be, because 4 minutes is a long time for a dog to keep their concentration on you, not get distracted by the huge crowds that we have here at Crufts today, as well as being accurate in their routine. It's a lot we're asking from them.
There is, and there was a wide variety of moves there, and as I said, on Thursday we had some bucketography, with lots of things done with the buckets there, and the props should be used several times within the routine. The judges are going to be looking at how many times the props were used, and I think every prop there was used a couple of times, and so they were going to be analysing the content and flow. Did it flow from one move to the other? Was it just a series of disjointed tricks? And yes, it was fast and furious, but was it accurate? And did you like that music?
I did. Yeah, definitely. I think with He'll Watch Music, we've heard that song quite a few times, but it is down to how you, the handler, and the dog interpret it, and also using your positives to work with in the routine.
Yes, and it's all about creating a routine that you sell your dog basically to the judges. So in freestyle there isn't any required moves, and you can see already we're into the 9s there with V. Richardson, and a little lower there for the accuracy, but still interpretation into the 9s again. And I'm not sure, I don't expect there'll be any deductions. I didn't see any barking or noise. And into second place with 26.43. How close is this?
That is close.
We've got our first place dog, which was the very first dog in the ring doing Aladdin, Vega on 26.50. Then we have in second place now Nikki and Elsa on 26.43, and then Hendy from France in 26.37. So see how tight it is at the top. So here we have Cora with Little Steps, the Papillon from Germany. They're going to be performing to Puff the Magic Dragon. Wow, let's see what they're going to do for us today.
This is a fairy tale about a big dragon, a little boy called Jackie Paper, and the story is called Puff the Magic Dragon. Little Jackie Paper loved that rascal Puff and brought him strings and sealing wax and other fancy stuff. Puff the magic dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Hawaii. Puff the magic dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Hawaii. Together they would travel in a boat of beloved sails. Jackie kept a lookout perch on Puff's gigantic tail. Noble kings and princes would bow wherever they came. Pirate ships lowered down their sails as Puff roared out his name. So Puff the magic dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Hawaii. Now dragons live forever, but not so little boys. Painted strings and sealing bags make way for other toys. And one gray night it happened, Jackie Paper came no more, and Puff that mighty dragon, he ceased his fearless roar. His head was bent in sorrow, teardrops fell like rain without his all best friend. Puff could not be great, so Puff that mighty dragon sadly slipped into his cave. Oh, Puff the magic dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Hawaii. Puff the magic dragon lives by the sea and frolics in the autumn mist in a land called Hawaii.
Ah, lovely ending from Little Steps there, 10 years old, little Papillon. And what I love there is I've seen Cora work before, and she always has such a lovely, sympathetic way she works with the dogs. And little Steps there performing very nicely to Puff the Magic Dragon. Did you like that track?
I did. I don't think it would be a track that I would personally use, but I think it really, really suited him. Little Steps there. And I can't believe he's 10 years old, bless him.
Yes, and this little dog has been to many world championships and Europeans, and again, it's another one that's coming towards retirement.
Oh, it's so sad when we have to retire them, and especially for He'll Work to Music, because it takes so many years to get them up to this advanced level. Firstly, we've got to train them the separate moves, then start putting moves together, putting routines together.
I mean, it's amazing. So we also heard from Kim earlier about accuracy. And what I was wondering is, how do you marry those two things up? How do you get the joy, the enthusiasm, but also make sure that the dog's accurate in its movements?
It's very fine tuning. Obviously everything here is done by positive reinforcement, so there's a lot of toy and play involved in the training, which helps create a really happy dog, but then you've got to be careful that it's not overdone and you get a dog that's over the top in this completely different environment. But yes, when the handlers relax, the handlers enjoying themselves, it's terrific to see that amazing bond between handler and dog as they work out there.
Absolutely, and I think that's definitely coming across, absolutely, that relationship between the dog and the handler. And do you have to change things for the different breeds, or even the different types of characters within the dogs? Does that make a difference?
Yes, very definitely. You know, we hope that people will showcase moves that are very appropriate to their own dogs, which is lovely. So we're seeing unique moves for little dogs and moves that suit bigger dogs, which is what helps the variety of the sport.
Yeah.
And yes, that's important.
That's brilliant. It's absolutely wonderful to see such an inclusive dog sport. It doesn't matter, we've seen tiny dogs, large dogs, it's absolutely wonderful. So thank you very much. Thank you. We'll let you get back to your judging. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And Fi making an excellent point there about the positive reinforcement that is used in this sport a lot. Lots of toys and treats to get these dogs to be so motivated, and that's a really important part, isn't it, Ashley, getting that motivation?
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's really important as well. They are dogs at the end of the day, and if they didn't want to do this or perform with you, they wouldn't. They would be off running away or going off and sniffing. So I think it's really important to highlight that.
Yes, and some nice scores coming in there for Little Steps. We're being really treated to some really great small dog routines today. 24 dead on into 6th place. Normally that is still a very good score, but today we're really being treated to some nice routines. And here we have our next Beagle, which is running on number 8, and that is from Hungary. And this is Mia. Now, this little dog is actually Adrian's assistant's dog, so they have a very close bond. They're going to be performing to A Whole New World. So we wish them the best of luck.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Now I'm in a whole new world with unbelievable sights, indescribable feelings.
really being treated to a very good example in the last 3 dogs of the sort of wide variety of breeds that can succeed in this sport. And there you had a beagle, a hound breed, which you don't associate with training, but look what its drive and its attitude was. It was great to see, wasn't it, Ashley?
Absolutely. And I do strongly believe that heel whipped music is definitely one of our hardest dog sports out there. You really need the perfect combination between a dog that's enthusiastic, that loves what they do, but also calm enough to, one, carry out their positions and their tricks, not to bark. I think there might have been a little bit of a bark there. Hopefully there won't be any deductions though, but we'll have to wait and see for those all-important scores.
Yes, and these routines, if you've not seen the sport before, each of these moves that the handlers are doing have to be taught individually. Then they have to be started to be linked together. So this beagle is 9 years old, and it's taken 9 years of all these little bits of training, keep sort of building and building until we can get a routine like this. And that dog's done various routines over the years, and each one's built on the last one. So here we can see some nice scores coming in there. So not quite so high in the content. Perhaps the dog was a little bit closer to the handler, a little bit more, and not quite so far away in its moves and the technical moves. But still, again, a good score at 23.17. And it's just that, there's a lovely little 3-legged walk requiring great balance from the dog, but it's that tail wagging that I love to see.
Yes, look at how happy he is. He just loves what he's doing, and that is the most important thing here. Look at both of them smiling, looking at each other. I just love that look.
So, what will we see next? Ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask you, we have a lot of people in the corridors queuing to get
So we only have another 3 dogs to go. And we've got our leader on 26.50. That's the score to beat. So our next dog is from Belgium, and this is the handler's called Lutgaard, and the dog is called Fire and Ice von Alten Morgenstern. So very nice. And they're performing to a song we'll probably all know, You Raise Me Up.
Oh, I'm going to love this.
This team, it's their first time at Crufts. So hopefully they'll keep their nerves in check. This dog looks lovely and happy and confident. So let's see what they will do for us.
Christmas Day, the day that my father died. Daddy, I miss you. Will you help me out?
You raise me up.
équilibre constant.
You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more
Well, an emotional performance there from Lute, and that was a good example of a handler who has edited the music and put in a little bit of speech in there, and that was because that was dedicated to her father who passed away, and you can see where they sort of took that inspiration from. And a nice sort of second half with some nice distance move there, wasn't there, during that routine?
Yes, what a beautiful routine, and really using all of the ring out there, which can be quite difficult to train for. And in this environment as well, Crufts, the world's greatest and biggest dog show, it's not something that's easy to train for, and using all of that distance, that nice big wide run round from the dog there. And another move that I really loved was when the dog turned its back away from the owner and just paused there for a second. Little moves like that show me that the dog is very well trained, very independent, and knows his job.
Yeah, and I feel the second half, you know, there was some lovely sort of very fluid, free sort of work. The dog wasn't stuck near the handler, and some nice sort of motions by the handler, but not too much that it overshadowed the dog, because the dog should always be the centre of the attention in these routines. So the handler can be expressive, but we don't want them to distract from the dog. And so there were some nice examples of emotional movements by the handler, but not overshadowing the dog. So we've got the scores in, and some 8s there, and then 9s from V. Richardson. So we're looking to try and get above 26.50 if we want to go into the lead, but this is a good score. And so it goes into 4th place on 25.77. This is extremely close today. These dogs are all putting in very good performances.
That's what makes this so exciting, though, I think. Looking at those scores, they are so close together. I actually don't think I've ever seen the scores as close as this.
The international freestyle, it's always exciting because you just really don't know what the handlers are going to do. And here we have our running order 10, which is from Canada. Daiquiri, they are from Canada, and this is actually their very first freestyle competition.
Once I had a little dog, I called him Cracker Jack. He had a spot around one eye that looked just like a badge. His legs were way too long and he was awkward as could be. He wasn't much to look at, but he looked all right to me. I found him by
my room and put a blanket on the floor. After that, beside my bed is where he'd always sleep. Each night in my prayers I'd pray the Lord his soul to keep. Cracker Jack, the best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. A playmate, a companion, he was love and understanding. That was Cracker Jack. The best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. Everything a kid could want I had in Cracker Jack. Cracker Jack would run to meet me after school each day. He'd jump and wag his tail and look at me as if to say, I love you and I missed you and I'm glad you're home again. I knew just how he felt, 'cause me and Cracker Jack was friends. Through the woods and fields we would often roam about. When we got in trouble we would help each other out. I could run almost as fast as Cracker Jack could run. We had a lot in common and we had a lot of fun. Cracker Jack, the best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. A playmate, a companion, he was love and understanding. That was Cracker Jack. The best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. Everything a kid could want I had in Cracker Jack. He was always with me when I was growing up. We shared each other's good times and we shared each other's love. He only lives in memories now, but often I think back to the days of childhood, the days of Cracker Jack. Cracker Jack, the best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. A playmate, a companion, he was love and understanding. That was Cracker Jack. The best friend that I ever had was Cracker Jack, but he was more than that. Everything a kid could want I had in Cracker Jack.
Well, Daiquiri, the Australian Shepherd there, performing to Cracker Jack, a great interpretation of the music. And this pair have been on America's Got Talent and Canada's Got Talent. I think you might know something about that, Ashley, being on a Got Talent programme.
Yes, just a little bit. Oh, wow. I absolutely love that routine. And do you know what? I wanted to be down there with them. And to me, that is something special. When you want to be a part of what they are producing right now, that is incredible.
And there were some lovely touches, wasn't there, with the leapfrogging.
Yes.
It's not difficult in a way, but it just fitted so well. And some great moves there that just fitted with that music. And if you were listening to those lyrics, it's important, isn't it, to bring those lyrics out?
Yeah, her timing with those lyrics and her moves were spot on, and the judges will really pick up on that. Like you said, the move of that jumping over each other's back there, it's not complicated, but also it's just something unique and special that you wouldn't normally see, and that makes a great routine.
We're nearly at the end of a fabulous competition, I think you'll agree. And I've learned so much, and I'm sure our audience have as well, about Here Works Music and freestyle. And I'm thinking a little bit about what's the difference between those two. Is it a little bit like, you know, we all watch Strictly, don't we? Yep. Is it a little bit like you've got your set dances, which may be your Here Works Music, and your show dance right at the finale, which is something you can sort of put a bit more into? Is that a good comparison or not so much?
It's not quite that, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
All feedback's a gift, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
Heel Work to Music is a more controlled sort of routine because the dog's going to be in 8 positions around the body. It's more like dressage, put it that way. And I would liken the freestyle, which is what we've seen today, to more akin to the cross country. So you never know what's round the corner. But all in all, the moves should be matched with the music that you've chosen. They should be punctuated by the music. The music is a big part of this sport. Obviously, you've got a third of the marks for that. So you can put in an awful lot of content, but if it doesn't go with the music, then we can't score it that way. So it's a complicated sport to score. There are 27 elements that we're looking at.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
No, and all of our handlers today, I think you'll agree, ladies and gentlemen, have made it look so easy, haven't they? It just looks effortless.
Yes.
Which is the skill in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, it's harmony between the handler, the dog, and the music.
The three.
If you've got all three, your heart can melt.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your comments. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all our judges, please, a round of applause. They've been fantastic all week. Thank you.
So right, some great points there made by Kath Hardman. And something there which is going to be interesting to see how they judged was the dog was asked to bark in the routine, and that's very rarely seen in routines. But I did notice the handler was indicating for the dog to bark, and I think it was relevant to the interpretation of the music at that point. So we'll have to see how the judges judged that. Did they judge it as a trick, as a move that the dog did? We'll come to that in a moment when we see the deductions, I think, Ashley.
Yes, I am very, very intrigued. I actually think it's a really bold move that she did. Like you said, not seen. I've never seen it in a routine.
And some great scores coming in there. Some high 8s and some 9s there. So musical interpretation looked pretty good to me. A 9.4 there. So, are we going for any deductions? It doesn't look like it at the moment. And yes, into first place. But is it into first place? Is that for definite? I tell you why, because in freestyle, when we've got dogs on joint scores, it's the musical interpretation mark which takes the dog into first place. So I'm not sure, because on my screen in front of me it still tells me that Marianne, with that lovely hairy border collie with Vega, is in first place. So that possibly means that Vega had a better musical interpretation mark. We're getting it all today, aren't we?
Oh, it's the drama, Richard. I'm loving it. It really fits in with the work to music routine and theme, doesn't it?
Yes, and we've only got one dog to go, and it's a Kelpie, and it's all the way from Sweden. They're going to be performing to the Snake Charmer medley. So do we think we're going to see a snake?
I'm hoping so. I'll be very disappointed if I don't.
Well, we were looking for the appearance of a snake, but actually Marta used the dog as the snake coming out of the basket, which was a great little touch there. And you're seeing all these lovely costumes people were wearing, and that was actually a good choice because it was a dark dog, and so you want to make this dog stand out, so the handler had light colours down sort of on her legs so that it really showed up the dog's movement and the moves it was doing near to her. What did you think of that one, Ashley?
I really enjoyed that routine, and what I was watching was actually the handler and her really discreet signals to her dogs. One move that I really liked that she did at the very, very beginning was the dog going up on their hind legs and her actually being lower than the dog. Now, in my personal opinion, I think that's a really advanced move. She's not helping the dog, she's not standing up, she's not giving the dog a signal.
No, it's very common to see dogs perhaps going onto the hind legs, and we don't like to see a lot of it, but you'll see the handler, if they indicate for it, they often hold their hand up high. And Ashley was making a good point there, is that when the handler's down on the floor and the hands are down lower than the dog, that really shows the dog knows the action to the command. So there was a really nice feel to that last routine and some reasonable scores coming in there. And a 9 for accuracy from Kath Hardman. And a 9.1 from Kath for interpretation. No deductions, 25.37 goes into 6th place. Well, what an international freestyle final we've had this year at Crufts. It's quite amazing. We've got really 2 dogs on 26.50, but Marianne and Vega, which that we would call a bearded collie, but it is a registered border collie. That dog is such a character, isn't it? And it had such fun out there in the ring today.
Absolutely, and to come out here in this competition, go first and hold on to that lead was incredible. But I mean, look at those scores, they are so close, and I was really looking forward to this competition. Just like everyone else, have had 2 years off now, and they definitely did not disappoint.
And Vega there, you know, going into retirement, this is her last international freestyle competition, and I really think we might see a few tears, I think, from Marianne. But there we have it confirmed. In first place, Very Vega with Marianne, and from Norway, and then very unlucky, but Stargate Shaken Sweet Tonic, Daiquiri with Jennifer from Canada, making all that long journey from Canada worthwhile. And considering Jennifer, they don't have a lot of competitions, if any, in Canada, so this was really her first competition. I mean, what a way to start your competition sort of journey to come to Crufts. I mean,
absolutely, the world's greatest and biggest dog show, first real competition, and to come second, I mean, incredible. There are the tears that you were talking about, Richard.
Yes, I wasn't surprised. Marianne has been around the show for the last few days, and I've known her from when I've been judging abroad as well, and she's got such a close bond with this dog. I mean, this dog is amazing, the distance work this dog can do, and it's made that journey from Norway all the worthwhile.
It's making me emotional.
Yes. And I think it's because we know the work that's gone into these dogs. These routines have taken many hours of planning and then training. It is almost like a full-time job, isn't it, Ashley?
Absolutely. I mean, looking at everyone down there, look at their dogs. They are a team, they are a partnership. And that's what it's all about, their bond, their relationship, and they, you know, look at the dogs just adoring their handlers.
And Nikki and Elsa there from the UK, I mean, for that dog to have, this is the 3rd day this dog has been performing, and it's still performed with that drive, that enthusiasm we love to see. And that's a testament to the training that Nikki's done with that dog, so that it didn't go, well, I've been in this ring, you know, 4 times already, because they do a spotlight performance later on in the day when they've won. So Nikki with Elsa's dog, Elsa has been in this ring 4 times already. That was her 5th performance today. To keep that standard up to keep up near the top, in the top 3 is amazing.
Yes, big well done to her and all of the competitors. I think we were given a proper show this afternoon.
So as I think I said earlier, I think the blue makeup is getting a little bit light around the eyes there because of the tears.
I want to give her a hug, bless her.
Yes. And there is the Australian Shepherd Dacre from Canada.
Look how happy Nikki looks.
Yes, and in third place, Nikki and Elsa. Combine away Wildest Dreams. Well, we've really been treated to a wide variety of routines, and if you're interested in having a go with your dog, if you're watching this for the first time, do go off and have a look. If you're at Crufts, go and have a look at the Dogs Day Out and the Good Citizens Ring, at how you can get started in the demonstrations there, but also have a look at the Kennel Club website, and that will give you some ideas about how you can start in this great sport. What would your advice be to a new handler, Ashley, on getting into the sport?
Absolutely. First tip, think outside the box. Like we've seen today, all the different unique routines, moves, tricks, everything has to go with you and your dog. It's you and them as a team at the end of the day. Second big tip, just like you said, head to the Kennel Club page, and you will find all the information you need on there. And you might even see a video of me on there.
Well, you might. And it's a common thing that people think they've got to be a dancer. And
absolutely not.
And we were shown it there. You know, I'm no dancer myself. And that's why I tend to do a story-based routines. And there's something for everybody in this sport, isn't there?
Yes, just like you said, we were treated to some brilliant routines.
Yes, from Swan Lake to a pirate theme to an Aladdin. You couldn't have had a wider choice of music. So next into the ring, into the arena here, will be the West Midlands Police Display. So short break, so stick around to watch the West Midlands Police Display.
You need to give them the ideal foundation for a healthy life.
Well, good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Saturday here at Crufts in the main arena. It is so good to be back here at the world's greatest dog show. And now we welcome an amazing team of people who work with very highly trained dogs, dogs who fight crime to help keep us safe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the West Midlands Police Dog Unit.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very special guest with us today. We have DJ Dave Goodings with us. If you'd like to welcome DJ Dave Goodings from Capital Radio onto the arena, who's come for a bit of an audition today, folks. So DJ Dave thinks he wants to take over the crown of the infamous Mr. Angry. Who thinks DJ Dave can do as good a job as our infamous Mr. Angry? Let's give DJ Dave a big cheer. He's a little bit scared, folks. I'm going to get close so you can hear him screaming. Can you give us a scream, Dave? Come on, give us a scream. Oh, yeah, see? So let's give Dave a big round of applause there. Who thinks he needs another one just to give him a real good audition here, folks? Let's hear. Who thinks Dave Goodings needs another one with Stark? Yay! We'll just check he's all right. Are you okay down there? Does anyone know the recovery position? It's a little bit tricky in this suit. One more?
No, I don't think so.
No. Who wants one more? Yeah, one more. God. A nice slow one. One last one for DJ Dave Goodings. One big cheer, folks. Here we go. Yeah. He's done a really good job, folks. Do you think he's better than Mr. Angry or not? No. Sorry, Dave. Unfortunately, you'll now go backstage. So a big round of applause to DJ Dave Goodins from Capital Radio and Police Dog Stark with PC Paul Hopley.
He's coming. Stand by. Yeah, he's going into the gas station. He's going into the gas station. I see one black top, grey trousers. Come here now! Come here now! Come here! On the floor! On the floor! Down! He has now.
Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Show me your hands. Right.
On the floor. Good girl. Mate, don't move, otherwise we'll send the dog, okay? Good girl.
Find him.
Mate, come out now! Come out now! Out! Now! Come out now! Come to me! Police! Stay where you are! Stay where you are! Hey, stop hitting the dog! Hold him! Yeah, he's got me. Stop hitting the dog!
Ladies and gentlemen, we're so proud to be back at Crufts in 2022, and there you saw some of the amazing work our dogs and our handlers did, and in the end at the VT there you saw Police Dog Stark, who was unfortunately attacked with a machete whilst he was on duty, but we're really glad he's back in action. He's on the main arena today. Let's show you Police Dog Stark with a big cheer, back in action, performing his role as a operational police dog. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Police Dog Stark back in action with PC Paul Hopley. Police Dog Stark made a full recovery and was back onto operational duties as a police dog. So today we're going to talk you through the role of our puppy development programme and how that takes our dogs from puppies through to operational police dogs. All of our puppies are born as part of our breeding programme, which has a great relationship with the Kennel Club as part of their Assured Breeder programme. So here is 15-week-old Luna showing some of the great genetics that we see in our operational police dogs. Let's give a big round of applause to little Luna, showing just how good those genetics we refine are. With one of our instructors, Tony Brown and Katie Walsh, just demonstrating the things we want to install into our puppies. So what you'll see here is everything we do is all around engagement, it's all around playing with our dogs and having lots of fun. So you'll see Luna chasing after things, having a little game of tug and war, and then when you see our operational dogs, you see how the journey just develops as the puppies go. So it's a big round of applause for 15-week-old Luna. Also, as part of our puppy development program, we have our detection dog. So here is PC Russ Martin with Puppy Blue, who again has been bred as part of our Kennel Club Assured breeding program. And what you'll see is the enthusiasm of the dog to go out and search and look for some toys that have been planted around the arena. So you'll see Blue just running around, following where the handler tells him to go. And what we're looking for again is that the dog is really interactive with the handler, follows the search pattern, there we go. And this is everything we want from our detection dogs, is that they're really confident, they're happy to go anywhere. So as part of our puppy development program, all of our dogs get placed with volunteer families for around 12 months. There we go, he's found his Kong. And again, he finds his Kong, he has a play, you can see his little tail going. And as I say, our volunteers do a great job with our dogs for 12 months, bringing them to places like the NEC train stations, so that when they come and perform, they're happy to go anywhere and go on anything. And as you can see with Blue, he'll be running around, searching for his Kong and following where his handler's going to tell him to go. So Blue is one of our Cocker Spaniels. We breed Cocker Spaniels, Springer Spaniels and Labradors as part of our detection dog capability. And then with our general purpose dogs, German Shepherds, Belgian Shepherds and Dutch Shepherds. And there he is, he's picked up his little toy along with a bag. There, he's very happy with himself there. He picks up his Kong and has a good play with Russ. And there is Puppy Blue with PC Russ Martin. A big round of applause there. So onto the arena now is Dave Raymond and Phil Lem. They're two of our instructors at our dog training centre, which is in Borsal Common. And coming onto the arena now is a selection of our dogs that are just coming to the end of their puppy development programme. So they've spent the last 12 months with our volunteer families who've done a fantastic job getting the dogs ready for these dogs to go on to become operational police dogs. So what you'll see now is just an extension of what we were doing with Puppy Luna, only this time the toys are a bit bigger and the game of tug-of-war is a bit longer at the end. And what we're looking for our dogs is that they're happy to engage in a game and they're happy to engage either with the instructor or with the handler in playing. And all of the stuff we do with our training is all around play, interactivity and engagement with our dogs. So what you'll see is Dave and Phil just teasing the dog a little bit with a toy. We want the dog showing enthusiasm to get to the toy, and then once he gets hold of it, has a tug-of-war with the instructor, and then is rewarded by running off with the tug in their mouths. So that's Puppy Zyla just going off, along with Nova. Nova's one of our breeding females, and he's actually the mother to Dudley, who Dave Raymond's working at the moment. And what you'll see is now we've progressed on from a pillow onto the sleeve, just to give the dogs an introduction to playing with something a little bit bigger than a tug. And we'll see one final one with each dog as a little chase and a progression up from the cushion. So here they go. So Dudley there with a nice take, followed by Knight. Both of them are Belgian Malinois, again bred by our puppy development programme in force as part of our breeding programme. So a big round of applause there for Knight and Dudley and the amazing work our volunteers have done with those dogs as part of our puppy development programme. So what we'll show you now is one of our operational police dogs performing what we call is a property search. So I've got 3 items here which we'll just scatter around the arena. So one of the things our operational police dogs can do is go out and search for discarded items of property. So whether that be somebody who has potentially stolen something and whilst they're running off, have discarded it to try and hide it from the police officers. So we use the dog to go out and search. And when the dog comes across the article, it lies down to tell the handler exactly where it is. The handler clicks, and as you'll see, gives it a ball reward as a reward for doing the right behaviour. So this is police dog Ada with PC Jack Cambridge. So she is a newly licensed police dog with us. Again, she's come through our puppy development programme. She spent 12 months with one of our volunteers and then has just undergone her 13-week intensive training course. So here she goes. She doesn't like the look of someone up there, whoever that was. So there she goes, she lies down, She gets a click, she gets a ball. It's a really good display of what we want our dogs to do. And we'll just finish off with one more for you. And we'll send her this way so she doesn't get distracted by whoever was up there then. So what you see is Jack will set her up. And off she goes. And the role of the handler is just to move her around the arena to make sure she goes and checks everywhere he wants her to. And she'll run around. And here she goes. There we go. There we go. A big click and a big ball. It's a great display by Ada and PC Jack Cambridge. What did I say about working with animals and children? So what we'll show you now is some more of our newly licensed police dogs. So onto the arena now is police dog Gus with PC Paul King. So they have just completed their 13-week training course. And what we'll show you is just a dog doing some little exercises that shows the dogs listen to the handlers. So the handler calls the dog back. Once he comes back, and then sent in for a game of tug on our bite sleeve. So again, this is just an extension of what we were doing with our puppy through to our puppy development dogs. Everything we do is all about this interactivity, this engagement, and the rewards for the dog to do what we want to do. So this time the dog's sent in to bark, and once the dog's barking, he'll be rewarded with a bite on the sleeve. Again, a tug of war with the instructor. And then a big play back with the handler. And you'll see all the time our dogs are working, folks. You'll see their tails are going. They absolutely love doing what they do. So again, this time we'll see the dog is put into a nice lie-down position. He's sent in to bark. He gets a little bark, and then he's rewarded. This time, he's rewarded with the tug. He comes off, another into a down position. And called back to the handler, into a down, and then sent and rewarded with the sleeve. So this is a 15-month-old Belgian Malinois who's just licensed as an operational police dog with PC Paul King, and a really good display of some of the foundation behaviours we want to see in our operational police dogs. So coming onto the arena now is Dave Raymond. Dave looks after our puppy development programme, and here is police dog Jet with PC Kelly Knox. Again, Jet's recently qualified as an operational police dog. So she's sent in, again, an extension of what you saw with Gus. The dog will bark. Once the dog barks, it's rewarded with a game of tug of war. And then the handler runs off to reward the dog with the toy. So it's a really good demonstration there of the dog going in and barking. So this time, the instructor will go in, gives the dog a bite. And what we're looking for is that the dogs are really committed into chasing after and taking hold of the bite tug. And as you can see again, Jet doesn't struggle for any enthusiasm. She's ready to go, her tail's wagging. And this time we transition onto the sleeve. A nice committed bite onto the decoy. And again, a nice big tug of war, a nice game of tug with the dog to reward them for the right behaviour. Yeah, really nice bite. A really good take. And again, the dog's rewarded with the sleeve, and he's allowed to win that off and off the arena. So that was Police Dog Jet and PC Kelly Knox. Oh, I think there's something going on here. Oh, here is Scooter Boy. Mr. Rourke. Let's give Scooter Boy a big boo, folks. Who thinks he needs dealing with by the police dogs? Come on, a bit louder than that. Let's have a big boo for Skater Boy. Is there any police in here that can deal with this person? Oh, here we go. You thought we'd got away from these two, folks, but unfortunately they're back again. Well, there's something going on. Oh. Something a bit, what's going on here? Oh no. Oh, we think he's just robbed them. Oh no. Oh, have we got a police? Is there any police around here? So that was police dog Snow and police dog Aggie with a double deployment from the car to detain those two really bad people. So that's our general purpose dogs. What we'll show you now is some of our skills of our detection dogs. So have we got any volunteers that would like to come into the arena? Some brave people who'd want to come down? You want to come down the steps? Come down the steps here. Come down. Come down. Okay, if you could just stand in front of me, please. We'll see whether you're better than the folks on Thursday. So if you just want to stand in front of me here. That's it. And stand behind him. Stand there. That's it. And you stand there. So stand in a line. That's it. One behind the other. Come to me. That's it. Okay, so if you just stand in a line, one big long line, keep going to the back. One big line. Oh, is it your birthday today? On Wednesday. Oh, happy birthday, please. There we go. So, what we'll show you is our dogs being able to work through a crowd. And what this kind of imitates is that if you were queuing up outside a nightclub or a bus station or waiting for a train, the dog will basically scan the air around the people, and if they have something they shouldn't have, the dog will indicate to the handler that they've got something they shouldn't. This is where the people who volunteered really wish they hadn't have done that. And what will happen is once the dog gets to the person who's got something they shouldn't, the dog will sit and indicate to the handler that the person's got something that they shouldn't have. So what you'll see is the handler will work the dog up and down the line and make sure they're checked both sides. And as soon as the dog comes across something, the dog will indicate to the handler to tell the handler there's something going on. Everyone's gone quiet. Pressure's on. Oh, there we go. So there you saw the dog sitting down, telling the handler that that person's got something they shouldn't. So, if everyone just wants to walk around the arena, so just walk around, go on, keep walking, all around. Keep walking around, keep walking around. So, what we'll show you now is the dog's ability to work amongst crowds. So again, if you were at the train station, if you were outside trying to get through the halls in the NEC during Crufts, you'll know what this is all about. So bumping into people, walking around things, and this is why it's so important, the work our volunteers do with our dogs, to get them confident in every single place. So this time what you'll see is the person's trying to walk off on the police officer, but the dog will stay with them. So they're trying to mingle into the crowd, and the dog stops, tells the handler which person, and is rewarded. So that was Police Dog Dash with PC Russ Martin. So if you want to make your way back to your seats, folks, back down that way. Oh, there looks like there's some rowdy crowd somewhere. Oh no. Oh no. So, we have a hostile crowd, and our police dogs are going to be sent to send them back. So our dogs are sent to detain the crowd. Here she goes over the crowd into Mr. Angry. That was Police Dog Aggie jumping over the crowd with Police Dog Ada, Police Dog Jet and Police Dog Buzz. Has anyone seen Scooter Boy? Is he around anywhere? Where is the scooter boy? I'm sure he's here somewhere. Oh, let's have a big boo again for this scooter boy. Who thinks he needs to be dealt with once and for all, folks? Oh, what's he doing? I think we need some police to detain this person. I think he's carrying a gun. So here is Police Dog Stark in his role as one of our firearms support dogs, working with our firearms team to detain Scooter Boy off his scooter. It's a big round of applause for Stark there. And what you'll see now is Stark pulling that Scooter Boy into the handler. There we go, big round of applause. Let's give Stark a cheer. He's come back from his injury and performed brilliantly as a police dog. There he is, he's pulled him into a safe position. The handler will go in. The handler will go in, and once he's under control, what you'll see is the handler will take hold of the dog's collar to keep him under control alongside the firearms teams to once and for all detain Scooter Boy, Mr. Roy Cannon. Let's give a big round of applause to Police Dog Stark and our firearms teams who finally detained Mr. Scooter Boy. So as you've seen with our detection dogs so far, we have a capability of a range of abilities for our dogs to search for various odours and various items. So what we'll show you now is a couple of our explosive detection dogs who play a vitally important role in ensuring the safety of the West Midlands. So we have Police Dog Dot, one of our Springer Spaniels with Scott Mulshaw, and Police Dog Trev with PC Sue Cheek. So what you'll see down the sides of the arenas is some bags laid out, and one of the things our dogs are able to do is obviously detect things that have been hidden or concealed in items. So what we'll show you is the dog's going to search along the row of bags and will indicate to the handlers if they come across something that shouldn't be in there. So the dog thoroughly searches each article, and as soon as the dog finds something it shouldn't be in there, will freeze. So you see Trev there, our black Sprocker Spaniel, indicated to his handler, and Dot there in a sitting position as a freeze. They're then rewarded and given, and what you'll see at the end as well is Police Dog Polly, one of our pointers, who scanned those bags and indicated which one has got something in. So that's our explosive detection dogs. The Police Dog Polly, Police Dog Dot, and Police Dog Trev. Now, when Mr. Scooter Boy was around that police car, it looked like he'd planted something. So in our own version of Trigger Point, we've brought in our EOD operative alongside one of our explosive detection dogs, Police Dog Vardy, with PC Phil Lem. Now, what the dog will be able to do is scan all of that vehicle to make sure that the vehicle's safe. And again, if he comes across something that shouldn't be there, the dog will freeze to tell the handler exactly where it is. So the handler's job is to make sure the dog checks all the areas of the vehicle. And as soon as the dog comes across something, he'll freeze. The handler goes to a position of safety, recalls the dog, and we can indicate exactly where that item is for that explosive. And here he goes. Did Scooter Boy plant something? Who thinks Police Dog Vardy is right? Let's have a big cheer for Police Dog Vardy. And PC Phil Lem. Oh, here we go. Here is Mr. Angry, folks. Who thought we'd see the back of Mr. Angry? Let's give a big boo to Mr. Angry. And we have Police Dog Chase, one of our Paw Patrol litter, on the case with Police Dog Stark to detain Mr. Angry once and for all. So Chase is called back to his handler and is rewarded with a big tug. And here is Police Dog Stark, put into a controlled position. The handler will search Mr. Angry to make sure he hasn't got anything on him, and as soon as he offers a threat, Police Dog Stark once again detains Mr. Angry. And hopefully, this will be the last we see of Mr. Angry. So a big round of applause to Police Dog Stark, PC Paul Hopley, and the infamous Mr. Angry. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our police dog demonstration. We are not a demonstration team. These are all operational police dogs with our fantastic handlers who do a brilliant job 24/7, looking after the public of the West Midlands, alongside our volunteers who do an amazing job looking after our puppies from puppyhood through to adulthood. Thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed it. Have a great day.
I think you can give them one more round of applause, don't you? They are brilliant. 2003, our friends from the West Midlands and their amazing dogs have been with us. And this afternoon, I'm delighted to welcome the show director and the events director, Vanessa McAlpine and Catherine Guyver, to make a very, very special presentation. He doesn't know this is happening. He's been part of the demonstration since 2003. He's got his lovely cocker, Blue. This September, he retires after 30 years in the police force. Step forward, PC, Ross Martin and Blue. Come on, everybody, up on your feet, up on your feet. And you know what bottle of wine he's got, don't you? It's called 19 Criminals. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Blue. Thank you for everything that you've done to keep us safe, and thank you for everything that you've done for us here at Crufts. Ladies and gentlemen, they're quite fantastic. Let's cheer them off, the fabulous West Midlands Police Dogs. It's agility time now. First of two agilities, it's the International Agility, very much international day, and then it is the Young Kennel Club Agility Dog of the Year. Flyball, thanks to Royal Canin, is with us, and we've got so much here. But it's agility time now. Do stretch your legs, and that will be with us in about 10, 12 minutes' time. See you then.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him, and he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, he had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change, as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, it's just the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Ray's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewy and Chewy's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden. The two bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking, and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily, the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house, and Chewy was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing, and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewy never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Hey. Sorry. With Chewy, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
It's obviously hard as a parent to see your child in pain. Ruby would actually go on Olivia's bed and took herself into where Olivia's pain were, and that would probably be the only time when she would actually settle and feel a bit more relaxed. I think without Ruby, we would have, you know, struggled even more to see Olivia suffer like she did. Olivia's got cerebral palsy. She's non-verbal, but even though she's non-verbal, she has a wicked sense of humour. She's laughing at me now. As soon as we got Ruby, she immediately went straight underneath Olivia's wheelchair. In fact, when she was a puppy, she used to actually be on Olivia's knee in the wheelchair. So yeah, the bond was from the beginning, from when she was a puppy. I think without Ruby, I think there'd be a big void in Olivia's life. She does play a massive part in Olivia's life. She gives her more confidence. During COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. She helps her with her physio. She's not a trained therapy dog, but she does do quite a lot of therapies with Olivia through play and a physiotherapy, like with Olivia's athetoid movements. She seems to be able to make her quite still. She just assists her where she can, and I think she gives her a lot of emotional support as well.
Stretch your arms up, stretch both down in the air. Olivia likes the cuddles because she gets to give Ruby a proper cuddle in this way. Don't you?
Olivia just loves it. She just loves the affection. I think with Ruby, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken, really.
Because of Ruby, we're able to get outside in the fresh air and throw a few balls or go for a walk. It's difficult for her to interact in some ways, but just finding little ways that you can get her involved and playing with Ruby is a great way of doing that. So yeah, so it's been really good for Olivia's sort of health and well-being, really, just having Ruby around and being able to get out of the house. Which you enjoy, don't you? Yeah.
We're not always able to do things that other families can do, but Ruby brings a lot to the family, and she's just made family life and Olivia's life complete, really. So in our eyes, she is a hero.
Everyone loves Simba. He's either bouncing off the walls or he's asleep. He is a very, very friendly dog. He loves people. There's not many dogs like him in the country. We're a very small team that supports all of the London Fire Brigade. Our job is to investigate fires to determine their cause and origin, and we have our dogs to support us. Simba's an English Springer Spaniel. We got him when he was a year old. I picked him up in Birmingham, and the very next day we went to work. He was very much part of the fire brigade from that point on. They have a number of qualities that are absolutely vital to what we do.
The dogs themselves are known as a hydrocarbon detector dog. They are looking for the presence of ignitable liquids and solids. The dogs, with their keen sense of smell, can identify that rapidly.
So we have a wooden stirring stick, so you'll put a little bit of paraffin on the stick and then I'll go and hide it. And Simba's job is to find it. Even if I place it down, he's seen where it's been put, he will still use his nose to look for it. So he will trust his nose first. The best part of the search is not finding it, it's the searching for it. If you look at his tail, when he's searching, that's when it's moving the fastest. So the rule of a dog's tail never lies always applies. And as soon as he finds it, he gives you the ball back and he wants to go find the next one. He always amazes me still sometimes when I think, oh, it's going to take us a few minutes to do this. And within seconds, Simba's found it. He's a very, very unique dog. What Simba's in now is mainly what he would wear in a fire. So these are boots to protect his paws from sharps. They're not fireproof because he doesn't go into a hot fire scene, but it's important that his paws are safe from kind of metal or broken glass. We go absolutely everywhere together, so we genuinely are a team. We're on duty half the time and then are available in case there's an incident. Whenever we're working, I don't really need to tell Simba what to do because he's already second guessed. He also works as a bit of an unofficial therapy dog as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly pleasant, and the one great thing that he does, he actually supports our other fire investigators. He's always there, he's genuinely one of the team. He's emotionally intelligent as well, so I always like telling the story of Simba's first shout, and we were called to investigate an arson. He did indicate a number of areas where an accelerant had been used. The sad thing was the owner of the house, she was pregnant. She was really, really upset. But Simba's mood changed immediately.
He went from being really excited to really calm. He went straight over to her, laid his head on her lap, and he allowed her to stroke him for, I think it was nearly 20 minutes. At the most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. Simba is the perfect dog for the role. You've heard the term, if you find a job you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He's got a job that he loves. Every dog's a hero, but the only difference is that Simba's been given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes him a hero.
We're not heroes. I help people in my job, I help people doing this. We're not heroes. My name is Peter Lewin. I'm a paramedic for East Midlands Ambulance Service. I also run Pete Lewin Newfoundlands. We take people swimming in open water with the dogs for emotional support. Right, grab a dog. This is Bob. Bob is our non-swimmer. Bob is our mascot dog. Storm, he's very needy. Sonar, he'll swim his heart out for you. And Walker, he's been given to us by the American Foundation for Prevention of Suicide. We'll have a bit of a swim across, like normal. We get the guys to swim out with us, and I'll call one of the dogs out. Say Sonar, and all you can hear is Sonar blowing out of his nose as he's swimming by. It's just peace and quiet and takes you away from the stress of everything that we go through. We've been doing a lot of work this last summer with the East Midlands Ambulance Service. As you can imagine, it's been quite a tough time for all of us. It's okay not to be okay, and who helps those that are helping the others? Not just paramedics and ambulance staff, but the nurses, everybody else who's there to help them.
I did a staff wellbeing day here. When I did the quiet swim, I got extremely emotional. When I finished it, I cried. And then Sonar just sat with me for the whole day then. Just give me a little nudge every now and again. When you're in the water, you just get that element of, it makes you just feel great.
You see, we were never ever going to get used for real rescue in this country, unfortunately. And I'd sort of developed different manoeuvres for getting people out of the water. But these moves are not just for real rescue. These are great for emotional support, because as I've got that person in that hold, it's giving that confidence that somebody's there for them. We are physically rescuing them, but it's more so mentally rescuing them. There's 3 people around that would tell you that they're here today because of swimming with ease, which is an amazing thing to do. I go into schools and I do water safety workshops. The girl who helped me with that from the start, she absolutely loved it. We're having a discussion around at her house about what we're going to do. She says to me, do you remember I was late coming to give you a hand with your training session? I says, yeah, I do. And she says, well, I was going to take an overdose that day. But I decided I'd go and help you out because of the dogs and that. And she said, it was his eyes, the way they look at you. He wasn't there to judge. He wasn't there to criticise, condemn or anything. All he wanted to do was come out and take me back to shore. She said that was it. And she's still here today because of that swim. And I just thought, yeah, that's pretty powerful. It makes me feel proud, passionate about what we're doing, proud of the team, proud of these boys. To have that ability to help people, it's just amazing. My pets are helping these people. It's amazing.
Well, hello there, Jim Rosenthal and Graham Partridge welcoming you back
to International Saturday at Crufts 2022. We are all set for the International Invitational coming right up. They're just completing the course there now, but a couple of things to say before they get underway. And the Kennel Club's charitable trust has been sending much needed supplies to animals and owners in the Ukraine. They've been providing vital medicines, food and transport to thousands of animals there. Massive support for Ukraine, the colours being worn all over the place here at Crufts, and they're looking after animals or those who've escaped with their families to neighbouring countries. The Kennel Club Charitable Trust created a starting fund of 50,000, and here at Crufts in just 2 days that's been swelled by a further 25,000, and donations continue to flood in, and very well done to everybody connected with that initiative. Graham Partridge alongside me. Graham, hello there. International Saturday, and you've got some European competitions very much on your mind, haven't you?
Good afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, Jim. Yes, we do. We are very, very lucky that the FCI, which is the governing body in Europe, has granted us permission to hold 2 major championships in the next couple of years. One of them's the Junior Open World Championship, and that's going to be held on the 14th to the 16th of July at Dallas Burston Polo Club in Warwickshire. And also in 2024, in August, we're also going to be hosting the European Open. So we're really, really excited about that. Keep an eye on the Kennel Club website and social media for further details.
We are. And you're looking at Dave Goodings.
Okay.
Those of you who listen to the Drive Time show on Capital Radio will recognise the name, DJ. And he's running a couple of German short-haired pointers here in the main arena at Crufts. We await to see how successful Dave is going to be. Bailey and Coco, their names. And it's probably an indication, really, here, looking at these dogs, Graham, isn't it? Of all the you have to go through the pain to get the really superb performers that we are used to seeing. And Dave would appear to be very much sort of at the start of the show, let's put it that way.
I think so. I think we can get a misinterpretation of how easy it can be. Looking at these top quality competitions, we forget that we've all got to start somewhere, and we start at the bottom of the ladder, and it can be a very, very long road to get dogs to this level. And I think we're just seeing there, it's all about communication. So first of all, the dog's got to understand exactly what he wants him to do. So he's got to be facing in the direction that he wants the dog to go, and he's got to be using the arm closest to the dog.
Perhaps Dave ought to get you in as a guest, or preferably should have got you in as a guest a couple of weeks ago. and who knows, Bailey might have stayed around a bit longer than he has at the moment. But listen, a packed crowd again in here in the main arena on the International Saturday, and enjoying Dave Goodings and enjoying seeing Bailey, I think it was there, having a little tilt at this course. And now we prepare ourselves for the serious stuff of the afternoon. The International Invitational, a 3-parter, only for large dogs, this one. Jumping and agility crunched together for the final later this afternoon. If you are eliminated, it means you cannot win. 15 different countries represented here, 1 from each. They've already had the jumping this morning, and we're about to see the agility here in a few minutes' time, and then the final, which is always a terrific event, coming up at 5:15 UK time. 15 countries represented, and the crowds here at Crufts have swelled daily, really, Thursday, Friday and Saturday, and a really sizable crowd in throughout Crufts, and also particularly here in the main arena, not far short of the 7,000 capacity. They're asking them to squeeze up. They're asking them to squeeze up to make room, and of course coming up as well this afternoon, we have the fly ball, where we've seen records being broken already, and that will be entertaining, you can guarantee. Hannah Banks, competitor since the late 90s, judging since the early 2000s, and just endorsing what Graham said there, agility, a fantastic way to enjoy working with your dog and building a wonderful connection and relationship. First to go, first of the 15 from the Isle of Man, Steve Goldsmith and Teddy, 8-year-old Border Collie, third time competing at Crufts, wonderful companion and best friend is the Border Collie Teddy. And great for these two in the international competition, once again to be representing the Isle of Man again. Little Refusal picks an early 5 faults up there for Steve and for Teddy. And when the next dog comes out, what I will do is ask Graham to talk you through the course that we have set in front of us today. Set by Hannah Banks, of course, the judge. And Graham, a wonderful judge of the intricacies of every course. 8-year-old Border Collie Teddy, representing the Isle of Man. Adores agility, always gives 100%. And that is 42 and just the 5 faults, Graham.
Yeah, very nice start there, just an unfortunate 5, as you say, going round the jump. It has to go over it from the direction the number is, and there we are. The judge raising a clenched fist, signifying a refusal.
From Sweden, Gustav I and Pixie, 4-year-old Border Collie. Graham, it's all yours.
Second obstacle's the seesaw, much touch the ground, then they go into the tunnel. The handlers have to negotiate the end of the dog walk. They're not allowed to go over the end of the dog walk. They have to go around it, through the weaves. This is a really, really quick little dog here. You're not allowed to touch the dog at all, but you can use your body, you can use your voice, and that's all about communication. The dog doesn't know where it's got to go. The handlers have only just seen where the course goes. Building up now, they'll turn sharp left-handed, open over that A-frame. 2 more to go. Wow, 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 wow.
Well, that has set the standard from Sweden. 32.4 and clear for Gustav and Pixie. Tremendous, tremendous performance. Look at the quality of that jumping too. From Northern Ireland, Maria Haag and Lockie, 6-year-old Labrador. Homebred Labrador, this one. And the dog's 6th birthday today. Qualified by winning the Irish Agility Dog of the Year 2021. From the far side of the course, through the tunnel. Decent speed so far, and clear. Over the U-move jump, right in front of our commentary position, turns away from the A-frame, through the tunnel at the far end of the course. Another tight left-hander through the second tunnel. Coming up the dog walk, got to touch the white bit at the end, does so successfully. Over the IAMS jump there. Bit of hesitation, and unfortunately that'll be an elimination, taking the jump from the wrong side. What a shame, after the first 30 seconds or so. Those of you watching for the first time might not know the dog will always complete the course, always generous applause as well. Got to touch the white bit at the bottom of the A-frame and over the Kennel Club jump to finish. Maria Haag from Northern Ireland and Luke.
Such a shame, but it's also really nice to see a Labrador. You don't have to have a Border Collie to compete. And you see, she just moves across the face of the jump, which pushes the dog round, and it did it from the wrong side.
Looking at dive, 3-year-old Border Collie from Spain. Adrian Bajo Alonso, the handler. 24 years of age, been doing agility since he was 11. Dive, 3rd dog. First timers at Crufts, these two are making a noisy and a successful start, and a speedy one as well. Flying into that tunnel at the far end of the course. That is proper speed over the dog walk. Had to have a tight right hand and back over the IAMS, into the tunnel again. This is going to be smart and speedy. Well up with the clock. Tight turn over the A-frame to finish. I would think that'll be good enough to get them through. 35.2 the time into second place. 3 seconds off the leader, but very, very tidy, Graham.
And what a dog walk that was. Just a bit of trouble turning there, but the Spanish and the Portuguese always just bring that little bit of extra animation into their handling style. Great to see.
Banjo, 8.5-year-old Border Collie from the Republic of Ireland. The handler is Liam O'Brien. 4th time competing across. The first time with Banjo, though, for Liam. Over the seesaw at the far end and picking up some faults. Missing out on the long jump, competing it successfully this time. And going through the weaves, just turned away from that jump, but unfortunately picking up more faults in the weaves, and then that'll be an elimination, sadly. thinking he wanted another portion of IAMS there. Not allowed, I'm afraid.
But he likes the A-frame though, so.
So the ruling is, just to remind you, if you are eliminated from this competition, means you cannot win it later on. There might just be a possibility they'll run later on, but you cannot win it, Graham.
No, but they'll carry on through this round, and it's really important for the dog to finish up on a really good note. The only person who's told him he's gone wrong is the handler. As I say, it's all vital experience. And there we are over the seesaw, nicely made seesaw, and then for some inexplicable reason he decided he didn't want to do the long jump, and there the fault in the weaving poles.
This is Miguel Cerrodillo, Portuguese entry, Tuba, 3-year-old border collie. A lot of energy for Tuba. Bit of a pampered dog, as I understand it, leads a nice life of luxury in Portugal. Tuba, the border collie, representing Portugal in the International Invitational at Crufts.
It's on.
Lovely style for this dog, beautiful looking dog as well. Have to enter those weaves from the right hand side and speedily through it too, over the U-move jump right in front of our commentary position, turns away from us now and negotiates those two tunnels pretty quickly. Dog walk, bit of hesitation there, and turning two right-handers through the tunnel again. Well, it's not the quickest round, but it's clear so far, which is so important. A-frame contact, good at the bottom of that, and finally over the Kennel Club. 38.3 and clear for Cerrodillo and Tuba.
Very nice. You say, Jim, it may not be the quickest, but they're quite often a bit of tactics in these three-part competitions. They want to make sure they don't get eliminated because they want to be in with a chance of making the final and winning the event overall. But well done to him.
This is Crazy, 6-year-old border collie from Scotland, always a big representation at Crufts from north of the border. Ewan Patterson, the handler, third time at Crufts. First in the jumping this morning, definitely one to watch this partnership. They are the holders. They won the last Crufts Invitational a couple of years ago. They know their way around this place. They have proper pedigree, and they've started really well with a faultless first 20 seconds. That's the way to take the dog walk, by the way. And this is going to be right up at the sharp end of the competition for sure. Real different gear here. Tight turn over the A-frame. Good. U-move. Good. Excellent. That's the quickest. 32.2 for the holders. Ewan Patterson and Crazy.
Love this pairing. They've been in great form now for some time. Hopefully, we haven't quite concluded the selection process for the European and the Open Championships, but I'm going to have half ground on this guy winning an individual medal at one of the big competitions this year.
This is Soss, 3-year-old border collie from Norway. Robert Bratt Heveding Gabrielsen, the handler. I'm going to call him Bob. Off we go. Top of the course, over that seesaw. Long jump is good too, and this is good early speed from Soss and Bob. Never tire seeing those dogs go through the weaves. Dog and handler, absolutely perfect. The communication, the relationship, the understanding and the orders. This is a really, really tidy round from the Norwegians. Really good, 35.8, just picked up 5 faults along the way.
Very nice, very tidy, very tight. This is a lovely course there, set again by Hannah Banks, our judge. And I think sometimes we forget that judges can make or break a competition, and she's done a sterling job today and, in fact, over the weekend.
This is Zen, 8-year-old border collie, Tina Tödering from Denmark, third in the jumping this morning. Danish agility champion and Danish jumping champion too. Tina, 35 years of age, been preparing for more than 18 years in agility, picking up 5 faults there. Dog walk, yeah, made good contact at the end of the dog walk there. Tina, just a bit of a hesitation, lose a little bit of time there. Oh, and headed for the weeds.
Don't let him back jump.
Oh dear. Oh dear, it hurts that right at the end of the round, the last pretty straightforward obstacle, and it all unravels, Graham. It hurts.
Yeah, and the unfortunately, having a run past, she had to go around the end of the dog walk, which pulled the dog away. Such a shame. And then, of course, you can see it happening, but you just want to go down there and say no.
Cooper, 8-year-old working sheepdog representing Wales. Jessica Sanson, the handler, first time competing in the main ring at Crufts. How are Wales going to get on in this international competition? A bit of hesitation and a bit of confusion. Just the 5 faults at the moment. And Cooper, the working sheepdog, not quite up with the pace of one or two of the earlier competitors that we've seen.
And again, as I say, it's quite steady, but again, we don't compete week in, week out on carpet in this atmosphere, so it's a big ask for these dogs, but that's still a very, very nice round here.
It is. Cooper, very nervous dog when they started out in agility. Hard work and determination has taken Cooper and Jessica all the way to the biggest stage of all. Jessica, by the way, thanking her mum, who has helped her so much get this dog here to Crufts. This is Sinner, 6-year-old border collie, Nadine Alschut from Germany. German Classic winner 2019, English bred, this dog though. This is good too. There's a little buzz around the arena early on in this particular round. For Nadine and for Sinner, that's great speed over the dog walk. Beautiful jumping style too. If they keep this going, you would have to look at this with real respect later on in the afternoon. Beautifully over the A-frame. Fine finish too. 32.1, that'll do nicely. That'll do nicely for first place for Germany, for Nadine and for Sinner.
Great entry into the weaving poles. Great recovery there by the dog as well. Look, the dog is totally focused about what it's doing, gets that back paw on the white piece, which is all it needs to do.
This is Moss, 6-year-old border collie from the Netherlands. Hein van Bommel, the handler. Just before they start, we take them for granted, but the images, the pictures that we are sending you from the main arena of Crufts, well, congratulations to all concerned. We just chatter away up here. We are very, very proud of them. Entering the weaves through the right-hand side. Plenty of energy about this round from Hein van Bommel, the handler. Is this the best agility partnership in the Netherlands? They're heading for the Europeans later this year. Picking up faults at the end of the dog walk. 5 faults, just missed that white section. Might not matter too much in the final reckoning. It's a good competitive time. 34.4 and just the 5 faults.
Well, it's good. Nice controlled round here, and you can see the dog walk. Was the judge right? Yes, he was. Probably one of the, or she, that's probably one of the easier decisions for her.
This is Shuriken, 4-year-old Croatian Shepherd. Second in the jumping this morning from Switzerland, Sasha Grudner, the handler. Oh, that's making a proper little racket. And going at a proper pace as well. Just a little stumble, but flew over the IAMs. We're all having the style, the speed, the enthusiasm, and the noise of Shuriken, the Croatian Shepherd. Proper ability, going as fast as the legs could carry him, really. But it's a good, quick time. Can't laugh at the time, can't laugh at the performance. That's absolutely sensational little round. 33.7 and 5 faults.
There are no penalties in this game for barking. Otherwise, I think we'd have lost them ages ago. But just totally focused and just sliding off the end. Slightly lucky, they're just sliding off the end of the dog walk. Well done.
From La France, Mint, border collie, 5 years of age, Gregory Bidalot, the handler. Here at Crufts in 2014 and 2015. First time with this dog, though.
recovered it very well though, the run round. I thought the dog was going to back jump, but he was on the ball there, stopping the dog doing it. It's all about not being eliminated in this game. Into that tunnel. Now you'll see him watching where his positioning is. He's on the inside of the dog on that circle, coming back round. They'll do tunnel again. And now he needs to get back across to that white jump, which he does, leading the dog away. Up and over the A-frame, 2 more to go. This is shaping up to be a great time and a great round. Well done to Gregory.
34.9 and 5 faults into the top 8 they go, and there is 1 dog to go. And just a reminder, they crunch the numbers for the final coming up for you later on. Lemon, Border Collie, 5 years of age, the last dog. Nara Cuddy from England, the handler. Lemon, an amazing dog. First cruft, she won the British Open, and Nara is here because she won the large Kennel Club Stakes at the Excel in London before Christmas. Nara Cuddy and Lemon, the English representatives on home ground here at Crufts.
Big cheer from the crowd as she came and stepped up to the start line there. Really does give you goosebumps just watching this bearing going round. Fantastic here. So over the jump into tunnel. There we go. Come on, Nara. Not been partisan, but have to be a little bit. Up and over the A-frame, shaping up to be a great round. Well done, come on.
33 seconds then for Nara Cuddy, up into the top 4. I'm convinced that'll be good enough for us to see her later on in the afternoon when the competition comes to the Boyle. Good work, though, and a terrific competition. Real entertainment in there as well. Sheer speed too, some really endearing dogs, beautifully handled, and that's what the International Invitational is all about. Remember, we combine the 2 scores from the jumping this morning and the agility this afternoon. Here's the final result here. Nadine Alshut and Sinner number 1, Ewan Patterson in 2nd place, and Pixie and Gustav in 3rd. This is actually the result of the agility. Don't worry about the jumping at the top there. It's the agility result, this one. We had the jumping this morning. They will be combining those 2 results, and the computers will be whirring, and we will get our final very, very classy field for the final this afternoon in a couple of hours' time. And here is the overall ranking then, and all these to go through to the final. And you just you've seen 1 or 2, you've seen them in action, and you will realize what a white hot competition we are going to have here on an international Saturday at Crufts in a couple of hours time. There are no slow coaches there. They have all fought over the rounds, the jumping in the morning, and just now in the agility to reach the overall final.
Here we go with the presentations for the International Invitational. Presentations to be made by Fiona Hope, the CEO of UMove, and she's going to be accompanied by Catherine Mansfield, Secretary of the Kennel Club. And the winner was Nadine Alshut, was Sinner, representing Germany. Fantastic round, really was. And she'll have made the trip across from Europe, and this will be a great memory for her. And in 2nd place was from Scotland. Big cheer going around. That's Ewan Patterson and Crazy the Border Collie. That is Catherine Mansfield, the Kennel Club secretary. We're just going to relieve them of their glassware because they have been known to be dropped occasionally. And now we're going to go left-handed when they've decided which way to go. For the lap of honour, great competition to a packed audience, and there are our judges just following them out to the arena. They've done a fantastic job this weekend, and they're going to be having their own little special presentation for a great job later on.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt like my world was crumbling. It was like my eyes were closed. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. It happened when I was at work. I used to work on a farm. I've got a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is when blood vessels grow into the back of the eye and then they can leak into your eye, obscuring the vision. I had a bleed in my eye. My wife Amanda picked me up and I never went back to the farm. I went into a very dark place which I never want to go in again. Being trapped in 4 walls, not being able to go out, I was petrified.
I would say he hadn't just lost his sight, I think he just lost himself, if that makes sense. We're not afraid to talk about it now, but he'd often cry at night because life had changed for him and he had to adapt and learn things all over again. So yeah, it was tough.
Now in my left eye, I can't see nothing at all. And in my right eye, I can see blurry shapes. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. He's enabled me to go out independently, confidently, knowing that I'm going to be safe. I felt an instant connection with Milo. As soon as he put his chin on my knee, as soon as he gave me his paw, it was amazing. Milo's looking out for dangers, he's looking out for curbs, cars, anything ahead of me that I can't see. Milo will find a bench as well, so if I asked him to find a bench, he will take me straight to a bench and put his chin on it. It's like I've got my eyes when I've got Milo. I just feel so safe with him. There's a few moments Milo has actually saved my life. We were at a crossing and I'd pushed a button and the beepers had just gone off, so I asked Milo to go forward. And Milo didn't move. He was like he was concrete to the ground. 2 cars sped past through the crossing as the beepers were going. A couple of seconds later, while we were walking up the street, a police car sped past after these 2 cars. If we'd have walked forward, me and Milo would have both been hit by these cars, and it was that fast. And Milo didn't move, he kept me safe. He used his eyes, his instincts, and he saved my life. Every day, I put my life in Milo's paws. He's everything, not just to me, to my whole family.
And people see Scott or other people walking with a guide dog and they just think, oh, that's just their aid. But no, he's far much more than that. He really is. I feel like Milo is my hero as well. He's given me my husband back, you know. He's given the children that dad figure back.
He helps my dad, and not just my dad, everyone, and he makes them all happy.
He's like become a lot happier because he's got a lot more freedom now.
He helps him when he's like crossing the roads. He's soft, he's cuddly, perfectly me.
I can be happy again now, and it gives me a real sense of purpose. I'm now at college, studying counselling. I would never have had the confidence to go to college if it wasn't for Milo. He helps me with my anxiety if I do start to panic slightly. I really want to use the skills that I'm going to learn because of Milo to help other people that were in my position. Milo's given me my sight back. He's given me a vision. He's given me everything, and I can't thank him enough.
We rescued Chewy at 12 weeks of age. He was found abandoned with his litter mates, his brother and sister, in a garden. They were tied in a bag. They'd got duct tape around their paws, their mouths. Never really identified who'd abandoned the pups. The lady whose garden it was found them, thank goodness, took them to her vet. They put a post on their Facebook page with like, oh my goodness, look at these little puppies, they'll be looking for their homes. So I went down on the train and met him, brought him back first class. The train was actually 15 minutes late leaving Preston because all the Virgin train crew wanted their photograph taken with him. And he's been with us ever since. When we adopted him, we decided that we'd give something back. In 2019, I read a report on Facebook about a puppy that had been found buried alive, very close to where we are now. He was actually sitting on my knee when I read the article, and it just rang so many bells that there, but for the grace of God, for the want of an expression, that could have been him. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, he had to be put to sleep. And I thought, do you know what, this little dog just deserves to be forever remembered by this town. As a permanent memorial to Shiloh, we planted a tree for him because it's just continually going to grow, it's going to change, as he would have done. So one of the reasons why we selected this tree is because it's an evergreen, so it's almost like a symbol of eternity. So yeah, this is the tree we planted for Shiloh. When we first got Chewy, we decided that we'd actually teach him to do CPR on one of our other dogs, just purely as a trick. And that actually proved quite useful, probably coming up for about 2 years ago now, where he effectively saved my husband's life. Ray's got quite advanced multiple sclerosis, he's wheelchair bound, struggles very much with his speech now, but it's almost like he's found a way to communicate with Chewy and Chewy's found a way to communicate with him. He's always got one eye on Ray and what Ray's doing. It's just like he's his soulmate. I was actually out in the garden. The two bigger dogs were upstairs. He was with Ray. I've heard him barking, and his barking got more and more frantic. Luckily, the French doors were open. I think if the doors had been shut, I probably wouldn't have heard him. I've come into the house, and Chewy was licking his face, jumping on his chest, licking his face, and I thought, oh my goodness, you know, just what's going on? Ray had actually stopped breathing, and then suddenly his heart stopped. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR on him while talking to an ambulance crew, and Chewy never left his side. It was almost like he was making sure that I was doing everything right. And every day that passes now, I just thank whatever's upstairs that we've got him, because without him, I wouldn't have my husband. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to this little guy. Hey. Sorry. With Chewy, apart from what he did for Ray, he's just such a special little soul. You know, his life could have been so much different. His life could have been so tragic. He's just had such a huge impact on both our lives. It's just amazing.
Jim Rosenthal and Graham Partridge with you once again, looking ahead to the YKC, the Young Kennel Club Agility Dog of the Year. A couple of age groups in this, ages 6 to 11 and 12 to 17. They've all been in action at the YKC Arena here at Crufts this morning. The successful competitors are here right now, and they will compete against each other, not in any specific age group. And it's run in height order, small, medium, intermediate and large. We have got a little bit of time, so Graham, we've got a couple of questions we always like to ask Crufts, questions for Graham Partridge here, and here's one for you. Why won't my dog stop barking when we do agility? Why do those dogs bark, Graham?
Because, simple answer, because they're so excited and they're having so much fun. And what do dogs do when they're excited and having fun? They bark. The thing to do is to try and stop the problem to start with. And like any other bit of dog training, you always want to reward the positive actions that are coming about. It's repetition and reward. So every time your dog's quiet, you give it a titbit. If it's still barking, you don't give it to. But it's just so much fun. I mean, you look at the flyball dogs, you know, they actually encourage their dogs to bark because they want the overexcitement. Whereas in agility, probably not quite so much. But
yep.
It is, if once it's doing it, it is difficult to stop.
There's a lot of noise in the flyball that's coming up within the next hour. And this next question is about flyball. How long or how easy is it to train a dog to use that box in flyball? How long does it normally take, do you think?
Well, it's like any dog training question. Different dogs learn it in different speeds. But the thing to do is to start getting your dog into a ball or a toy as early as possible. That's the secret of it. And then introduce it to the box again very slowly.
And we're hearing there's a big queue, big line to get here to the arena. No surprise that. How excited are you really to have a look at the handlers of the future here, Graham? Always good to see the young people coming through.
It's fantastic. Week on, week out, we see these junior handlers competing on the senior circuit. There isn't a separate junior circuit, which is a shame, but it teaches them so much. It teaches them about dogs, how to interact with dogs, how to interact with their peers, how to interact with everybody, and just how to win, and especially how to lose as well. It is brilliant, 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 brilliant. If you've got children, got dogs, do agility.
And there's going to be a few thumping young hearts out there ready to perform in front of a packed arena too.
I should just say there are other dog sports available, Jim.
I know. You're Mr. Agility for me. Always will be as well. So we welcome our judge, living in Wantage, Ryan Hennessy, our agility judge. Just let me remind you, sets the course. He's got 5 dogs at home, competes with one of them, Swayze, a grade 7 medium as well. Huge honour for him, for Ryan, to be asked to do.
And he's come up through the YKC himself.
So the first of the small dogs to go is Lulu. The handler is Isabel. And it's an American Cocker Spaniel, 8 years of age. Quite unusual dog in agility. Lulu is Izzy's own dog, trained it herself. Just missing the final weave pole. Should we have another go or not? Yeah, we better had, you know.
Oh, and that's a shame. So she made a mistake at the end of the weaving poles and went and did the next obstacle before she'd completed them correctly. So that's an elimination. But they'll carry on, as you say. This is all really, really good experience for them. But I think we also need to remember we've got, you know, between 6 and 17 years of age competing here. And what an atmosphere this afternoon, Jim. It's packed out. So for handler and dog, it's a big, big thing and a big learning curve. But I do hope whatever happens when they finish, they've enjoyed themselves.
Absolutely right. And there's huge generosity and affection and sympathy from, I'm sure, a lot of you watching at home as well. And everybody here in the capacity crowd. That is Isabel and that is Lula, the 8-year-old American Cocker. Next up then is Mia and Zip, 5-year-old Shetland sheepdog. Medalled Mia, the handler, good all-round sports performer. Medalled in the Scottish Athletics Championships for the 200 metres and the shot put. And Mia now trying to guide Zip around the course. There's an early elimination there, which won't be the last that we'll see, I'm sure, because they are essentially learning the craft and are now being thrust into the biggest stage of all, on the green carpet at Crufts. This is Mia and Zip completing the course as always. waiting for the seesaw to go down and then hopping off it.
They love the attention, Shelties. Absolutely love it. Look at me. Look, I'm here, guys.
It was a sort of pause for the photographers. Have you got it? Have you got it? Okay.
Oh, wow. Great dog walk.
Fabulous dog walk, that from Mia and for Zip.
And this is the elimination. The dog just goes round and does the obstacle from the opposite side, which is elimination. But look at the face. She's still smiling, still loves that dog.
One more small dog to go after Poppy, 10-year-old crossbreed. Handler is Stephanie. First dog for Stephanie was a rescue, represented YKC Great Britain in Switzerland a few years ago, and came third in this main arena for the Agility Dog of the Year in 2020. So perhaps looking to improve on that. Just missed the white on the bottom of the A-frame. That's some more faults, moving it up to 10 faults. There's no point in being too censorious about what's happening out there now. They're doing really well, all of them. This is a building up into a decent round as well. What about the dog walk at the end of it? Yep. Missed the white at the end of the dog walk. 5 more faults. A lot of promise in that round, Graham.
There is, and say it's unfortunately just a mistake there, but half of these people have got an eye on qualifying actually for the Junior World Championships later on this year.
Last of the small dogs, this is Bilbo, 9-year-old cross. What's all this about? Bilbo seems to be saying. Chloe is the handler. Oh, and there's Bilbo, yeah. Well, is that enough? Have we got to do it again? You're not supposed to go back and do it again. So again, technically it is an elimination. And well, you can. Yeah, there's no problem. You can walk through the weaves. Why not? Have a little sniff round. No penalties there. Well, little Bilbo out for a walk in the Crufts main arena, and why not?
Now we're getting up at more speed. And I say, this is a confidence thing, really. I mean, these young handlers and the dogs have never seen anything like this or been in any sort of atmosphere like this at all. So my absolute respect to all of them. But as you can see, now we're getting used to the noise, we're getting used to the green carpet, we're getting used to the lights. Just as well they can't hear us, but they're doing really, really well. And I think we're going to have a big finish here.
Absolutely, Graham. What we are doing, we are laughing with them. We're not laughing at them. And they're having great fun on the round. And now the dog walk. And, well, it is a walk. I'm going to pitter-patter over it and hop over. Oh, no, I won't. I don't want this to finish. I'm enjoying it too much. Any chance of a bit more around here? Is there one more to go? Home we go. It's the Kennel Club. We won't forget them in a hurry. Chloe and Bilbo, the 9-year-old cross. Well done, both.
Yes, well done, Jim. And you say, look, he says, oh, look, what's that up there? People. And we did the weaving poles correctly. Well done. And I say, nice smile, nice bit of encouragement there from Ryan. He's been in this position himself in the main arena. I remember commentating on him years and years ago. He's now one of the top handlers, top judges in the country as well. And we usually try and encourage our handlers or our judges who have come up through the YKC to come back and actually judge them.
So the first of 3 medium dogs now. Mia, 6-year-old miniature poodle. Amelie, the handler, 2 agility dogs as Amelie, and has trained them both herself. Age group, to remind you, 12 to 17 years of age. That's a nifty little start by Mia. We'll just clip the end of the long jump, but got away with it. Back down again through the tunnel. Seesaw, got to touch the white at the start and at the end. Far end of the course, this will be a very decent round. This, you know, over the dog walk, 42.2 and faultless. The first clear round for Amelie and Mia, the miniature poodle.
Brilliant, well done, lovely round, well inside the course time there, making sure the dog gets that white bit. If it doesn't, it gets faulted. and she'll be really pleased with that, clapping her hands saying, well done, mate, well done.
Elliot, 8-year-old working cocker. Handler is Taylor. Elliot is Taylor's own dog. She's trained him since she was 6 years of age. This is the 5th time these two have competed at Crufts together. So Taylor and Elliot know their way round this place, and they know they've had a clear round of 42 seconds in front of them. They will look to better that, and it's looking good at the moment. Sharp turns, pointing correctly towards the tunnel. Seesaw, that's fine at the end of that, over the IAMs as well. In and out of the tunnel very quickly. Top end of the course, this could threaten the best. How quickly will Elliot get over the dog walk? Picking up 5 faults at the end of it. What a shame, because the time is so good. 39.7, Graham.
That was a shame. She handled that dog beautifully, left the dog in no doubt as to where she wanted it to go. But as I say, the dog's just got a fault, and she's there making a fantastic fuss of it. Well done to them.
Ting, Border Collie, handler Amelia. Ting is 9 years of age, started running her in 2018, did Amelia. 3rd time at Crufts together, qualified for 3 events and has competed for Team GB as well. So we could see something pretty tasty here from Ting and Amelia. Good so far, and a very respectable time too. That's really good, about the quickest we've seen over that seesaw. Oh, clipped the obstacle, got away with it over the dog walk. This is going to be good, you know, it's going to be good. 37.2 for Amelia and Ting. Top of the pile, Graham. Oh, how did that stay in tap, by the way?
Well, I know exactly how it stayed on. The agility gods were smiling on her. That's exactly what happened. Well done, Amelia. Know Amelia quite well, and she deserves all the success she gets here. Well done.
Just changing the heights now because we have 5 intermediate dogs to come.
So just watching here, you got shots there of our intrepid ring party. Volunteers to a man, come here for 4 days, 5 days, and do an absolutely fantastic job all through the day.
Yeah, Crufts not possible without the splendid volunteers. Maddie, working sheepdog, 8 years of age. Handler is Sophie. Started agility when she was 11. Sophie about to sit at GCSEs now. Competing with Maddie for 5 years. And these two won last time. Missed last year, of course, as we all did. But looking in really sharp, enthusiastic form is Maddie. And the time is really good as well. Twisting into the tunnel in front of us. Seesaw, absolutely fine. Sharp right-hander. Where now? The tunnel. Bit of hesitation, but still that time is really good. A big finish. They could do it again. What about the dog walk? Up and over. Touches the wide at the end. They could do it again. They have done it again by a couple of seconds as well. Sophie and Maddie go clear, and by a big margin too, Graham.
It was well done, Sophie and Maddie. Great display of agility there. Just about got that white, but that's all you need. Just one paw will do.
Handler is Mia. Rosie, four-year-old border collie, just needing a little bit of calming down, a little bit of quietening down before Rosie gets things underway. Mia, the handler, and Rosie, and didn't seem to fancy it. I have to say that doesn't come as any great surprise to me. That Graham didn't really look in the mood to get on the stage.
Well, yeah, as I say, I said this before. It's such a big ask for these dogs and these handlers. They will not have seen anything like this at all. But she's done fantastically well. She's obviously a prize winner up at the YKC ring, but this was just a bit too much. But as I say, it's good experience. The dog, there she is. I'm not sure whether she's going to bring her back in. I hope she does. I hope she does. And she's looking a little bit upset, but she shouldn't be, because, as I say, this is her chance to just show what a fantastic dog this is. And as I say, to actually progress from the YKC ring here into the main ring, that's all that matters. And I think she'll probably just give her one more chance. Oh, yeah.
That's better. Well, a couple of jumps were done, and then... No,
I think I'm doing any more, she said.
No, it's good to see her get another chance. But yeah, that can happen. No discredit. Not the first dog to do that either, by the way. Sometimes it gets to you. You're looking at Isabella and Dust. 9-year-old border collie, loves agility. Apparently you will hear this dog going round. Only met 8 months ago, these two, and it's been a crazy and fun journey ever since. Dust and Isabella. Oh dear, just got the weaves wrong there, and picks up 5 points. Have to enter those weaves from the right-hand side, remember. But a good jumping start, real speed as well in front of us here. Tight right-hander, back down through the tunnel. Seesaw, clamping down at the end of it. This is a really quick dog, this. It is Dust. Just the 5 faults so far. Loves that dog walk too. Good contact at the end of it. Kennel Club as a finale. 35 is the quickest time, but the faults have hurt the ranking.
And this is where the problem starts. She goes really wide there and has to come in at an oblique angle, and went in the second pole, which picked her up the refusal. Unlucky.
Penultimate intermediate dog. The Staffordshire Bull Terrier Cross Labrador. Handler is Isabella. Brilliant first agility dog this for little Isabella. Second time competing at Crufts. Milo, it's going to be 11 in a couple of months. Little Isabella, plenty of attitude there. Good on her. What a wonderful combination this is out there. Really good and precise. Time is good too. Faultless so far. Crowd warming to this one. Good contact at the end of the seesaw. Through the tunnel they come. It won't be the quickest, but it is a really endearing round, this, for Isabella and for Milo. Oh, terrific. Well done. Well done. Absolutely outstanding, Graham.
Do you know, Jim, that just about sums up agility for me. We see, you know, everything that goes on the top quality competitions, but this just about sums up agility. It's a sport for all. Look at her. She's just telling that dog what to do. Don't you dare do anything else. Brilliant, 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 brilliant.
Last of the intermediate dogs is Zola, border collie. Gabrielle is the handler. Sleeps a lot and loves cuddles at home, but is a very nifty and noisy performer when it comes to agility. That's the right way to go into the weaves and the right way to negotiate the weaves as well. A-frame, pause at the top, pause at the bottom, but it's good. Long jump, that's fine as well. Cleared that by some distance. Oh dear, veered off course there, didn't. Still off course, took the jump. That's okay, so avoided the elimination, didn't come back and jump it again. Headed for that jump again, picking up some more faults along the way. Slightly frantic round this, but... And we come towards the end, and the dog walk. That's, oh, little pause at the dog walk. You've got one more to go. You've got one more to go, Zola. Zola, one more to go. Zola. Done it.
Yeah, and the issue was that the handler had changed behind the dog as it went up, so the dog was expecting to see her on the other side. And we do teach our dogs to stop on the end of dog walks. It came off, went back on, so picked up an elimination. And then with all the noise that's going on in here, the dog probably did not hear the handler saying, come on. She was waiting for a release command. Well done.
A Labradoodle, Rolly. Handler Morgan, rescued at the age of 2, fourth home this, and Morgan originally started agility because they wanted to tire him out. And Rolly and Morgan's second time at Crufts, the Labradoodle. While we're watching this, I know a lot of you at home that your dogs enjoy sitting in front of the televisions, watching their relations take part at Crufts. Huge enjoyment, and a special warm welcome to all our canine viewers wherever you are. Not often I say that. Good round this for Morgan and for Roddy. It's a clear round at the moment, and it will be a clear round. Yep, 44.7 up into the top 4.
Well done, Morgan. Great round there. And you see under Rocking Rolo, Kennel Club name, all the dogs here are registered, have to be registered with the Kennel Club, either on the breed or the activities register, but well done to them.
This is Wilf, 10 years of age, Border Collie, going to be retiring after Crufts. Handler is Ruby. Great to have one more run with Wilf. Wilf has made an impressive start, zipping over the long jump. Tight turn through the tunnel. Big sound going into the tunnel. Good on that seesaw. We twist now for the finale, and this will be a very good time as well. And it's a clear round 2 for Ruby and for Wilf. Good stuff, 39.5 and clear, and that's good enough for the top 3. Well done, Ruby. Well done, Wilf.
Very good. You consider this dog's 10 years of age. It's doing really, really well. Lots of enthusiasm. Great big smile on her face. Is she happy? As I like to say, you bet your life she is.
Daniel, 4 years of age, Border Collie. Handler Marianne, penultimate large dog. Huge excitement for Marianne getting the chance to run Daniel at Crufts. Daniel. Time they want to be about 35, 37 seconds and clear. That will be the object anyway. 1 to go after this of the large dogs. And it's good at the moment, and it's quick, and it is clear for Marianne. This could be the best. It's really good at the minute. Oh, look at that over the dog walk too. 33.3. Fantastic. It is the best, number 1. What a flying finish over the dog walk from Daniel and from Marianne too. Absolute joy and elation. Thoroughly deserved as well. You can't do better than that.
This is good enough to win any competition, let alone a young Kennel Club competition. And as you say, there's no words to sum up how happy that young lady is at the moment. And she'll take that memory away with her forever. Brilliant, 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 brilliant.
Last large dog, Isabella, the handler. Rue is the dog. Reduced vision in one eye has Rue, 8-year-old collie cross retriever. The last of the large dogs. Looking for something. 33, 35, 37 to get into the top 3. Might not quite have the pace to do that, but it's a good round so far, and it's a clear round so far too. Really good, really precise work this. That is a really good round. My goodness me, excellent. 38 seconds for Rue and for Isabella, up into the top 4. What a good finale this has been. So impressed with the young handlers here today, Graham.
Yes, they always, they're the future of agility.
Absolutely.
And they've done fantastically well. Big atmosphere here, capacity crowd. I can't tell you how impressed I am with them, and my hat's off to them, great respect.
So checking the result for you then. One, Marianne with Daniel. Second was Sophie with Maddie. And third, Amelia and Ting, the Border Collie. And we will complete the rest for you. Great credit, great admiration, really, for all those young handlers. A terrific advertisement for the YKC, the Young Kennel Club.
we are delighted to be joined by Royal Canin and Tony Alcock, OBE, the chairman of the Kennel Club. So welcome in all of the Young Kennel Club Agility Dog of the Year finalists. Our winner is Marianne Bayliss and Lil Hayes Spring Dancer.
To Marianne with her Border Collie Daniel, 4 years of age. Presentation being made by Mr. Tony Alcock, OBE, chairman of the Kennel Club. And I think she stopped crying now, and that was crying with happiness, I think, so. Brilliant, brilliant. Silverware trophies. Didn't they do a great job, everybody? Brilliant competition, loved it. And in second place there was Sophie with Maddie, 8-year-old working sheepdog. That she was last year's winner. And the presentation to her been made by Jonathan Wolstenholme from Royal Canin. Great supporter of the Kennel Club and agility. And it's lap of honour for all the competitors, making sure that we don't break any glassware. And they are being clapped out by this capacity crowd who really, really did enjoy that Young Kennel Club competition. And they are the future handlers of tomorrow, and it's in very, very safe hands.
sleep. Then they'll play and explore and play some more. That's stage 2. Still playing. Stage 3, confidence and great leaps forward. By stage 4, they're almost fully grown. Royal Canin's puppy growth program provides everything you need to give them the ideal foundation for a healthy life.
Okay, a very good afternoon. It's probably getting towards evening time as well. Anyone here to watch flyball? I thought you might be. I just had this funny feeling. Okay, I need to ask you a favour. Some of you all probably already know the favour I'm going to ask you now. We've got probably some seats kind of in the middle areas particularly where they're going to be empty or they're going to have handbag on them. Can we move down the bus, as we always say? So basically, if there's some seats available, if you could all move down and fill those seats in the middle, then the staff then can then fill the ends of the rows. Does that make sense to you? I hope it does. At the moment, we've got a huge queue outside. Flyball's one of the biggest pullers, if not the biggest puller, and we want to get everybody in if we can, okay? So if you could do that, make a little bit of space. If we get 5 seats, it's 5 more people watching the best competition coming up, the flyball. And I'm going to hand you over to John now, and then we're going to start off with our first teams.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Well, what an afternoon we have got for you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the flyball semi-final.
Hang on, John. That's not loud enough.
Oh, I didn't think it was. I wondered if there was actually anyone in the arena.
I wondered as well.
Right,
Shall we go together?
Let's try it again, shall we?
3, 2, 1. Loads of noise!
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the louder you are, the faster these dogs will go. So we, over the last few days, have had an incredible run on the flyball. We had our friends from Belgium set a new Crufts record, and then, yesterday, that record was beaten. The current Crufts record, 15.05 seconds. So, ladies and gentlemen, today, what do you reckon, Nigel? Is that record going to go again? What do we think?
I think they hold it a little bit back, believe it or not, so I think, without a doubt, we're going to top that again today. I'd be shocked if we don't top it.
It's going to be so exciting. It's going to be loud, it's going to be fast. This is flyball, and this is going to be amazing. Don't forget, the top 4 teams will be going forward to the grand final, which takes place tomorrow at 1:25. So we hope to see you back here for the grand final. After the seniors, we have the Young Kennel Club flyball finals to enjoy as well. So the YKC are going to be coming in and doing their thing, which I'm very excited to see the youngsters doing their bit for flyball. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there are 9,000 people in this arena. I want every single one of you, if you can, stamp your feet, clap your hands. This is flyball, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
You are back with us in the main arena for the continuation of our flyball competition that has given us some fantastic entertainment so far. You're looking at Jenny Knight, our flyball judge. Her team is Cambridgeshire. She has done a magnificent job of work so far. We have seen some phenomenal performances on Thursday and Friday in the flyball too. I have to tell you that the record here has gone twice. It was 15:20, held jointly by Focus and Aces High. On Thursday, the Belgian Road Runners, such an exceptional team. First European entry here. We're going to see them a little bit later on. And they broke it, pulled it down to 15:10, and late last night, Focus on their last run got it back to 15:05. 15:05. And just underlining the high quality here. And basically, we lost 4 teams on Thursday, we lost 4 teams on Friday. We will lose 4 here today as well. There is not a seat to be had in the arena. It is a fantastic sight. Capacity crowd, 7,000 plus, queuing round the block to get in here. Flyball really is a massive attraction at Crufts 2022.
Adrenaline's going to be going. The adrenaline's going to be going with the dogs, probably more than with the handlers, maybe. But I mean, they're going to be fired up without a doubt. I mean, round the back there, obviously, everyone's busy around there sorting out the teams, getting it all ready, and we are literally ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise because this is the Flyball semi-final. Please welcome your first team, the High Flyers. And they're going up against the team who set the new Crufts record yesterday.
Ratty, thank you very much indeed. And welcome to the main arena. Absolutely packed to the rafters. For this one, we're going to lose 4 teams today in the semi-finals in preparation for the grand final tomorrow. We've lost 4 on Thursday, we lost 4 on Friday. By the way, the Crufts record has been beaten twice on those days and could well go again today. Focus against High Flyers will start us off. Best of 3, as always. Commandos and Aces next. Molten Magnets and Tails we win. And finally, Road Runners beat Beep. The visitors from Belgium who have looked mightily impressive. Thursday champions against Lightning Strikes. That is the lineup for the Saturday semi-finals. And first of all,
ready on the boxes.
We're going to have a couple of practice runs here, so don't get too excited about this. Practice runs for Focus on the running on the red lane on that far side, based in Selby. Team members though from all over. Ryan Haywood, Kim Gillespie, Jaco Jensen, Craig Burrows, Justin Shearing and Gary Manikin. The handlers, Diesel Mouse, Kenai, Panic, Dingabell and Onyx are the dogs. High Flyers on the near side in the blue. Elisa Marsland, Chloe Alcorn, Reese Marsland, Helen Ward, Bella Preeson and Jane Allen, and the dogs Urson Edge, Cubit, Potter, Senka and Glitz. Reigning champions are Focus, and the new Crufts record holders as well. They got their old record back late last night. That is Focus on the far side, 15.05. The new record. Just think about that in this relay race. Over those hurdles, grabbing the balls, the turn, all important. And doing it in just 15.05 seconds. We're all set for our first Saturday race. Focus in the red on the far side. The High Flyers in the near. Diesel to go first for Focus on the far. Urson for the High Flyers on the near. Jenny Knight, our judge, calls good order. The noise is ramping up, we're set and we're going. It's a good start as well on the near side as well by the High Flyers by Urson. Not much in it. Bounce has pulled it back on that far side. Now Kenai goes for Focus on the far side, just with Focus on that far side. And the final dog, that is Panic on the far side, and Focus have it on the far side. They are 1-2 the good. The champions, the new Crufts record holders. Graham.
1-0 to Focus, but what a close race that was. You see them here coming up towards the finish. There's only about 6 or 7 feet between them, which is a blink of an eye at the speed these dogs are going, Jim. Great flyball racing.
Ready on the
Tremendous
boxes.
opener. It was a
Box
close one,
judges.
but High Flyers, no, they were founded in 2007. Multiple times UK record holders, current European multi-breed record holders. That is the High Flyers on the near side, the blue. They know if they don't pull something round here, it's goodbye to Crufts 2022. Focus on the far side, wonderful good. It was a close race last time. They're away and running. Good start on the near side by Awesome. But Focus are pulling away again with that second dog on the far side. That is Mouse. It's still with Focus on the far side with Kenai. And it's been pulled round on the near, pulled round brilliantly on the near side, and they have pulled it round. Goodness me, what a transformation in that race. And the High Flyers have pulled it round and squared it up, Graham. What a transformation, what a turnaround.
It was, and it was the last dog that went over there for Focus. There was just hesitation before it started. That cost them the leg.
Well, it looked as though Focus had that one in the bag that they were going through to tomorrow. Not so. We have a decider. Focus, Crufts record holders, one apiece against the High Flyers, keeping their racing clean and very, very quick. Who is going to go through? We're about to find out. Focus running that red lane on the far side. Nothing in it to start off with. Very, very close. Just with Focus on that far side at the moment. It's still with Focus by a little more on the far side. There's a fault on the near side, so this looks as though it's going to be Focus is going through. Focus on the far side. Finish it off with Panic. No panic for Focus. They're through to tomorrow's final.
High Flyers, blue lights, Focus 15.25.
And there was just a mistake there from the High Flyers, as you see. Went to take the ball, dropped it, and that they must bring it back over the 4 jumps and through the start-finish gate. That cost them the leg, but great start to the day, Jim.
Absolutely thrilling racing. Focus, well, they've been in tremendous form here. No one has completed this course quicker than Focus, and they are the first team through our Focus to tomorrow's final.
We've got Aces. Oh, Aces and Commandos. Similar time, 16.05 and 16.35. 16.53. So both teams running similar times so far here at Crufts. Which one's going to top it? Will it be the Aces? Or will it be the Commandos? I'll gather some Commandos fans in.
Absolutely.
We need to find some Aces fans.
Let's bring out our teams, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Aces. The fans are in the house. They're going to be up against the Commandos. So which of these two teams are going to be joining Focus in the grand final?
Are you asking me that? Because if you were to be 50-50, because I must admit I've got 15.05. No, sorry, I'll do a little line. 16.5 and 16.05. So very close between Aces or Commandos. I think it's a toss-a-coin job.
Next semi-final.
So the teams just
And the red on the far side, Commandos from Stockton-on-Tees, County Durham and Driffield. And we're looking at Hustle on this near side, and young Kelly Marie Stacey. And Kelly Marie is an intensive care nurse running on behalf of a young patient who's had a heart transplant, and that young patient is recovering well. We wish her an instant and speedy recovery. Hustle is just a wonderful animal as well. The Commanders will line up Nikita McNiff, Mark Singer, Dave Anderson, Magda Whiteley, Sarah Robinson and Vera Sermon. Team captain Stuart Laberick, box loader Joe Johnson. Ball collector is Georgia Short. Dogs are Luca, Carew, Mabel, Kaylee, Urban and Peggy. This is the team that came second in 2020, the runners-up last time. Just a bit of practice going on there. Don't worry, we're not missing any action. They're just doing a little bit of limbering up and a bit of practice. Aces High, the 2019 champions, and the blue on the near side from Kent. They did hold that Crufts record
I'll get them doing it first, and then the dogs
of 15:20 when we arrived here, but they have since lost it. The 2019 champions: Ashley Jennison, Maria Worrell, Andrew Worrell, Kelly Marie, Stacey, Jeanette Newbury, Shelley and Emma Powell. The dogs: Icon, Heist, Rampage and Hustle, Riot and Nova. Aces High, the 2019 champions, on the near side as the practice continues on the far with Commando. Best of 3 again in this Saturday semi-final. 2 quality teams here, both vying for a place in the final tomorrow. It is Commandos in the red on the far side. Aces High from Kent in the near side.
You're doing a warm-up in a minute. Ash. You guys hold on, we'll sort out Icon, and then you.
Just getting the team sorted out there is Jenny Knight, as we prepare for the second of Saturday's semi-finals. Aces High, a lot of excitement. They have this. Again, the practice continues for Aces High, which they're allowed to do. Got to get their dogs running, used to the surface. Jenny Knight, the crowd hush. Second semi-final. Aces High, 2019 champions.
It's still a warm-up.
In the blue on the near side, still a warm-up though. Still a warm-up, we're saying. There's been quite a few warm-ups here, I'd have to say, Jenny, but she has to be absolutely satisfied that the teams are ready to go. And in order, Jenny Knight has her own flyball team in Cambridgeshire and still competes with them.
Warm up. Yeah. Are you ready?
It's a bit like a sort of prolonged pre-match warm-up, this one, Graham, isn't it? I can't remember a longer preamble to a race.
No, but there's so much importance on this. They need to make sure they get it right, that the dogs are settled, that the handlers had a warning, and they just want to make sure that that we're going to get some really good uninterrupted flyball racing from here on in.
Absolutely right. The dogs have to be right for this. They get very excited and hyped up. They have to be calm. They have to be ready to go. 15 seconds the duration of these races. High octane, high action. The quickest dogs in Crufts by a huge distance. I like Jenny Knight's calm demeanour, total control. And this time I'm sure we will be underway. It is Aces High, the 2019 champions from Kent, in the blue on the near side against Commandos from Stockton-on-Tees in the red on the far. Runners-up at Crufts last time. Commandos on the far. Aces High on the near. Jenny Knight raises a hand. Are you ready to go? We are ready to go. We're running, and there's a very good start by Commandos on the far side, who have it at the moment. Good run by Luca, the first Commandos dog. There's a fault on that far side, so we look towards the near for Aces High to come through, and here comes the hustle. A doddle for the hustle at the end for Aces High. Fault on the far side, and Jenny will point towards us in the commentary box and will say, that is 1 to the good for Aces High, the 2019 champions. Fault on the far side early on from the Commandos, Graham.
There was, and you can see, just drops the ball before it comes back over the start and finish, and that's a fault, so they had to rerun, and that cost Commandos the legs.
Have to be so precise in this sport, have to let the dog go at exactly the right time as well. So Commandos, runners-up last time at Crufts. Will they go out on the Saturday? Will Aces High go through instead? The 2019 champions. Aces High in the blue on the far side. Icon to lead them off. Luca, the first dog to go for Commandos. And it's with Aces High at the far side at the moment. Very close though. They're gaining on the near side. There is a fault on that far side. I'm hearing a fault with Commandos, so that'll mean it's going to be aces high on the near. It's going to come to aces. Aces have done it. 2-0. No decider needed this time. Aces high go through to the final. The 2019 champions will be looking to do it again in 2022.
So aces take that. Commandos were under so much pressure that there was a fault on the crossover, and unfortunately that's cost them the race. But great flyball racing. Look at that dog coming down there. He's having a great time.
The brilliant Hustle finishing things off there, and we will see Hustle in the final tomorrow. Aces to Commandos nil. Such consistent performances from Commandos, who will be packing their bags and heading home to Stockton-on-Tees, County Durham and Driffield.
Let's bring out our teams because they are raring to go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Tails We Win. And they are going to be battling it out and giving it all they've got against the Moulton Magnets. The Moulton fans are in the building, and they are loud. So Tails We Win on the far side in their bright pink. Can't miss them. And then we've got the Moulton Magnets here in the blue on this new side. So we're just making sure that the room is full.
The team to the place. Ladies and gentlemen, our audience are not famous.
Yes, we're about to find out. Thank you very much indeed, guys, for that insight out there on the arena. The third semi-final. It is Moulton Magnets from nearby Northamptonshire in the far side. That is the red lane. Moulton Magnets, the longest running team in Northamptonshire. Just to say, they will once again have practice runs here. The Magnets established in 2004. First time back here at Crufts for some time. They've done very well to reach this stage, and the first time attending for most of the team. The dogs, Inca, Jackson, Fletcher, Dexter, Mason and Bailey. Border Collies most. And the handlers of Vanisha, Patel, Isabel, Cad, Olivia Harris, Faith, Carnwell, Rick Perry and Laura Perry. Team captain Joe Cad. That's the Magnets from Northamptonshire. Tails We Win from all over the country, really. The dogs, Keniki, Arlo, Wiggy, Ginny, Lupin and Crucio. The handlers, Joe Lamont, Ross Payne, Tom Rosenblatt, Helen Welsh, Megan Lamont, Lauren Jordan. Team captain Shannon Harvey, box rollers Louise Messenger. And the ball collector is Richard Collingwood. That is Tails We Win, who are in the blue on the near side against the Magnets from nearby Northamptonshire, who are in the red. First of three. Ready to go. Place and finals day is the prize. Inca, the Border Collie, first to go for the Magnets on the far side. Kiniki, the Border Collie cross Whippet, the first to go for Tails We Win on the near. A lot of verbal encouragement from everybody. Everyone relishing these semi-finals. Have to be settled. Have to be all ready to go. Tails We Win are settled. Moulton Magnets ready to go too on that far side. Jenny Knight is ready. And we're off and running in the third semi. It's a very good start by Inca on the far side, but they've been overhauled by Kiniki on the near. Good work from Tails We Win, who have it on the near side at the moment. It's the Tails We Win at the moment. It really is close, all down to this last leg. Last dog for Tails We Win is Ginny, and Ginny has dropped the ball. Would you believe it? That'll be a fault on this near side. They're going to have to run another dog, and that'll be Molten Magnets from Northamptonshire with 1 foot in tomorrow's final. Drop the ball. Would you believe it, Graham?
Yeah, dog to dogs. Yes, I would believe it. Very unfortunate. I was just about to say how well they were actually doing it, and there was actually no ball in the box, it looks like.
That looked that way. There will be an inquest about that.
1674, Tails are 2407. Boxes! Box judges!
So, one to the good Molten Magnets, one more, and they're in final stage. Tails We Win need to pull this one back. They need to tidy up their act to stay here at Crufts. Tails We Win on the near side. Will that drop ball be costly? Or the ball that wasn't in the box, I should say. We're off and running. It's a good start on the far side as well by Inca for the Magnets. Very close, though. Not much in it at the moment. Probably just have it on the near side with Arlo and Tails We Win. Still a really close one, this. And Tails We Win have it at the moment. That is Ginny coming home for Tails We Win, but there's a fault on the near side again. They're going to have to run an extra dog. So this looks like it. This looks like curtains for Tails We Win. And a bit of an upset here. Molten Magnets from nearby Northamptonshire will be in the final 4 tomorrow. They've kept it clean. They kept it quick. Huge celebrations for that team there. Most of them attending for the very first time. And the Magnets stuck it on Tails We Win.
They did, but I think Tails We Win are probably just a little bit unlucky there. I think they've had some issues with their fly ball box. Again, she couldn't get the ball into the hole for the dog to take out. As you can see, she can't get it to depress. So you could almost put that down to equipment failure.
Yeah.
So that is a really unlucky result, and I think that happened twice. Such a shame.
That is really, really unfortunate. I'm sure that the guys down there will have a lot more to say about it as well. Radzi all set to go again.
Do a 5-miler, a 10-miler. You might have the dog in let's say a woodland area where you can have it in front of you, running along the side of the bike. You can have them on one of those connectors where you fasten them to the bike. And it is, and also you've got the human side of it. They've got to be fit to keep their dogs going, obviously exercise-wise, and have themselves fit, and all obviously mentally fired up as well for when they come to an event. And fingers crossed they win it. But I mean, you know, they're all there to win. You know, I'm here to win at the end of the day, but I don't mind which team wins. But they're all here to win. They're all going to give it the best, and they're all a happy family. You know, there's no kind of like, they all mix together, they party together. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Amazing stuff. So, 3 teams in the final. Focus, Aces and the Molten Magnets. Who's going to be joining them? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lightning Strikes. And they are going up against fierce competition. The first non-UK team to compete in flyball at Crufts. Please welcome back, all the way from Belgium, Roadrunners Beep Beep.
Thank you, Razzie. Thank you, Steve, as well, illuminating our flyball coverage. Those guys down there on the carpet right next to the action. The last of our semi-finals, we call them semi-finals, but 4 go through, as we have been telling you all along. And this could be really, really special, this one. Lightning Strikes are on the near side against the Roadrunners Beep Beep from Zonhoven in Belgium, the northeast corner of Belgium they come from. The first ever non-British team to reach Crufts. They've worked exceptionally hard to get here. They are the reigning European champions. They are the Belgian champions as well. And last time out, well, when their last time out, they broke the record with 15:10. Since then, it has gone again, and they want that record back. That is the Roadrunners from Belgium, who run Sepp the Whippet, Tantrum Border Whippet, Vito Border Whippet, Marley, Malinois and Border Cross. And the handlers Dave Maris, Steenbunen, Gent Jen Lemmens, Melanie Steeman, Wesley Virendils, and Dieda van der Heyden. Team captain Dave Maris has done so much to get this team together as well. And the box loader is Roy Royakas. And let's hope we have no problems with loading those boxes this time. They have to be the favourites to the road runners. Beep Beep from Belgium on the far side running the red course. Lightning Strikes, they run three Border Collies, Jellybags, Mako and Mazzy Keen to start with. Flair, the crossbreed, will run 4. Fizz and Honey are there in reserve. Melissa Shearing, Kim Sermon, Alicia Nicol, Becky Black, Kelly Black and Heather Beale are the handlers. They were runners-up yesterday, Lightning Strikes. They have been in good form. Best of 3, first to go. The Stripes on the blue in the near side and the Road Runners in the red on the far. They're ready. Jenny is ready. You're ready at home, we're ready here, and they're off and running. Very competitive opening leg, just with the Road Runners on that far side. There's a fault on the far side of it, so that's a fault with the Road Runners, and that will hurt them, even though they're going to have to run that extra dog, so that will come with the Strikes on. And a fault on the near side as well, so faults on both sides here. That is both arms raised by Jenny Knight, but the decision comes to the Strikes on the near side, so the Strikes strike first unexpectedly. Graham, good start for the Strikes.
And the first dog on the far side, Beep Beep, you can see clearly drops the ball.
Ready on the boxes.
That's a fault for them. And then on the near side again, didn't take it cleanly, didn't bring it back, therefore had to rerun a second dog.
So the Strikes, will we see a surprise here? The Lightning Strikes are 1 to the good against the Road Runners. Beep Beep from Belgium, first overseas team ever to be here at Croft. Will they be heading back overseas after this one in the next 15 to 20 seconds? We're about to find out. Flying start from the Road Runners on the far side. They have it just at the moment, and they're inching ahead with that second dog with Tantrum on the far side. Third dog for the Road Runners is Vito going well. It looks like the Road Runners, they keep it clean to the big finish on the near side as well from that last dog. Oh my goodness, that's close. And it's gone to Beep Beep. What a brilliant run by Flair and Becky Black. I believe that is a new record.
Jim, the record's gone 14.95
seconds. 14.95. We've been talking records on Thursday and Friday. We're talking records again, Graham.
We are. I was almost off the end of his seat there, Jim. How close was that? I mean, I'll tell you what, Lightning must have been within a whisker of breaking it as well.
My goodness, what a race. And we're not done yet. It's a decider coming up now. 1 apiece. Whoever goes out here, it's going to be really cruel. 2 fantastic teams. Beep Beep, the Road Runners from Zonhoven in the northeast of Belgium, and Lightning Strikes, who train in Chorleywood, Hertfordshire. 1 apiece. Winner goes through. Neck and neck. Can't separate those dogs at the moment. Really close. Just about on the far side with Beep Beep, but only just. Third dog going there. That is Vito. And they have it, the Belgians at the far side at the moment. But watch this dog on the near side. Now it's gone to Beep Beep. Beep Beep, Beep Beep, Beep. They've done it. And it's another record. It is another record. Would you believe it? 14.84. Beep Beep are biting chunks out of the Crufts records with every run. Sensational, Graham.
The arena's erupted here, Jim. How fantastic is that? 14.84. I mean, we're getting really, really close to the European record. European record is 14.53. Well, I think we need to draw breath, Jim.
We do indeed. Elation from the Road Runners. Beep Beep. But I tell you why they broke that record. It was because Lightning Strikes pushed them all the way.
And they're going to be battling out against the Aces.
So here we are, we have our qualifiers for the grand final tomorrow. What an afternoon that should be. Focus, Aces, Molten Magnets, and from overseas they've made a huge impact, the Road Runners.
Under 15 seconds, the standard is just so high. So focus on the far side.
The Aces in their famous black strips here on this near side.
Ready on the boxes.
Okay,
Box
we're running
judges.
now to the side. The Saturday
Ready on the
champions focus in the blue
No
on the near side. No warm-up here, as we hear from Jenny Knight. Just to the side, the champions for Saturday, and on the far side, Aces High.
We're going straight into the
on the red lane. Focus, near side. Just their new cross record has just gone. Focus on the near side. Oh, and a run across. We've seen that a little bit before. The first Focus dog, I believe that was Diesel running across there. And we'll have...
Hold him for a moment.
Let's just listen to Jenny Knight, shall we?
Do you want to have a go again?
So I'm not quite sure what the decision of the judges at the moment, what she's doing at the moment. She's allowing the dog that was interfered with to rerun just to keep its confidence up. And we will just have to see. And now she's also letting the dog that did run across have a look at the box to try and refocus the dog, if I can say refocus.
Oh dear, it's gone again.
Likes that colour ball.
Yeah, as Diesel. Jenny Knight will have to get this underway, so Diesel has gone to the wrong course a couple of times and will be led away, and that would mean that one to the good to Aces High on the far side.
Ready on the boxes. Box
We are
judges.
deciding the Saturday champions, bragging rights at stake here, and Aces High in the red on the far side are one to the good after picking up that opening leg on the back of Diesel running astray. Focus then in the blue on the near side. Aces High, the 2019 champions on the far. It is just with Aces High on the far, although Focus made up a lot of good ground late in that leg. It's now back with Focus on the near side, looking good for the first Focus dog. Great turn and pick up there. But that could still change on this last leg, or could it? No. Nifty work on the near side by Focus in the blue, and Focus square it up at one apiece with a very tidy exhibition of fly ball there, Graham.
It was 8 clear runs from the two teams. Focus just edging it there by a second or so, it's been slightly quicker.
One apiece then, as we look to sort out Saturday's champions, and there will be more work for the winner of this race to be done, and the other ones can go home and concentrate on what is to come tomorrow. Aces High then, a reminder, in the red on the far side, and Focus, based in Selby. Teams from all over though on the near in the blue. And we're off and running at the moment. It is with Focus on the near side. Focus on the near side with a significant advantage over Aces High on the far. It's all with Focus on the near side, all down to the last dog. Keep it clean and you're there. And it is with Focus on the near side. Focus take it. Getting better and better really, Focus, after that early wobble.
15:13 to Focus, 15:63 to Aces.
And we're hearing the time, and they're really good times, these 15:30 and 15:63. High quality, speedy fly ball, and it is Focus going through.
Yes, it is. They're just showing the class Focus. They just settled down there. They swapped out the dog that kept running across. So, because they've got the option of doing that, because there's 6 dogs in the team and they only got to run 4, which proved a really good decision for them.
There we go. Then we will see Focus again.
We're going to
decide
welcome back
Saturday champions.
our next team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Molten Magnets.
And re-entering the arena, Molten Magnets, who will be just delighted to be around here. What an achievement by the Magnets from Northamptonshire, longest running team in Northants. Back at Crufts, a new experience for most of them, and up against, well, the formidable Belgians. From the moment they set foot here and started showing what they can do, we knew they were the team to beat, undoubtedly. I'm talking about the Road Runners beat from Zonhoven, northeast corner of Belgium. The new Crufts record holders as well. at 14.84. Just astonishing. We're not expecting them to do that again here, but you never know if they're in the mood.
You don't reckon, Jim?
If they're in the mood, I said you'd never know. I gave myself that precious little escape clause. So the Magnets in blue on the near side will start off with Inca, Jackson and Fletcher, the Border Collies. Expected them to finish with Dexter, the Cocker Spaniel, although they might change them around and give Mason, the Sheepdog, and Bailey, the Border Collie, a little run. And expecting the Roadrunners to go with Set, Tantrum, Vito and Marley. Drogon and Sansa could also be in the mix. Best of 3 to go through to the final, which will decide Saturday's champions. The Roadrunners on the far side, the Magnets in the blue on the near. Building up the noise around the arena. No one's left, by the way, still jam-packed. Can't get enough of this fly ball. Great start on the far side by the Roadrunners, who have it at the moment. Still with the Roadrunners on that far side. The brilliant Belgian combination. Magnets doing their best to stay in touch, but the Roadrunners, barring any unforeseen accidents, will take this opening race very, very comfortably. Going to form that one on a useful exercise for Beep Graham.
It was, and they still turned in a time of 15:02, which has beaten the previous records we've had. So,
isn't it amazing? Yeah.
Commonplace now.
Yeah. Yes, that run inside, well inside the existing Crofts record, the record that existed 15:20 when we came here. So we have to see a major turnaround, really, if the Magnets are going to take us to a decider. Magnets on the near side, hoping for something, hoping for a mistake, hoping for a bit of extra speed. But the Roadrunners have been so good and so quick, and that's a good, competent start as well by the first Roadrunners dog on the far side. It's with the Belgians at the moment. The Magnets struggling gallantly, still with the Belgians on that far side. That's Vito going through, I believe. And now Marley to finish things off for, yeah, very, very comfortably. And there's a fault on the near as well. And Beep flex their muscles. They will have another race to decide Saturday champions. It's going to have to take something absolutely exceptional to upset them, Graham.
It will, but I do think there's a couple of other teams here which will push them.
Tomorrow,
yes, yeah, tomorrow. This is when we see the final, but they are a class act. I think that's about all you can say.
Nothing like a smacker on the old ball bonce, is there?
This is Crofts 2022, the world's greatest dog show.
There will
Ladies
be a very
and gentlemen, I want to put your hands in the air.
quick
Get your
turnaround.
phones out, switch your torches
But
on.
we'll give them a breather and have a little sing-song, shall we? Why not? On you go, Neil.
Touching me.
You know what to do.
Touching you. Side to side. Here we go. Sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never was, but now
All right, come on this side.
touching warm, reaching out,
Get ready.
touching me, touching you.
Here we go, loud as you can.
Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never was.
Oh, amazing, ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a big round of applause. Wow. It is so good to be back, Nigel. It's so good to be here.
Hey, John, you're commentating next. I've lost my breath, mate.
Amazing. What a moment. Okay, are we ready to crack straight on with the grand final?
No warm-up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Focus and the Roadrunners.
We're about to find out Saturday's champions. The most impressive combination so far, in my eyes anyway, have come from Belgium. The Roadrunners Beep Beep, so good. New record holders, and we have Focus in the blue on the near side. They will get straight into it. There will be no warm-ups. Best of three, as always. Can anyone check the relentless progress of the Roadrunners Beep Beep? Will Focus, Friday champions, and they wear new Crufts record holders as well. This is going to be really close. It's neck and neck at the moment. Focus making a good fist fit on the near side. Probably just with Focus on the near side. And there's a fault on the far side. I'm hearing from the Belgians who will get over there first. And a fault on the near side too. They're both running extra dogs here. They're both running extra dogs, and I'm looking, it's going to come to, I think Focus are going to get this, you know. Focus are going to get this. They couldn't get that extra dog off and running on that far side. So this will surely come Focus's way on the near. It will indeed. Focus, Friday champions. They were record holders at 15:05. They lost that today. They want that record back. They are the reigning champions, and they are one up here, Graham.
They were, as you say, clearly there was a crossover fault because they were just pushing. I told you, they're going for that record again today. Oh, and a drop. Yeah, didn't quite get hold of it. Never mind.
So Focus leading the Roadrunners from Belgium, and this will mean a huge amount to them if they can win here. We're keeping an eye on the clock as well. This is exceptionally quick racing. Can Focus repeat that opening leg? Very, very close at the moment. Impossible to split them. Just with Focus on the near side. It is with Focus on the near side still. But the Belgians are striking back into it. They've dropped the ball. They've dropped the ball on that far side again at the Belgians. And Focus on the near will get it. They'll get it. Don't worry about that. That's a massive boost for Focus, the reigning champions. They will be there tomorrow. Don't worry about that. They want that title back big time. To Diesel, Mouse, Kenai, Panic, Dingerbell and Onyx, and the handlers Ryan Haywood, Kim Gillespie, Yakko, Jensen, Craig Burrows, Justin Shearing and Gary Mannikin. Team captain Samantha Haywood got that team in tremendous working order.
And that's the fault for Beep Beep. Drop the ball, and they say he must take it back. I've got to say, Jim, up until that point, they were neck and neck, and I think even Focus were just edging them by a nanosecond there. So it's building up for a fantastic final tomorrow.
Oh, what a final this is going to be. Well done, Focus. Well done, the skipper, Samantha Haywood, and the box loader, Rachel Minikin as well, not forgetting ball collector Violet Burrows. Oh, Focus 2. Roadrunners Beep Beep will have to go back and reform and get their minds together and concentrate on the final tomorrow. This has been Saturday's semis. Fantastic action. We look forward to seeing you again for the climax of flyball tomorrow.
This is the build-up for their career, maybe in agility. You never know, there's a lot going to training and running a business doing it. And these are our two teams. I'll hand you over to John.
These are the flyballers of the future. It is the final of the Young Kennel Club competition.
Run all three still. Okay.
K9 are on the near side. K9 Roses on the near side, and High Flying Ricochet are on the far. And I think what we can do here, Graham, is almost have a little chat about the whole art of flyball and how good it is. It's to see these young handlers and young teams getting into flyball, and really how they have to develop, what the intricacies are, what the faults are as well. And obviously the first thing that I would suggest to you is getting the dog in the right frame of mind to compete.
Yeah, it is. What you're really after for is the dog to want to get a ball first. I mean, that is the whole basis of flyball, is to retrieve a ball as absolutely as quickly as it can. I'm a great advocate that if you own a dog, you should get out and do something with it. Flyball's a great way, agility's a great way, working trials, obedience, anything you can, but you should interact with your dog. You get a better understanding, of your dogs.
It's going to be the best of three again. High Flying Ricochet on the far side, the red side, and K9 Roses on the near. Great to see the young faces, and also Bit of tension there. They really want to win this, so it is the Roses on the near side, and at the moment it's with the Ricochet on the far just. They're warming up here, my mistake. Allowed a warm-up, of course. And so we've got to get the dogs into the right frame of mind, Graham. And what about also working with the dog, getting up, looking at a dog and saying, this could be a good fly ball dog, you know? Is it all about whippets and lurches and things like that?
Any dog's a good fly ball dog. It's about getting it. You may not be able to do it to this standard, but any dog can do fly ball. You just need to get out there and practice and train, and you can do anything you want to, Jim. The sky's your limit, as they say.
So just looking through the teams that have competed in this K9 Roses: Delinquent, Dolphins, Northern Young Guns, Tails on the Run from Essex, Brig Mini Mutleys, Coventry Mix-Up, High Flying Ricochet, Northants Twisters have all been here, and we're left with K9 Roses and High Flying Ricochet. The Roses on the near side, the Ricochet on the far, and this is the real thing. Best of 3 for the young kennel club. Roses on the near side making a good start, but it's with the Ricochet on the far. Still with Ricochet on the far. Good turn from that second Ricochet dog, but they're making ground up on the near side, but it's still just with Ricochet on the far side. Fourth and last dog. Oh, problems on the far side, and so the Roses on the near side will take the opening dog, and the dog on the far had problems getting hold of the ball, and then went looking for it. So it is a win on this near side to the K9 Roses, who kept it tidy, kept it clean, kept it quick as well. So K9 Roses are 1 to the good on this near side, and they're just having a confirmation that K9 Roses have won that opening leg after that. Slightly unfortunate at the end there. The ball just wouldn't come out. Where is it? Let's have a little look at this. Look to turn, look to get the ball. And, yeah, where's it gone? Shot. K9 Roses on the near side, another win, and they will have the prestigious title, the Young Kennel Club Flyball Champions. But a high flying Ricochet will have something to say about that, I'm sure, on the far. It was very, very competitive until that little blemish. It's with the Roses at the moment. Another good start for the Roses on the near side. That's the blue, but making up ground. K9 on the far now. It's still with the Roses on the near side. Very good turn by that second Roses dog. Still just with the Roses on the near. Bit of a stumble, and the ball dropped as well. So that's a fault on the near side then for the Roses, and that'll mean we'll be into a decider. Bit of a problem retrieving and turning and getting the ball. And so on the near side, it is all squared up now, and that high flying Ricochet clear, square things up. We have a decider, Graham.
We do. We always love a decider, as they all to play for now, and this is about saying we won the fly ball at Crufts for the YKC.
Again, a bit of a problem just putting that ball into the loader there, and there it goes again. Terrific images, by the way.
Box judges.
It is one apiece. It is the Roses on the near side, K9 Roses. It is the decider in the YKC Flyball Championship. Big crowd supporting the Roses on the near side, and the high flyers Ricochet on the far. It is with the Ricochet at the moment on that far side, but the dog on the second dog on the near has made up good ground. Still with that far side, the red. Still with the Ricochet on that far side, and if it can turn and keep it clean, it is with the Ricochet on the far side on the red side. Ricochet have done it. Yep, confirmation from Jenny Knight. Very well done. The high flying Ricochet. Watch out for them, future flyball champions. Who knows? They've got it right. They kept their nerve. They kept it clean, and they have triumphed at Crufts 2022. A huge achievement.
well done to both teams. Well done to High Flying Ricochet and well done to K9 Roses. As I say, they're the future of our sport, and we need to see teams competing at this level, and they wouldn't look out of place in any competition, Jim. Brilliant fly ball. Well done to them. Great credit.
They've got a taste for it. Tears of joy as well.
Oh dear.
No problem with that. No problem with that.
And that's what it means to them. I mean, this memory will stay with them.
And so it should.
Forever.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it is presentation time for our juniors. Give them a big round of applause.
There we are. And there we are. We're going to have some presentations there for the YKC.
Okay, we're just going to get ready for our presentation.
Two teams, and as you say, it's great for them to be able to receive their trophies here in the main arena.
To do the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jonathan Wolstenholme.
And we've got, representing Royal Canin, we've got Jonathan Wolstenholme, the Kennel Club, and everybody's very grateful for their continued support. And there they are, the High Flying Ricochet receiving their winner's rosette and trophy, which hopefully they will keep and treasure forever. And there we are, High Flying Ricochet. Brilliant. Is he pleased? Yes, I think he is. And there we are, the box loader did a fantastic job. Yeah, now we've got a smile. He was concentrating so hard earlier on. That's brilliant. Well done, mate. And then Catherine Mansfield, the secretary of the Kennel Club, just adding her congratulations. And there we are with the K9 Roses as well. Brilliant. They did a great job. And they are a great advert for the Young Kennel Club. And I just hope that we can get some of these images around the world, just to say that at this very sad time we're having some fun here, and the kids are enjoying themselves, so well done to them.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now need to move to the presentation for the
Now we're
winners
going to bring in the winners of the, can I call it the senior competition earlier on today. Some fantastic flyball racing. We've seen the Crufts record be broken again. I mean, to break it once in a couple of days is fantastic. You know, to break it the number of times it's been broken already, it's just absolutely amazing. There we see Focus coming into the arena. You're too small to hold that dog. And there we are, Focus consisting Ryan Hayward, Kim Gillespie, Jacko Jensen, Craig Burrows, Justin Shearing, not forgetting the team captain Samantha Hayward and the box loader Rachel Minikin. And again, we've got Jonathan Wolstenholme presenting the awards, and there we are, our judge, and I have to give her a very special mention. She's done a fantastic job. She's refereed the match with authority. And are Focus happy? Yes, they are. Little clenched fists there, really good. So that was Jenny Knight, our flyball judge. And the new Crufts record holders, there we go. Beep, beep. Dave Maristine, Boonen, so 1484 is their new record. And I honestly think that if you tune in tomorrow, don't miss it, because I think that the record is going to go again. And they're going to be looking towards, trying to get towards this 1453, which is the European record. And off they go round on their lap of honour, very well deserved. Fantastic competition, and we've got this capacity audience absolutely thrilled by what they've seen this afternoon. It really has been great entertainment. And day continues. Day 3, brilliant. 1720 Crofts International Invitational. Don't miss that. The agility final. 1800 freestyle hill work to music international competition winner. That promises to be a real treat as well. 1805 Scruffs final. Moving on 1820 to the obedience champion and reserve display. Just demonstrating that there's been an obedience competition going on all day today as well. And then 1845 we have our group judging, which is the utility group. And our second group judging to finish off the evening, 1935, with the toy group.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to this Super Saturday here at the world's greatest dog show that is Crufts 2022, and it's so good to have you back. As we've seen over the last 15 days, there have been some awful scenes in the Ukraine, and the Kennel Club and the Kennel Club Charitable Trust are very much doing their bit, and so are you. Kennel Club Charitable Trust donated £25,000. The Kennel Club then matched it to £25,000. And today, this afternoon, we have heard that over £80,000 has been raised for the Crufts appeal for dogs and their owners in the Ukraine. We are fundraising to help the dogs during this humanitarian crisis. You can donate via the Kennel Club Charitable Trust.org/support-dogs/Ukraine. Donation points on all the Kennel Club stands, and we do know that times are very difficult. And please, if you can, if you are able, please do give as generously as you can. Some dreadful scenes, and the money is being ring-fenced until the 13th of March. And it is being managed, when we hand over the money on the 13th of March, by the FCI. The FCI are like the FIFA of the dog world, the UEFA and the FIFA. And they are the ones with the contacts in Eastern Europe to get the money to the right places. And that is absolutely essential. So please, I'm sure that our thoughts are with our friends in the Ukraine. Let's give them a very big round of applause, and please give as generously as you're able. May we ask you now to please stand in Her Majesty the Queen's 70th year on the throne for the national anthem. Oh my word, oh my word, it's so great to be able to say, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the world's greatest dog show that is Crufts 2022! every single dog has its day, and tonight is no exception. We've got an amazing lineup for you tonight. We really have. We've got the international agility. We've got the incredible sights of the international heel work to music, obedience, and we have two of the most fabulous groups, the utility group first and then the toy group. Nigel Davis is with us. Nigel, we have 15 of the best athletes and their dogs in the world.
Thank you very much. So yes, we are the Pride of Nations as well. International Saturday, we've got the International Freestyle to Music, and we'll see the winner later tonight. But now we have competitors from all around the world competing for the national final, and that's coming up shortly. But first of all, we've got the flags coming through. So bear that in mind. We're going to start our line of flags coming through. Now we start off first of all with the Netherlands, with Hein van Bommel. Followed by Spain, with Adrian Bajo Alonso. Hopefully I spell these names, say these names right, fingers crossed. Portugal's next. Miguel Serra Ribeiro Serrodi.
Very much
Hope
indeed,
that's right again.
Welcome
Sweden,
back
Gustav.
to the arena. The parade
Germany,
on International Day, the parade of the competing nations. We have 15 nations here. Only for large dogs, this. It's a three-parter. We had the jumping this morning, the agility this afternoon, and all crunched together to get the best 15 for the final. A little word that along the way some dogs have been eliminated, and that means you cannot win. So the first 7 dogs taking part here cannot win the title. 15 different countries, 1 dog from each. High quality competition. Graham Partridge will give you an intricate view of that course that you have been discussing very, very shortly. This is always a tremendous event at Crufts Ground.
Always sends a little tingle down your spine. You're seeing some very, very proud competitors there representing their countries. And as I say, you just sit up and you think, and it makes me wish I was back out there again, Jim. Who wouldn't want to be representing their country? You see the flag of St George there coming round on the right-hand side. So, but it promises to be. This is a high-class field, Jim. Can't stress that enough. It's going to be absolutely great. Don't blink or you're likely to miss a few of these rounds. They are that quick.
They are indeed, and great to see a lot of the competitors, a lot of people here at Crufts carrying support for Ukraine as well. And you will see some exceptional handlers, you will see some exceptional dogs here in this competition. You have to be absolutely outstanding to reach this stage. They have battled through here today and have worked exceptionally hard to get here. And a lot of partisan support as well, hoping for a home country victory here at the NEC just outside of Birmingham. And there's, of course, the judge always sets the course. Our judge, who will be introduced to very, very shortly, is Chris Huckle. And here, the course animation coming up, Graham, and it might just be a chance for you to talk us round it.
Fairly straightforward start 1, and they actually do go over that side of that jump. The number's on the wrong side, and then they'll turn sharp left-handed into the tunnel. They might just need to correct the line as they come out of the tunnel, because the next jumps 5 and 6 are just slightly offset, and then they'll turn either left or right around number 6, and they'll come up onto the dog walk. Must touch the white bits on the way up and on the down. And on this occasion, as they approach the tunnel, it's the left-hand side of the tunnel, out over that long jump into the weaves. Most difficult obstacle to teach. They must complete them correctly before they move on. We then come back over the Crufts jump into that tunnel again, and now this time as they come over 13, they'll turn sharp left-handed up and over that A-frame. They'll be up and over it in a blink of an eye. This time they go in the right-hand side of the tunnel, and now they come out, just a little pull in there towards the wall. 17, they've got to steady up now. This is the control section. Test of confidence as well over the seesaw, over 19, over 20, and it's as easy as that, Jim.
It's a tester though, isn't it, by the look of it? A real testing course.
It is, but we've got a high quality field.
And so much depends on the quality of the course, and our judge, Chris Huckle, been judging for 35 years, has judged extensively throughout the UK and Europe. We will be seeing Chris very, very shortly set this course here on Saturday, on International Saturday at Crufts.
And as I say, Chris Huckle and Hannah Banks have done fantastically over this weekend. Judges' course design can make or break a competition, and I have to say that I've got full of admiration for them both. I've judged here, and it's really difficult to try and set the appropriate grade, because you're talking about an event that's held in the public eye in front of thousands and thousands of people on the glare of the spotlights, cameras, everything else.
And whatever you do, don't leave this competition early, as Chris Huckle gets a mention, because Ewan Patterson, who was picked out before, will be last to go. Chris Huckle then, judging for 35 years, judged extensively in the UK and Europe, saying this the culmination of his judging career. Chris Huckle, the man who set the course. And so first to go, we're looking at Loki, the Labrador. Maria Haag from Northern Ireland, homebred Labrador this one, and birthday today, 6 years of age today. Maria Haag from Northern Ireland. First to go then in this really prestigious international event. Came through the jumping this morning and the agility this afternoon. Good speed over the dog walk, just making contact with the white at the end of it as well. Over that long jump, have to enter the weaves from the right, does so well. And pretty nifty through the weaves. This is a good opening 20 seconds or so from Maria and from Loki, representatives of Northern Ireland. Up and down over the A-frame, good contact at the end of the A-frame as well. It's faultless so far and the time is good. Over the wall, sharp left-hander, seesaw in front, over the U-move, and finally the Kennel Club jump, 38.5 and clear. Good start to the competition, Graham.
Great start to the competition, made it look easier, really, really pleased her. And it's also a great advert for the other breeds. Lovely to see this Labrador. He was flying, Jim.
Quick, accurate, obedient Labrador gets us underway. Lovely image there. From the Republic of Ireland, Banjo, Liam O'Brien, 8.5-year-old Border Collie, 4th time competing at Crufts. For Liam, his first time with Banjo, representing the Republic of Ireland. 5 faults there. Tight right-hand turn. Dog walk. Bit of hesitancy at the end. Missed the contact point. 5 more faults. Long jump is good. And now elimination then for Liam O'Brien and Banjo. When if you're watching this for the first time, when our judge crosses his arms, it is an elimination when Chris Huckle. But of course they will always carry on and complete the round. Dog has no idea that he is eliminated. And that is Banjo, Liam O'Brien and the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah, need to finish on a good note. It's important for the dog's confidence that they do. And he's really pleased with what he's done as well. Oh, yeah, just skim that. These poles are meant to come off really easily. And there we are, goes in clearly to the side of the long jump, and that counts as a refusal, and he didn't go back and correct it.
Next to go, from La France, Gregory Biel-Bidalot and Mint, 5-year-old Border Collie, here at Crufts in 2014-15. First participation though with this dog, Mint. And Mint very quickly into the work, really great jumping, tight turn there. This is an all-action round. Look at the pace over the dog. Well, missed it, missed the right contact point at the end. Shame. Still right up there with a clock at just the 5 faults. A reminder that this dog cannot win, but it can certainly make an impression here. The first 7 dogs have been disqualified earlier in the day and cannot win, have been eliminated earlier in the day over the wall. But good pace. Seesaw, contact at the end of the seesaw, okay. Oh, just veered away and missed the Kennel Club jump. Come round again, Mint, and take it again. That'll do. Entertaining round, 38 seconds and some, and those 10 penalties.
But look at the speed of that dog walk. I'm not quite sure that he made that, but this is just the enthusiasm that these dogs have for this sport. It really is great.
Zen, 8-year-old Border Collie, representing Denmark, Tina Tundering, third in the jumping this combination, the Danish agility champion and Danish jumping champion as well. 35 years of age, Tina, 18 years competing in agility. Good combination, these two, the Border Collie. Good 10 seconds, good contact at the end of the dog walk, all done at high pace. Little flicker there going into that long jump. The weaves are fine. Little right-hander. Oh, look at the sound going through the tunnel there. Over that IAMS jump, A-frame, good as well. Time, good. Through the tunnel, in and out in the flash, over the wall, in front of us here. Little left-hander. Seesaw is good. Over the U-move and over the Kennel Club, that's great. 36.2 and clear. Can't win today, but we'll remember her. Tina Tundering and Zen from Denmark.
Very nice. You're seeing the dog there using two paws to go in and out of the weaving poles. Not necessarily the quickest way, but it's still very effective. And she's happy with what's happened.
This is Dive from Spain, Border Collie, Adrian Bajo Alonso, 24 years of age. Been doing agility since he was 11. First time at Crufts for Adrian. Let's see the entry from Spain. Flying early form, real elegance too. Elegance, speed, accuracy. Oh, this looks so good. Can they keep it together for the second part of the round? Through the weaves, barking their way around his dive. All action round. Great sound effects too. This is a busy, busy pairing. Handling and dog in perfect combination. What about the finish? Seesaw, good. U-move, good. And the Kennel Club is good too. Well, 32.8 and clear. As I have said, because they were eliminated earlier on, they can't win. You can't do better than that though, Graham.
Great stuff, up and over that A-frame in a blink of an eye, and it really does, just shows you the dogs just love to attack it, you know, and then great style, great jumping style. Well done to you.
From Sweden, Pixie, Border Collie, 4 years of age, Gustav Elk, smooth-coated dog, this one. Third in the agility. Oh, but just picking up 5 early faults there. Wearing the Swedish national colours is Gustav. You don't need me to tell you, these dogs are fantastically trained, and the pace they're going at takes your breath away. Oh dear. And, well, they can't win anyway. They've been eliminated here to the sort of academic, really, but he said he came here looking to relish the Crufts experience. They've done that. That's the entry from Sweden, Gustav and Pixie.
Always want to try and get it right if you can. As you say, the poles, they're plastic poles, so if the dogs hit them, it doesn't hurt them at all. All about safety, Kennel Club agility. And there we are, just turning round now onto the dog walk.
Sinner from Germany, the 6-year-old Border Collie, Nadine Alschut, the handler. English bred, this one, German Classics winner a few years ago, German Border Collie Championship winner last year, first in the agility as well. These two have form, and they will look to show that, despite the fact they won't be able to claim the big prize. Good contact at the end of the dog walk, but sadly missing out, taking a wrong course, missing out that long jump there. That is an elimination, but they will carry on. Will Sinner and Nadine, and completing the course. When things go wrong, they disintegrate quite quickly, but this is still an exceptional dog, just 6 years of age, Sinner.
And there we go, you see the dog runs past the long jump, so that gets a refusal. They're supposed to go back and correct it. She thought, you know what, I'm just not going to interrupt the dog flow of the dog, I'm just going to keep its confidence high.
Now, this is the first dog that can win the event. It's from the Netherlands, Hein van Bommel and Moss, Border Collie, 6 years of age. Really the best partnership in the Netherlands. They've qualified for the European Open taking place in Belgium in July. And the first dog that we've seen that can win this competition, it's quite simple, because they've not been eliminated in the agility and the jumping earlier in the day. Moss missing the wide contact point at the end of the dog walk, picking up 5 faults there. Getting urged along around the course. You never know if it's going to be faultless rounds, if 5 points will do, they have to keep going and keep going at pace. But eliminated there, taking a wrong course, and that wasn't quite what the best combination in the Netherlands expected, Graham.
Was picked up an early fault there. Out over the dog walk. Oh, and there we are. Just misses that white area, the contact there. And then misses the jump on the way to the tunnel, which is wrong course.
From the Isle of Man, Stephen Goldsmith and Teddy, Border Collie, 8 years of age, third time competing at Crufts. Most wonderful companion and true friend is Teddy to Stephen. Great to have the opportunity. They're real proud to be representing the Isle of Man here at the NEC, just on the outskirts of Birmingham again. 8 years of age is Teddy, thundering through the tunnel. You hear him coming, and a bit of a tiptoeing really at the end of the dog walk. You just lose precious seconds, and picking up faults as well on that long jump too. Lovely jumping style though, and always gives 100%. Bit of a tight turn there, Graham.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion as to which way they wanted the dog to turn, but he's recovered it quite nicely, but still running on 5 faults here as they come onto the seesaw. They must touch it, and it must touch the ground. Well done, very nice round there from Handler from the Isle of Man.
Just hesitated there at the end of the dog walk.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just bear with us. We're going to just do a quick interview with Stephen and Teddy. So I'm going to hand over to Ralphie.
Well, Stephen, just while you're a little bit out of breath, that was an incredible performance. How was it performing in front of these thousands of people here at Crufts?
Amazing, absolutely amazing. I was just saying backstage that it's wonderful that everyone's got back together again with no masks and all healthy and fantastic.
I think everyone's in agreement. It's great to be back to normal. And what about this dog here? How proud are you of him?
Oh, he's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful dog. And I love him so much. He means everything to me. And he loves this toy. He does everything for this toy. Yes, he's fantastic.
Well, you might be out of energy, but he's definitely not. Once more, let's have a massive round of applause for a fantastic dog and a fantastic competitor. Well done, Stephen.
Okay, so back to his technical record. We've got Jessica Sanson working working sheepdog. From Wales, first time competing in the name of Crufts. And competing in the YKC in 2020. So Jessica Cooper.
Next to go here, Jessica Sansom and Cooper, 8-year-old working sheepdog. First time competing in the main arena at Crufts and representing Wales. What can we expect from Wales? Cooper, not the fastest that we've seen over the dog walk. But it's precise work and it's accurate from these two. As I say that, picks up 5 faults. To turn back again to go over that jump. Hopping over the IAMs and the A-frame.
Yeah, just a little bit unsure of himself at the moment, but as we said before, they won't be competing in this arena before or anything like this, so they've done really, really well. And as you say, just the 5 faults in a time of 46.206.
And as things stand, that puts Jessica Sanson on Wales and Cooper into second place, but they're unlikely to stay there. Some very fast dogs are on the way. From Portugal, Miguel Cerrodillo and Tuba, 3-year-old border collie, pampered dog. This one, beautiful looking dog as well.
So the time doesn't start until the dogs go through the timing gate, so anything he does now, it doesn't really matter, and we're away. So he turns, picks up the dog on his right-hand side into the tunnel. Now he'll try and get across and pick up the dog on the left, which he does very nicely before he makes the turn onto the dog walk. As they come off the dog walk, they go into what we call the natural end of the tunnel. Big fast entry into the weaving pole. Shows it's got really good control now. Then we turn right-handed there into the tunnel, out and again pushes the dog out so before they turn left, and making sure the dog picks up the A-frame and not that tunnel, far end of the tunnel. And here we go, Jim, for a big finish.
There's a big finish, it's a good time. It is a clear round 2 as well for Miguel and for Tuba. Yep, 37.9 and clear, and that's number 1 as things stand. Portugal very much in the frame here. Portugal agility going well at Crufts. Really, it's the accuracy and precise work that have got Tuba and Miguel through to the sharp end of this international competition. A very impressive combination. From Norway, Robert Barak Heveding Gabrielsen and Sos Border Collie, Norwegian champions last year, both individually and in a team. Through the tunnel goes Sos. Good start, good opening 10 seconds for the Norwegian entry. Again, not hanging about at all. That's great pace through the weaves. This is shaping up into something pretty exceptional. Again, the noise coming through the tunnel. Tight one over the irons. A-frame is good too. Coming down towards us, wall no problem. Last, over the seesaw, over the U-move, over the Kennel Cup through 36.5. That is good enough for first place as it stands at the moment. For Sos and for Norway.
Very nice, smashed it. Just under a second and a half there in the lead. Just shows the quality of this top-class competition. Agility really is now a worldwide sport, which is just fantastic to see.
It's coming to the boil now. Here's the England entry. It is Nara Cuddy and Lemon, 5-year-old Border Collie. At her first Crufts, she won the British Open. Bronze medal for Team Great Britain, the team event at the World Championships. Qualified through the large Kennel Club stages at the Excel in London before Christmas. Nara Cuddy and Lemon, how will they do? There she goes. Good noisy start to her around here. Lovely jumping style too. Tight right-hander, that is a timer. Oh, the dog walk, beautifully taken. And that long jump too. This is shaping up into something exceptional. They're clean, they're quick. Go through that tunnel. Again, a tight left-hander. The A-frame is good. Coming down towards us now through that tunnel again. Over the wall. Now the seesaw. Next is the U-move. And finally the Kennel Cup. What a great time. This is 33.4 for Nara, for Lemon, and for England.
Oh, couldn't be more pleased for Nara. What an absolutely fantastic round for her. The crowd really appreciating it. Look at her, just cueing the dog, saying, now we've got a sharp turn coming. Turns on a sixpence into those weaving poles. Single footing going through there, no time wasted on the seesaw, and finishing in a fantastic time.
3 seconds clear at the moment. This is Sasha Grunder from Switzerland, second in the jumping this morning. The penultimate dog here. The time to beat, 33.4 and clear. Really committed dog, this, the Croatian Shepherd. Popular breed in Europe. Look at that, that's fantastic. So quick, but sadly 5 faults over the long jump there. But the time was as before when we've seen Sasha and Shuriken. The time is bound to be right up there. Lovely dog, lovely style, well done. Gives absolutely everything. Yeah, 33.9, no surprise at all for Sasha. Moving up into second place, but picking up those faults as well.
And this is where the fault came. That he had to correct the dog's line onto the long jump, which caused it just to drop its paws. But again, these units go over really quickly, so no harm done.
Actually down in fourth because of those faults.
Hang on to your hats, Jim.
Take a breather. Last to go, Ewan Patterson from Scotland. First in the jumping this morning. The holders, one to watch. A lot of Tartan supporters here. Second in the agility this afternoon. Crazy is the dog. 6-year-old Border Collie, the time to beat 33.4 and clear. Can they do it? Can Ewan and Crazy take the title to Scotland? Looking good at the moment. So quick and committed. Handler and animal in perfect unison. So quick in and out of that tunnel. Hardly a blemish so far. The A-frame, that's fine as well. Tight left-hander, keep an eye on the clock. It's going to be so tight. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.8, place 33.4, 33, 32.8, 32.8 it is. Counting them down, they have done it. Ewan Patterson, celebrations for Ewan, celebrations for Crazy, celebrations for Scotland as well. The only one in the 32s, and well done to Ewan Patterson.
Told you to stand by, hang on to your hats, Jim. Favourite partnership. They're in such red-hot form at the moment. We've got the selection process for the World and European teams for Agility Team GB coming up. I'm hoping he's going to be amongst them, and I've got some money on him to win an individual medal at either the Euros or the Worlds, and I'm hoping it's going to be the Worlds.
You know you're not allowed to bet, you know that, but you can have your heart on him, that's for sure. Winner of the last Crufts International in 2010, Ewan Patterson and Crazy. Let's hear what they've got to say.
Your dog Crazy isn't struggling to breathe. How proud are you of him?
Sorry, it's a girl. How proud are you? Oh, she's just fantastic. Another clean strike for her today, so she can't do any better. Absolutely brilliant.
Coming into this, so many people had you as one of the absolute favourites. Did you feel that pressure coming in, or could you just enjoy it?
I think because we won it the last time we were here, it was like just that wee bit extra pressure that we wanted to retain the title type of thing. So there was a little bit extra pressure, but when you've got a dog like Crazy, like, she just makes my life so easy. So she does all the hard work.
And just one final question. It's been a rough 2 years for so many of us. To cap it off, performing in front of thousands of people with a performance like that, you must be absolutely delighted.
It's brilliant to be back. Really missed it over the past couple of years. I know a lot of my fellow competitors struggle to get keep the motivation up and keep training when there's nothing to train for, like during COVID. But now we've got all the big events back. Really gets you going again.
Well, let's hear a massive round of applause for a dog that's definitely a female, Crazy, and for Ewan.
Thank you, Radzi. Thanks, Radzi. Well done, Ewan, wearing that tartan T-shirt. A lot of Scottish supporters in the crowd here. Winner of the last Crufts International 2 years ago, and winner here tonight. Ewan Patterson and Crazy rounding off a brilliant tournament. Look how close that was, 32.8 and playing against 33.4. In fact, probably a bit wider than I thought, just about half a second in that. Nara Cuddy and Lemon in second place, and the Norwegian Sass, the Border Collie, rounding up the top three, and we'll go all the way through and tidy up the results of the Crufts International Final for you, one of the great events on International Saturday here at Crufts. And that is the top 8. I hope you've enjoyed the competition, a competition with a real sting in the tail.
What a way to start Super Saturday, with still so much to come at the world's greatest dog show. And we're now going to invite the chairman of the Crufts Committee, Tom Mather, to go and get our presenter, Mr. Dave Ray. Dave Ray, who is quite simply synonymous with Crufts. He has been commentating here for 30 years. He's instrumental, let me tell you, in heel work to music. His wife Mary has won so many championships and has entertained us so much in heel work to music on the final night of Best in Show. Chairman of the Agility Council, senior daytime commentator at Crufts for 30 years, and the man who brought the international championships of agility here to us here at Crufts. He is an inspiration, and he decided this year to hang up his microphone. We say, on behalf of the Kennel Club and receiving a stunning, stunning piece of crystal, stunning, from Vanessa McAlpine, the show director here at Crufts. Dave Ray, we love you and thank you.
No doubt about it. Well done, Dave. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
And it's not full of gin yet, Dave. But it will be very, very soon. And now we come to special presentation for our judges. We're going to do the judges first, or are we doing the prize winners first? I think we should do our judges first. David, come over and say congratulations to our judges, to Hannah and to
Dave
Chris.
Ray, and following the special presentation to Dave Ray, we're about to do the presentation for our Crufts judges for the last 3 days. It's Championship Day tomorrow. We have a separate judge for that. So we have Hannah Banks and Chris Huckle, who have done an absolutely fantastic job over the last 3 days. Culmination of their judging career, and they've had a great time.
When we started this international one, it must be 10 years, 15 years ago, I don't know. But it was so good when it suddenly started, and then all of a sudden we had a queue of people wanting to come to in our show, and you're thinking, Christ Almighty. And then that's what happened, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think at the end of it, we've had 35, 40 started. But in actual fact, it did get a bit delayed with the pandemic. So that did loosen it a little bit. But nonetheless, we've had some great handlers come from abroad. We thank you for coming and joining us. And it's one of the things that I think that I did started that and kept it as well, even though some people said, well, I don't know. But it was a really good thing. Anyway, there you go. Thank you, my friend.
That's enough, Dave. Come on. David Ray. Thank you, Dave.
And there we are, just a few words from Dave Ray. It was his idea to start this international invitational, and as he said, it has gone from strength to strength. So Dave is also going to be presenting the rosettes and trophies for the very exciting Crufts Invitational.
Unforgettable, so I think you all know who the winner is. But please,
and the winner was Ewan Patterson with Crazy, the Border Collie, 6 years of age. Agility champion, Devon Gem Quick Time. They really are one of the best partnerships in the world at the moment. And there you see, he's been applauded by Nara Cuddy, who was the runner-up. Any other day, she would have won it. And that is the level of that we are at in this country. It really is absolutely fantastic.
Again, a fantastic run. Representing England.
So representing England was Nara Cuddy with Lemon Border Collie, 5 years of age. Got many more years, hopefully, of top-level international competition in front of her. And in all, an absolutely fantastic competition here. And there we are in third place is Robert Bratt Havelin Gabrielsen. Yep, he's pleased, come a long way, proudly representing Norway.
That's Robert Bratt Havelin Gabrielsen with Jensen Sos Narjana representing
we've got the
Norway,
dogs
so
just
well
chilling
done.
out there, just got a bit of a
Another
scratch on its back.
Fantastic performance.
And Anne Roberts there,
So, ladies and
carefully
gentlemen,
carrying the
please
trophy.
put
She does a
your hands
fantastic
together
job
for
all weekend,
all
looking
our
after the
international
trophies and rosettes.
competitors
And I think what we're going to have now is a little lap of honour so that they can get their well-deserved round of applause from this fantastic audience here on International Saturday here at the biggest and best dog show in the world.
Well done, Graham. We told you, stay to the end. It was well worth staying to the end. A triumph for Scotland. They deserve that lap of honour. That is our work done for the day. Graham Partridge and Jim Rosenthal signing off from Crufts 2022. We will see you again tomorrow.
We rescued Trollman today, who was found abandoned with his little nose. When we first actually decided we actually took him to do CPR, it effectively saved my husband's life. I was actually out in the garden, I heard him barking, then he actually stopped breathing. I managed to get him onto the floor, did some CPR, and 2 men left his leg. We're celebrating 30 years of marriage this year, and it's all thanks to Mr. Tucker.
Is to investigate fires to determine their cause of origin, and we get our dogs to support us. It always makes us mixed up sometimes. I think it's going to take a few minutes to do this, and within seconds to as well. Some of the work we do may not be particularly present. He's emotionally intelligent as well. The most serious of incidents, he does really calm people down. As soon as they're given the opportunity to do a really important job, and that's what makes it good.
I couldn't see my girls' faces. I felt my world was going away. I first lost my sight 3 years ago. I was then matched with Milo. It was one of the happiest days of my life. Milo's a hero because he's given me my life back. He's enabled me to be a dad again to my girls and to be a husband again to my wife. I wouldn't go anywhere without Milo, and Milo doesn't go anywhere without me. I don't think we can tell how people do this. We've been doing all the work to do the family service. It's okay not to be okay, and we don't go to our help. There's 3 people around who will tell you that they're here today because of that. To have that ability to help people is just amazing.
Without her there, the advisor of their class, she gives them more confidence, she helps the physio during COVID, she's been a fantastic companion for her. With Ruba, she's just got a bond that just can't be broken. She's just now found her life, and
www.crafts.org.uk. Please do vote. 22,000 votes, I think, at the last count. And that was this morning. And we really do need your votes. They're with us here tomorrow night. We'll be able to see it live on Channel 4. Unprecedented amount of coverage this year from Channel 4. Over 16 and a half hours of live coverage from Crufts World's Greatest Dog Show. We're setting the scene now for our international Hilbert to Music. Our very grateful thanks to the channel.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, earlier today we had the nation's venue International Freestyle Hillworks Music here in the main arena. It was incredible. The crowd was absolutely loving the amazing performances.
It was a tough decision for our judges, and in the end, our winning performance, it came down to 0.1 of a point. Ladies and gentlemen, for their Spotlight Winners performance, taking us on a magic carpet ride, please welcome, with her 9-year-old Border Collie, Very Vega, Marianne Elsie Methy, representing Norway.
Well, here we go, chance to celebrate the Heelwork to Music International Champion for 2022, the freestyle. It was an invitational competition. No qualifying could be held this year because of the pandemic, but it's a very special performance because our Border Collie, Very Vega, is 9 years old. This will be her last performance before retiring, and what a way to finish. And they're performing to the theme from Aladdin.
Oh, imagine a land, it's a faraway place where the caravan camels roam, where you wander among every culture and tongue. It's chaotic, but hey, it's home. When the wind's from the east and the sun's from the west and the sand in the glass is right, come on down, stop on by, hop a carpet and fly to another Arabian night. Arabian nights, neath Arabian moons, a fool off his guard could fall and fall hard out there on the
The magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp. You got some punch, pizzazz, y'all, when help. See, all you gotta do is rub that well. And I'll say, Mr. Aladdin, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, jot it down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Now, have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you do. You ain't never had a friend like me. Now watch me sell it. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, my. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, no. Wah, wah, wah. Ha. Come on, kid. Can your friends do this? Can your friends do that? Can your friends pull this? I'm their little hat. Can your friends go poof? Well, look at here. Can your friends go really. Can't make it. You're welcome. Hey, clear the way in the old bazaar. Hey, let us through. It's bright new star. Oh, come be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes. Ring bells, bang the drums. Are you gonna love this guy? Solid, fabulous, he, Ali above world. Genuflect, show some respect. Down on one knee. He once knew 70 Turks. Mustaches, sabers, real jerks. Who gave those bad guys the work? Yes, he did. Prince Ali. Prince Ali. Prince Ali.
The Border Collie, Vega.
Well, that was a very, very special performance.
What an
Very
amazing
Vega,
routine. We have seen
all the way
so
from
much
Norway, and a
incredible talent
fitting
in
way
this arena
to
in our
close out her
Heel
career
World music.
before
It's been an
retiring.
absolute joy
And Marianne
to
says Vega is a
witness.
once-in-a-lifetime dog. She will be
Well, ladies
10
and
years
gentlemen,
old
we
this
cannot
year.
ignore
Second
what
time
is
at
going on in the
Crufts,
world right
going
now
out as the international freestyle champion in heel work to music.
Crufts this year, you will have seen people wearing the colours of the country, the bright blue and the bright yellow. And the Kennel Club Charitable Trust have launched an appeal for dogs and their owners in Ukraine. People who are fleeing from war, people who are leaving everything they own in the world behind just to stay safe. The fundraising appeal, managed by the Kennel Club Charitable Trust, so far has raised an incredible amount of money. Initially, a donation of £50,000 between the Kennel Club Charitable Trust donating half of that and the Kennel Club donating the other half. A very impressive donation indeed. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you have exceeded all of our expectations with your incredible generosity this weekend. And I'm proud to say that in excess of £80,000 has been raised thanks to your generosity. You'll notice across the show there are donation points on all Kennel Club stands, and you can make your donation online as well. Just visit kennelclubcharitabletrust.org/support-dogs/Ukraine. That's kennelclubcharitabletrust.org/support-dogs/Ukraine. Thank you very much for your generosity. I'm going to hand you over to Nick.
Thank you very much, John. Well, Scrufts is synonymous with Crufts. It is the family crossbreed dog of the year. Tomorrow night, of course, we have the Magnificent Seven, the best in show, join us. But tonight, we have, thanks to the generosity of James Wellbeloved, the Scrufts family crossbreed dog of the year. Our thanks to James Wellbeloved.
All hail the James Well-Beloved Pooch. For you, there's no ball that can't be caught, no ditch that can't be leapt, no lake that can't be cannonballed. You are unstoppable because you are powered by nature. James Well-Beloved, naturally healthy.
John, you've been lucky enough to do the semi-finals at Discover Dogs in Excel in London. Well, the final qualifying heat, there have been 6 heats this year. Obviously, because of the pandemic, it was difficult to get the qualifiers. Next year, it's double that number, and all the money raised, doesn't it, John? It goes to the Kennel Club Charitable Trust. And Jenny judged the semi-finals this morning.
Well, next here in the main arena, it is time for Scruffs, which is the family crossbreed dog of the year competition. And the competition attracted dogs from all over the country. Heats were held across 6 locations. Earlier, Judge Jenny Campbell was able to take a look at all those who had made the semi-finals, and we will find out which dogs are going to go through to the final and then be judged to find out which will be the crossbreed dog of the year. The categories are most handsome crossbreed dog, the prettiest crossbreed bitch,
we're going to welcome back
good citizen dog scheme, and the golden oldie crossbreed. So here is Judge Jenny Campbell, who had a first chance to look at all the semi-finalists a little earlier on today. So to welcome the dogs into the arena, I will hand you through to the arena commentator.
We have Claire Gallagher and her dog, Sir Duke. Our next most handsome dog, Sarah Lily Jones with Noodle. Emily Hale with Remus. And Wendy Halling with Frank. Let's hear it for your most handsome dogs, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we welcome our prettiest bitches. First of all, Dan Carter and Bumble. Ruth White and Nancy. Sally Franklin and her dog Lily. Danny Coombs with Cassie. Michael Clement and Edith. And finally, Rachel Hulkin and Wilma. Let's hear it for your prettiest bitch, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, it's the Golden Oldies. First up, please give a warm welcome to Hayley Hutton with Lily. Catherine Masters and her dog Tia. Claire Rolls-Wayne with Noah. Emily Galway and Arthur. Deborah Fisher with Lily. And Louise Jacobs and Teddy. Our final group, the Good Citizen Dog Scheme finalists. We have Hazel French with Questa. Tracy Ison with Scout. Michelle Down with Luna. Katie Lee and Mavis. Julie Hudson with Bruno. And finally, let's hear it for Rowan Carter and Sammy, your Good Citizen Dog Scheme semi-finalists.
Jenny, thank you. If I could just have a few words before we introduce our 2 judges for the grand final. How on earth, how did you do this?
It's really, really difficult. We got the handsomest boys, the prettiest girls, the golden oldies, and the good citizens, and they're all winners here today. It's absolutely fabulous. So really, really difficult, but I was just looking for that standout quality, the interaction with the owners, a bit of a backstory, but they're all winners today.
Yeah, they are all winners, but you had to pick one from each competition. Were you a little bit weepy at the end?
Some in particular. There was 1 or 2 where the owners were also getting emotional about their stories, and it gets you as well.
Certainly does. When you got to the stories, and we've seen the stories that John read out this morning, we heard the stories that John read out this morning, and some of them.
I know. And these dogs do such fantastic... First of all, most of these dogs have come from some very difficult circumstances,
Yep.
kill shelters in Eastern Europe, or really difficult circumstances in the UK. And then they've gone on to do really great work with their owners, either helping their owners directly or helping other people as well. So they've all got a purpose, if you like, and they're all really happy and healthy. Yeah.
And it just shows, doesn't it? It really does show what a difference they make to our lives.
Yeah, you know, we all love dogs, any dogs. These are, you know, wonderful characters, you know, handsome, pretty.
Old.
Everyone, older.
Oops,
yeah.
sorry.
Small, large, medium, every colour, so a great diversity, it's wonderful.
Thank you so much for judging the semis
You're
this morning,
welcome.
Jenny. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a round of applause. Thank you. So, John, you've got the shortlist, haven't you?
I have got the shortlist, yes. So we're now going to ask our finalists to step forward. In the category of Most Handsome Dog, the Scruffs finalist is Claire Gallagher with Sir Duke. Give her a big round of applause, everybody. Our next finalist, the category of Prettiest Bitch, is Michael Clement with Edith. Next up, our golden oldie, the Scruffs Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year 2022 with James Wellbeloved. And the finalist is Louise Jacobs with Teddy. And our Good Citizen Dog Scheme finalist is Hazel French and Questa. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our final four.
And delighted to welcome our two judges that are going to have an even more difficult job. Mark Beasley, the Chief Executive of the Kennel Club, and Dr. Ian Gabriel, the Vice Chairman of the Kennel Club, to step forward, and they now have to decide who the James Wellbeloved Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year is for Scruffs. In you come, gentlemen. The floor is yours. Good luck.
So our judges are going to go down the line and have a chat to each of our finalists, starting with Sir Duke, who is a 5-year-old cross, and they've come all the way from Newark.
Well, here are our 4 finalists then, one from each of the 4 groups. So most handsome crossbreed dog. This is Sir Duke alongside Claire Gallagher, mixed breed from Leicestershire. And Claire says that the favourite thing about Sir Duke is how he looks after his baby Labrador sister Miley, teaching her to be as well behaved as himself. Of course, the judge here, in order to pick a winner, will be looking for good character, good health, good personality, and of course temperament, not only with the people around them, but with other dogs as well. Claire absolutely beaming to know that Sir Duke has won through most handsome crossbreed dog.
And basically fell in love straight away. Could not resist his handsome face. That's Sir Duke. Moving down the line then, our judges now having a chat with Michael Clement for Prettiest Crossbreed Bitch, all the way from Surrey. And this is Edith, who is a 5-year-old cross.
Edith is a 5-year-old cross alongside Michael Wood. Saluki Greyhound Whippet, indeed.
Bags of energy, I'm sure. And she's been in the life of Michael and Michael's partner, Roxy, since she was a puppy. And they think that this is the first time she's qualified.
Looking absolutely relaxed in the ring as well. It's a chance to just wow the judge for a final time.
Next up, our 2 judges are having a chat with Louise Jacobs and her 10-year-old cross, Teddy.
Well, this is the 10-year-old Lhasa Apso Bichon Frise cross from Essex. This is Teddy Bear. Teddy Bear absolutely performed for Jenny Campbell earlier, full of affection, so that sense of character and personality absolutely shone through on the floor.
Also a
chance for that closer look,
which again we heard a lot
from our
about
finals
earlier
judge.
This morning in our semi-finals. Dogs who go into schools,
all those characteristics. These are all good pet dogs.
All sorts of different conditions, and just
they've all got differing stories behind them.
Petting a dog can make you feel better. And
of course, the conversations with
really
the owner are just important to get a feel for the dog and the dog's story, and certainly Teddy Bear, Louise says, is always there
and then our good
to make us smile.
This is Questa.
So this is the winner of the Good Citizen Dog Scheme group, Questa. It's 5.5, a Labrador Golden Retriever cross from Shropshire.
Is an assistance dog.
And Hazel French is absolutely so reliant on Questa. She told us earlier on how Questa is an assistance dog, can do everything from opening and closing doors for her, picking up things that she might have dropped.
She also assists with putting washing in the washing machine.
Questa has reached gold standard, the gold medal in the Good Citizen Dog Scheme.
Picks up rubbish, anything that might be dropped on the floor.
And Hazel was absolutely in
also
praise of the Kennel Club and everything they do to make dog activities accessible for all. And Questa really has helped to give her a life and a lifestyle.
She's very, very
and she became more disabled. So those are the finalists. The deliberation will now start to pick the winner.
I'll start with one and I'll give Mark another one. The first dog we saw has come from Romania, from a shelter. This lady brought him back. An amazing story to bring a dog back from a shelter abroad. And I asked her if he slept on the bed. He doesn't apparently, but he's involved in every other aspect of our life. So.
Brilliant. Mark?
Again, absolutely fantastic. And of course, we have the pretty girl there as well. And isn't she absolutely stunning? Had it as a pet since a puppy, and just great to see that bond between the owner and the dog as well. As like we say, you know, dogs and people, the bond is there. It means so much, and definitely a pretty girl, that's for sure.
And the golden oldie, and oh my word, unbelievable, Jenny.
I love a golden oldie, all of them, but this one's just a little bit special. I think the way she looks at her owner, the way she actually came to me earlier on as well as, you know, she was very, very friendly, and I love the bow on the side, and yeah, and she does lots of good work as well. So she's a proper little star, and she knows it, I think, as well.
So is this one. Ian, this one absolutely adores you.
She's beautiful, isn't she? So she helps our owner all the time, and since our owner had her, you've had more problems, haven't you? And she's had to learn new ways to help, and you can just see how gentle she is and how clever she is, and how she helps every day of your life. Yeah, she just took her gloves off for her because she was a bit warm, which was quite sweet.
Oh, brilliant. Right. So, Mark, Ian, you better go and have a little huddle, hadn't you? And we're going to say thank you very much to all our other finalists as they leave us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for bringing your dogs here. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a very big round of applause.
Well, all these dogs are winners, aren't they? They've all made the semi-finals of Scruffed 2022. They've all got just magical stories, and a lot of them really were quite emotional. When we heard those stories earlier today,
decision to make.
Absolutely wonderful dogs.
Claire Gallagher with Sir Duke. Will it be Michael and Edith? Will it be Louise Jacobs and Teddy? Or will it be Hazel and Questa?
So it is judges' decision time. The final four for the title of Scruffed's Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year.
Okay, our judges have made their decision. The Scruffs Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year 2022 with James Wellbeloved is...
A hard decision, but it's going to be Questa.
It's Questa,
that's going to be a really popular choice. Questa with Hazel French, the Labrador Golden Retriever cross, the assistance dog, plays such an important role in Hazel's life, and a winner from the Good Citizen Dog Scheme. That's just a wonderful moment.
Well, congratulations to Hazel. You can see this clearly means the world to her and to Questa, a dog who makes
Questa and Hazel
a difference
French,
in her life. He's
winners
achieved
of
so
Scruff
much
2022
through the Good Citizen Dog Scheme as well.
From Highley in
Hazel was telling
Shropshire.
us earlier on just how much of a benefit
Questa, the
it has
Labrador
been,
Golden Retriever
and just
cross.
how accessible it is for disabled people as well. That was a point that Hazel
Just
wanted
highlights
to make.
the roles that dogs play and crossbreed
Ladies and
dogs
gentlemen,
in
one more
people's
time.
lives. Yes,
Let's hear it
family
for your
pets
winner,
as well.
Hazel French
But
and
Questa, a truly
the
special
Scruffs
dog.
Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year.
And Questa is the Scruffed Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year for 2022.
To our judges, Mark and Ian.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for amazing players. Thank you for amazing dogs. One winner.
They're all winners, aren't they? As they go off in their natural element, let's give them a huge, huge round of applause. Very well done indeed. The floor is yours.
Lap of honour now, and Questa just looks nonplussed, doesn't she? Focused on playing her role, which is assistant to Hazel, always on duty, but that family pet and companion as well. But congratulations to all those finalists, because not only Questa, we've seen Louise Jacobs and Teddy Bear as well, trotting along behind. Hazel will keep that trophy very, very safe indeed. A treasured trophy to pop on the mantelpiece. Questa absolutely at ease, keeping pace and not fazed at all by the applause and clapping of the crowd. So there goes Teddy Bear, and indeed Sir Duke and Edith. That is our Scruffed Family Crossbreed Dog of the Year competition for 2022.
From the moment they melt your heart, through every moment of life together, protect your bond with a lifetime policy from
So next at Cruft, time to celebrate the Obedience Champions of 2022 at Crufts. And we've got Ashley Butler up here in order to talk us through it. Ashley, tell us what's about to come up.
Hello, and thank you very much. Yes, we are going to hopefully see a brilliant display of obedience that was going on earlier on today. It is our dog winner, obedience champion, and our reserve champion display.
First of all, I'd like to introduce you to the judge and her team. Pat Watson has been
So we are going to be having our winners, our champions today, who is going to be Caroline Heath and Jezidi. It's time to play.
What I'm going to show you today is a demonstration of a very short
Pet name Luca.
The exercises that the
And then our reserve champions are Lorna Hilton and obedience champion Hallie Galley Take a Bow. Pet name Lenny.
Our obedience champion in the dog class.
There they are, just waiting in the tunnel now.
And that is Carolyn Heath with Jezadi. It's time to play.
So here come forward our champions from today.
Working sheepdog, 8 years old, and pet name is Luca. And following Carolyn is our reserve champion, and that is Lorna Hilton with obedience champion Hallie Galley.
And our reserve champions coming forward now, Lorna Hilton and Lenny. So two border collies.
Outdoors we've been planning from October, and people don't start at this level. You can start with your pet dog, which a lot of people have. In fact, these two handlers did at one stage. And it takes a lot of work.
Look at that beautiful head position from Lenny there. So beautiful to see.
So first of all, they're going to start off with a display of heel work.
So we're going to be watching some heel work from them first of all.
So heel
And you
work
can
is,
see
what the judges
already that their head positions are slightly different. Each dog will carry themselves differently in their heel work positions. So you can see with Lenny, his head is slightly higher compared to Lucas, who is slightly lower.
Their dogs while they're working, and they're not allowed to give any body signals either. So the dogs have to be really well trained.
So you can see here that handler and dog are really having to work as one.
Really well. There you can see what they also do is have positions on the move where the dog is dropped into a position.
They can give their dogs commands when they leave them, walk away.
Pass the dog back again and then pick the dog up. And the dog has
But as you notice, there's no hand signals or body movements coming from our handlers.
looking for a difference between the two paces.
Here we are, demonstrating the different paces now, slowing down in that pace, doing that about turn there, and carrying on forward.
And the dogs are having to concentrate really hard. They don't normally have me rabbiting over the top of them. They are able to work with a bit more ease. They're back into normal pace now. So these dogs have already worked
And
one
back up to that normal pace of that trot.
There was a run-off or reserve place. So
And demonstrating a nice stand position there. Dog in that stand position can look for their handler as long as they don't move. Look at that concentration. And now our down position there. Dropping straight down into position. No hesitation, no questions coming from the dogs. And straight back into that heel work position. Now that gait change again, speeding things up. A nice jog from our handlers. Just beautiful. And you can just see there when the pace really comes up, the dog's front legs start kicking out in that heel work position. And now that praise at the end, just beautiful. You can just see how much the dogs love working. So now we are moving on to a send away. So the dog just being shown there where they're going to, those blue and yellow markers on that diagonal. Off they go. Now this isn't about speed, it is about accuracy. Trotting into that down position again. Handler carry on moving, and dog coming into position. That lovely heel work position again, straight in there. Again, no questions asked by the dog. Beautiful. Look how happy he is. He knows he's done very well, bless him. And now moving on to Lorna and Lenny. Beautiful tri-border collie. Lovely retrieve here now. Retrieving a toy. Now that's a soft toy as well. What we're looking for is when the dog retrieves it, they aren't mouthing or chomping on that object. He says, hang on, where's my toy gone? Scribe who would be writing down any marks that were deducted for particular things. And you can see the steward there as well as directing handler leaving dog in that stand position. And here the dog has to be left in one position, the handler walks away up to 20 paces, and then asks the dog to move into different paces. And now handler asking dog for those different positions, sit, down and stand. We're looking for the dog to carry out their positions as neatly as they can. And Lenny demonstrating that beautifully. Look how excited he is. And just like any other dog sport, dog activity, all training will be done with positive reinforcement, using a reward that your dog really loves, whether it's a toy, treats, whatever the dog would love to use as a reward once they've done some great work. Now we are moving on to scent work, one of my favorite things when it comes to obedience, using the dog's natural instinct, their brilliant nose. So as you can see, they are laying out the cloths now. Wearing gloves, they don't get their scent on the cloths. And the judge is going to be putting her scent on one of the cloths, and that is the cloth that we are hoping our dogs will pick up.
Our VIPs to put their scent on the cloth. And putting scent on the cloth is very simple. You're just rubbing your hands on the cloth. And then actually they're going to find that scent rather than the doggy scent on this occasion, just to make it more interesting. We've also got what we call decoy cloths out there. So that's somebody else's scent, another person's scent that the dog is expected to go over and ignore while finding the scent that they're actually looking for. What you see is that the handler will be handed a cloth that has been sent to us by one of the audience, and then the handlers will present that cloth to the dog and allow the dog to really take in that scent so they know the scent they have to find. That's why this exercise is called scent discrimination, because they've got to learn to leave some cloths and pick up the cloth that the scent that they've been given. So we're just going to finish setting up the pattern now. The cloths have to be a certain distance apart. But this is something that anybody can do with their dog at home. They can just have a toy or something, throw it into some long grass and let the dog go and hunt for it. It's a really, really good exercise for dogs because they love using their noses. And,
so I think we are all set up now.
As well, which it's a nice way to tire your dog out. So first up we've got Carolyn and Luca.
So Carolyn and Luca up first.
The scented cloth there. It's quite easy to work out which one it was. Is this the pink one? Is it pink?
And that pink cloth with the scent on being placed on the ground.
This is decoy cloth coming out now. So once they put out scented cloth,
so really interesting, they're going to be putting a decoy cloth down as well.
Right, so now Carolyn is going to hand another cloth, and she's going to allow Luca to smell that cloth. Everybody has a different way of doing this, all the handlers do. When the cloths are put out, the dog has to be facing away from the line of cloths, so it can't see where it goes.
So Caroline just getting Luca used to that scent and that smell, so it's much easier for him to go and pick up. There we go, just giving a really good smell there. And hopefully he's going to be off and away. Here he goes. Just checking them all. I think he's on it. He is. There we go. The correct one. Good boy, Luca. And every time I watch this, I find it so satisfying and just, I find it incredible that our dogs are as clever as they are. We would never be able to do that. And up next is Lenny. So Lorna is going to do exactly the same thing. Going to get Lenny used to that scent. A new decoy cloth being put down as well. And I find it really interesting that they turn the dogs away, so the dogs can't actually watch the cloths being put down. And there we go, just a different method there to help Lenny get used to that scent. And just like anything, everyone has their own unique techniques and ways. Off he goes. Having a good old sniff. Oh. Oh no, oh Lenny. It doesn't matter, he's already got the reserve championship title, so we will let Lenny off, bless him. He's had a long day, bless him. We'll let him off. So just going to quickly collect those scent cloths up. So now we are getting our lovely ring party involved.
So these guys, the whole ring party spent a long time preparing for this, planning around everything. And then just to finish off, we're going to welcome into the ring someone from the other end of the obedience scale. So going on today has been the Kennel Club Good Citizen Special Pre-Beginner Obedience Stakes. So this is for anybody, any handler who has completed their Bronze Good Citizens Award. And
so we're going to invite in one of our Bronze Good Citizen
obedience steward is going to accompany the winner of the Special Pre-Beginner into the ring. And
one of our winners.
The handler is Briar Dunn, and the dog is Rubus parvifolius, better known as Bramble.
Here they come now, a beautiful golden retriever. Look at that beautiful heel work. Lovely head position there.
So Rich is now going to present rosettes to the three dogs that the two dogs have been with their team.
And here we go with our presentation. Lorna and Lenny there with their reserve. And our winners, Carolyn and 8-year-old Luca.
The elite of the sport and the newcomers as well. So thank you so much for watching. If you are interested,
what a brilliant display that was. And if you are interested in teaching your dog obedience or taking part or competing, then you can find all the information you will need at the Kennel Club website.
It's a great way to build a bond with your
It's a great activity, building that strong bond and relationship between you and your dog.
Okay, so
and off they go.
For all our demo dogs today.
This is probably the most controlled lap of honour we will see over the last 4 days. And there is that beautiful heel work position. Off they go. And hopefully for a good, well-earned
And a big round of applause
rest.
for our judging team as well. It's done an amazing job. Thank you very much.
Well, wasn't that fantastic, ladies and gentlemen? Our obedience champion dog and reserve dog display team. And a huge thank you to your commentator there, Claire. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Super Saturday
So this is where I leave you now, but next up we have the group judging for the utility group with your commentators Frank Kane and Laura Crombie.
First of our group judging this evening. Later on, the judging of the toy group. But first, please welcome, to take us into the judging of the utility group, Jenny Shora.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And as we've said, we're at the climax of this third day's judging here at Crufts 2022. The 2 groups to be judged this evening provide 2 more of the 7 finalists to compete for Best in Show here tomorrow evening. The first group to be judged this evening is the utility group, and it is my pleasure to introduce our group judge. He has a lifetime experience in exhibiting and breeding dogs, starting in obedience when he was 13, and he's synonymous with Chow Chows. His Taumina affix was established in 1965.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the first of our 2 groups to be judged here on day 3 of Crufts 2022. Now we're about to find out which dog from the utility group will be joining Akella, the Siberian Husky, Lenore, the Border Collie, Donnie, the Irish Terrier, and Aya, the Greyhound, in Best in Show tomorrow night. Now I'm joined here in the commentary box by international judge Frank Kane, who actually judged Best in Show here in 2012. Frank, our judge is coming in now.
And here's our judge, Rodney Oldham, a very experienced judge. Started his career in dogs with Chow Chows. He was very successful, has expanded his judging portfolio and judges many breeds now. And the first of the dogs coming in now is the Akita. The little Boston, an American breed.
And now the Bulldog Best of Breed.
Followed by that iconic British breed, the Bulldog.
And big cheers for the Bulldog.
Now we have the Canaan Dog Best of Breed.
Canaan dog there, national dog of Israel.
And our Chow Chow.
Now here is the Chow Chow, the breed which made Rodney famous in the dog world.
Now please welcome
Instantly
your
recognisable. Here we have our Dalmatian Best of Breed.
Followed by the Eurasia.
Here's the Eurasia, a breed developed in Germany.
And the French Bulldog Best of Breed coming in.
Hugely popular. Here we have the French Bulldog.
Dog of the moment now. The biggest registrations for the Kennel Club system is the French
now
Bulldog.
We have the German Spitz Klein.
2 German Spitz coming now. The smaller size coming in first.
Followed by the German Spitz
Closely
Nickel.
followed by the Mittel, the larger variety.
And now the Japanese Akita Inu.
Another of the Japanese breeds now, the Akita Inu.
The original Akita, isn't it,
And
Frank?
the Japanese Shiba Inu.
And here's another one on a smaller scale, the Shiba Inu.
And our Best of Breed.
And then another Japanese
Spitz.
breed. Here we have the Spitz. Beautiful white coat, sharp contrast with the black pigment there of the mouth, eyes and
Followed by the
nose.
Kaisund.
Kaisond from Holland. A beautiful
That
colour.
looks really smart, doesn't it?
Beautiful
And our
colours.
Best of Breed Koikahund.
Another Dutch breed now, the Koikahonji.
Was once in the gun dog group, wasn't it, Frank?
Now we have the Lhasa Apso.
From Tibet, the Lhasa Apso.
Followed by the miniature Schnauzer.
The miniature Schnauzer here. It's the smallest of the Schnauzer varieties.
And looking
Three.
as smart
The
as
first of
paint
our
there.
poodles is the miniature poodle.
Frank, I believe you may have put this one through, and I believe you may
Followed
share
by
your
the
name.
standard.
Yes, it is. And here's the largest of the poodles, the standard poodle.
Really striding out. And then the smallest, the toy, little apricot there.
And look at this, look at the style on this.
Look at that.
Followed by the Skippy.
The Skippy, the Belgian barge dog.
And now we have the Schnauzer.
And we just saw the miniature Schnauzer. Here we have the standard Schnauzer, the original variety of the breed.
Our Best of Breed Sarpei.
The Chinese Sarpei.
Very striking outfit
And
there
our
as well.
Best of Breed Shih Tzu.
The Shih Tzu coming in next, another Tibetan breed.
And lovely carriage, its tail
And the
over its
Tibetan
back.
Spaniel now coming into the ring.
Famous dog coming in now, the Tibetan Spaniel.
Big winner, this one, isn't it?
Followed by our
Followed
Best
by
of
another
Breed
Tibetan
Terrier.
breed. This one's the Tibetan Terrier. Closely related to the Lhasa Apso, many similar qualities.
And representing the imported breed register for the utility group, is the Xolowitz Squinty.
And here's the one with the most difficult name. It's the Xolowitz Squinty. It used to be called the Mexican Hairless, which was a lot simpler, but this is the breed, the Xolowitz Squinty.
We'll let you take that one, Frank.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
So our judge now is going to have his first look at the best of breeds in this utility group. And Frank, the utility group, they really are all shapes and sizes and purposes, aren't they?
Yes, of course, there are many of the breeds that they're now redundant from their original function, but now they're usually household companions.
And some of them are some of the oldest documented breeds, aren't they? Dating back thousands of years.
Of course, the Tibetan breeds as well, yes, very old.
With breeds spanning across the globe.
Now our judge just walking round, first view of them, he's seen them come in, now he's looking at them standing still, taking in their balance, their shape.
I think this looks like a very strong group, doesn't it, on first glance, Frank?
Well, it's a very mixed group. Now there's the little two sizes of the German Spitz there, the Klein and the Mittel.
Just 9 centimetres between the two, isn't there, potentially?
Beautiful bright colours in the Japanese breeds, as in we saw the Akita Inu and the Shiba there.
Yes, they have a really interesting.
That Kaizhon looking really nice.
Those colours and harness markings, beautiful. What a very nice Lhasa Apso, a grey one, very striking. And there's Frankie. More about him later. He looks in good form tonight.
The poodle's always the show people of this group, aren't they?
And as our judge, Rodney Oldham, comes to the end of the line, can I ask
full of concentration, taking his first glance of them. Usually if the shape's correct for the breed, that's a good indication that they're a very good breed type. Now coming to view the first dog, the first hands-on examination, where the judge will look at the dog, put his hands on to feel their anatomy. Good shoulders, the bone, the rib cage, the rear hind angulation.
Number 8153 to come through to the group.
Here we have our best of breed Akita. Now this is the largest breed in the utility group, originally bred as fighting dogs in Japan. 61 of them were here today, and this is a 2-year-old bitch called Twinny who has taken top Akita last year.
Some believe the dogs were originally bred for hunting wild boar, deer and bear. Others believe they were bred
so Akita should have a broad head, carried well forward on the move, and they're a Spitz type dog, aren't they, Frank?
And this one, the native of Japan, but it was developed in America. It was in its native Japan, it used to hunt bears and wild boar. Then went to America, where they wanted a heavier type of dog, but keeping this plush, brightly coloured coat.
And that coat's really important, isn't it? So coarse out on the outer coat and then soft and dense, really protective in all conditions.
And this one was top Akita in the breed last year in 2021.
Very successful kennel here, isn't it? I think we've seen them best of breed in this ring a number of times.
And coming from Merseyside.
Beautiful mover there. And such a young bitch as well, just 2 years old.
And now we look to the table where we see the next of the utility breeds to be examined by Rodney Oldham.
Very strong bone, striding out well.
Jeanette Metcalf judged an entry of 89 today and selected number 8153, the bitch, as her best.
And here is the Boston Terrier, a real Yankee Doodle dandy of a dog. As its name suggests, it was developed in Boston in America, and at one stage you had to live in Boston before you could be a member of the Boston Terrier Club.
Well-mannered breed. These clever canines.
So these dogs should be muscular with elegance. There were 89 of them shown today. And this is Eden, a 3-year-old bitch who's come from Cardiff. And a young winner, this one became a champion just 6 months into the showing career.
The Boston Terrier is one of the bull breeds, which means it's got bulldog in its ancestry. But there's also a degree of elegance in those longer legs.
And the markings are important, aren't they, Frank?
We call them Boston markings, this white collar, some white on the muzzle and the legs. It makes them very smart.
And described as being, they should be sure-footed on the move. I think we can see that here, can't we?
And they're great characters of dogs, yes.
And they can also be very good at other disciplines, can't they? Agility, fly ball, if they turn their mind to it.
Best of breed Boston Terrier 8153.
And now we see before us the Bulldog. Miss Sonia Davis was the judge today, and as usual at Crufts,
Here we have our
very
best of
strong
breed
entry
Bulldog,
of
unique in that it is shown
189
facing the
was
judge so
second
the judge
fastest
can
in the
really
group.
see that head and substance.
Emerging
These are dogs that are an
triumphant was
iconic
Sonia's
British
best of
breed
breed
used to
winner.
symbolise the
This
spirit
dog
of the
came
country.
4,
They're originally bred for bull baiting, and obviously when that became
Bulldogs,
illegal,
it's
the
said, were
breed was
created in the
regenerated when there was a
13th
new
century
interest
during
in
King John's
showing.
reign in England. They were bred for the sport of bull baiting, hideous to think of today. Thankfully, in 1835, the sport was banned, and soon the Bulldog was crossed
Judge just
Oh,
with other
looking at the
breeds to create the
shape
Bull
of the
Terrier,
body, the substance and the bone,
and other
getting the
bull-type
hands-on
terrier
examination.
So this one,
Bulldogs
2-year-old
face
dog called
extinction,
Carter.
but
He's
admirers
here from
of the
Spain
breed
and has
can't
won
hold them
14
from
cc's. So he's
Here's-
obviously had a few trips over here.
Here's the top-winning bulldog in the country last year. Done very well.
Although they're not toy breed,
They should
they
have those
love a good
really
cuddle,
distinctive high-set
and they
rose
think they're
ears, shouldn't they? We
lapdogs
can
at
see there.
Of course, the bulldog breeders have done great work for improving the breed, getting rid of the exaggerations which came earlier in the century, where they were too heavy, lacking in neck. Now they're much healthier, better eyes,
They love toys,
free from
endless
exaggeration.
games of tug of war.
They should be broad,
Life's
powerful
never
and
dull
compact.
with a bulldog.
I think this one sums that up perfectly.
Of course, regarded
And
as one of the
strutting his
national
stuff,
symbols of England,
full of
sharing
self-importance.
similarities with the
They have quite a
jowly,
distinctive
tenacious
move, don't they?
Winston
They have
Churchill.
quite short,
That's
quick
our best
steps
of breed
compared to some of the other
bulldog,
breeds,
4, 5,
skimming the
6.
ground.
That's right.
And the next of our utility breeds to be seen by Rodney Oldham is the Canaan dog. The breed was judged today by Mo Persson from Sweden.
And
From her entry, she
something a
chose
little rarer here, the Canaan dog, the national breed of Israel. Its ancestry goes back to the Middle East, so it was originally a feral dog. And they retain that reservation with strangers, sometimes wary of being handled. But it was adopted by the Israel army to work as a mine detector, so a utilitarian dog now.
And suspicious of strangers.
This one really showing the longevity of the breed. 9 years old, this dog, called Moshi from Bristol. You see there, moving out well, level back, deep chest, and that really distinctive brush-like tail.
They can come in any colour, but they have to have a dense, weatherproof coat for working in all conditions. Sound movement. It's a breed without any exaggerations whatsoever. Fit for function.
Oxnard, California, imported 4 Canaan dogs.
Just 4 of them here today. It's such a shame, isn't it?
And this one very confident in its carriage, and that's not always the case, but this one is going very nicely in the big ring here.
491.
And now we see the Chow Chow. The breed was judged today by Mrs. Sheila Jakeman, and there was an entry of 54 chows. And Sheila selected this dog.
Instantly recognisable. Here we have the Chow Chow. This one, Elvis. So Elvis is in the building this evening. Not yet 2 years old. This is a dog hailing from Blackpool. And the Chow Chow dates back more than 2,000 years. It was used in China as a hunting dog and a guard dog. And Queen Victoria owned one in Britain, raising its profile here. As we see here, it has a very unique black tongue and gums.
Throughout their long history, however, chows did have numerous jobs.
And
including
Rodney, of course, has had
guarding
many
for
champions in this breed, so we'll be looking at this with a
Chow
specialist
Chow
eye.
ancestors
Looking at that
at one time
padded
may have
muzzle,
been
very
a food
important,
source
those
for the
neat
east of people.
ears, a lot of bone and substance under that coat. And they have a rather
chows
unique
were part
stilted
of a
gait,
wild
not a lot of
dog
angulation in the
at the
rear
London
legs,
Zoo.
so that gives them
But
a
it wasn't
shorter
until
stride.
Queen Victoria
This one being
acquired
sent
chow
forward
in
by
the
one of
late
the country's
1800s
breed specialists,
that the breed
Sheila
gained
Jakeman,
popularity.
famous for many famous chows.
The tail should be carried high over the back, as we can see there. And they should have excellent endurance, despite being a substantial dog.
In a compact body.
Rather sad that in early China it was an important food source and was used for meat, for its coat and skin for clothing. So to talk about the all-rounder dog, that's not the sort of all-rounder we want these
It is
days.
not, no. Thankfully, those days are well over. 54 of them here today. That's the Chow Chow.
535.
And next we see the Dalmatian. There was a marvellous
And there's the
entry of
beautiful
202
outline of the
Dalmatians
black-spotted
here at
Dalmatian,
2022.
the carriage dog of the Regency period, popularised by the upper classes who prized the dogs for their elegance and their decorative spotting as they ran alongside their horse-drawn coaches. They might also be able to deter the highwaymen robbers.
We're still not absolutely sure of the The exact origin.
Now, Dalmatians can come in black or liver spots. The spots are really important. They should be 2 to 3 centimetres in diameter. And as we see, when this dog sets off, they should never run out of energy. This is not a pet for sitting on the sofa. This is a pet if you want to get out and move, isn't it, Frank?
They're wonderful. They love exercise, and it's good to judge them on the move, where they have to show their long stride, which is an economic action. They cover maximum ground with long strides. So it's very important that they have good shoulders, good hindquarters to drive them along. And they see this elegance in their carriage, holding its shape, wagging its tail. This one very smart, and look at that wagging tail. It's loving the occasion.
It is. Stepped at this. So this is a 3-year-old dog called Theo, here from Yorkshire. And owner says he's a real mommy's boy.
And now we see a fairly recent addition to the utility group, the Eurasia. They were judged today by Bridget Morden-Grimm. And from an entry
The
of
epitome
17,
of an
she chose
unexaggerated
this dog,
breed here. This is the best of
8752,
breed Eurasia. Just 17 of them here today. Have many typical Spitz features, so the wedge-shaped head, the erect ears, and the tail carried up over the back. The name literally means combination of European and Asian.
To create a breed with the best qualities of the Chow Chow and the Wolf Spitz. The initial combination of breeds.
It's a relatively modern breed and developed in Germany by Julius Whitfell, and he bred together the Chow Chow and the German Spitz with an input of Samoyed blood. Here we have the result, the Eurasia, becoming very popular. Originally designed to be a sled dog, now principally seen as a household companion.
And the coat really important here, isn't it, Frank? So it should be harsh and loose lying on the top coat, but a really thick undercoat, designed to work out in all conditions.
A protective double coat. All the Spitz breeds have that.
This is a 4-year-old dog, Luca, from Essex. Apparently he believes his sister is a dachshund, which is rather sweet.
That's our best of breed.
A brisk stride going round, holding its level top line and tail over the back. That's very correct.
French Bulldogs were judged today by Mrs. Sina Thorne-Andrews, an entry of 179 dogs.
Now here is the French Bulldog, the dog of the moment, the top registrations in the Kennel Club. It's even overtaken the popularity of the Labrador and the Golden Retriever. Why? I'll tell you why. They're such a wonderful characters. They're almost human in their intelligence.
When a dwarf bulldog breed, known as the toy bulldog, was popular in some parts.
Nottingham lace makers, who were threatened with redundancy during the Industrial Revolution, took them to France with them, taking basically a dwarf bulldog, and that's where the French Bulldog developed from. Those large bat-like ears are a really key feature, aren't they, Frank?
Yes, and it gives them that clownish look about them. They are wonderful characters. It's rather sad that in the pandemic and commercial breeders have taken advantage of the popularity with some unscrupulous breeding. So it's very important to source where you're going to buy one if you're going to get a French Bulldog. This one, strutting his stuff. They're a sturdy, well-ribbed dogs, that lovely square head, padded muzzle and those bat-like ears.
This one, 4-year-old dog called Otto. Jeff Corr is showing in the ring there, and he's a very experienced handler and exhibitor, isn't he, Frank?
Yeah, he's had best in show at Crufts, handled before. Now look, we have the slight rise over the loin of the dog to a low set tail, this broad chest, and really self-important on the move. This is a brindle. There are 4 colours in the breed: the fawn pied, and the black and white pied with the brindle.
Word translates from German. Claire Andrew judged the breed today, and from an entry of 40.
Here we have what must surely be one of the oldest competitors making it through to a group judging. This is 12-year-old Jen, the German Spitz Klein. So we're going to see 2 varieties of German Spitz, and as the name suggests, this is the smaller. They can stand up to 29 centimetres tall and gain popularity when Queen Victoria showed one at the very first Crufts, which was held in London.
That we'll see later, and the smaller Klein.
And it's remarkable, God, this at 12 years old. It's, I think, 6 years ago, she won the utility group at Crufts. How about that for longevity? And says a lot about the soundness of the breed and the health of the breed.
Effortless and brisk action is what we're looking for here, holding the top line, and they should be happy with a confident disposition.
Of course, it's the German Spitz, which is the ancestor and foundation of the Pomeranians, which we'll see later in the toy group.
Yes. And very similar, but on an even smaller scale, aren't they?
Would you guess that dog was 12 years old?
You would never guess, would you? Brilliant example of a breed that's fit for function.
And now we see the German Spitz Mittel, a larger version of the Klein that we've just seen.
And here is the same, but in a bigger size, the Mittelspitz. Now, this dog comes from the same kennel as the Klein dog, so they've had a great day winning both varieties. Gary Pearce and Dale Francis from Middlesbrough.
From an entry of 43.
So the Mittel slightly more popular. There were 3 more of them than there were of the Klein here today. 43 entered.
And this one is sable, which has a sort of fawn coat with black tips to the hair, gives it this sable effect.
And that ruff around the neck is quite important, isn't it? It's kind of balanced out by the tail, which is carried on high.
It's a typical Spitz feature. They can come in any colour, and so I've always found that when judging the German Spitz, these owners, they don't just have one, they're very collectible. They have half a dozen because they're wonderful characters and live well together with other dogs.
The coat should be profuse but not hiding anything.
And this brisk action, and again the level top line, very correct to show good balance, good anatomy, and the tail high over the back. Very alert looking with those sharp pricked ears.
And the standard for the 2 varieties is the same, isn't it, apart from the size?
They share the same standard, yes.
To the Japanese Akita Inu. They were judged today by Paul Harding, and from an entry of 33, best of breed was this bitch. Number 9056.
A breed now that has remained remarkably unchanged for centuries. This is the Japanese Akita Inu. Now, we've already seen the Akita, founded in Japan, and they were separated from the Akita in 2006. Now, the name literally means large dog, and they were bred as hunting dogs. Again, those Spitz-like features that we've seen earlier.
Their reputation spread throughout the world in the 1920s. Thanks to a dog named
The Japanese
Takiko.
prized bright colours and markings in their dogs. This one, a beautiful plush coat, gold and white, what's called the Urajiro markings, the white markings down the chest, down the legs. And look at that lovely, neat ears, cocked forward, and this oriental expression in the eyes, from the almond-shaped eyes. Wonderful pigmentation, a beautiful expression.
This another one showing longevity, won Best Bitch here at Crufts in 2019, a 6-year-old bitch this called Romy, and from just down the road in the West Midlands.
And this is the original size of the Akita. The ones we saw earlier, the ones that went to Germany, went to America, were heavier and larger.
But you can see the similarity, it's just one's obviously developed into a heavier, more substantial breed. So they should be slightly longer than high.
Best of breed
large, well balanced and sturdy.
9056.
Having a little sneeze there.
And now we see another Japanese breed, this time the Japanese Shiba Inu. Judged today by Belinda Rosgell, with an entry of 77.
And here's one with a lot of similarity, the Shiba Inu, which in Japanese means small dog. And it looks like a smaller version of the Akita. It originated in the mountainous areas of Japan and was used for hunting small game. It's alert, watchful, and again, the bright colours. Look at that lovely expression from the almond-shaped eyes.
To the Akita in a smaller frame.
So there were 77 of them here today. This one is a 2-year-old dog called Kai, and this is his first big win. So a great day coming into the group ring today.
World War, the population was dangerously low, and in 1928...
So again, this one has those characteristic markings, doesn't it? The lighter patches, and there's very specific places they're meant to be, isn't there, Frank?
Absolutely, and they have to have brisk, athletic movement. That's very important. They're light on their feet, driving away well, the tail plumed over the back. There's a wonderful plushness to that coat.
And this is a breed that almost became extinct after the First World War, wasn't there? And various varieties within Japan were combined to produce the breed that we see here today. Bred to hunt small game birds. This one moving out really nicely.
And now on the table we see
taking it all in stride, only 2 years old and done very few shows.
This is the Japanese Spitz. Jean Sharp-Bale judged the entry of 55 Japanese Spits today.
Here we see the wonderful contrast between the bright white coat and black pigment of the Japanese Spits. They're believed to have originated when Samoyeds were crossed with white German Spits, and the key feature really is that profuse white coat, which should be standing off. They also have a pointed muzzle and those lovely erect triangular ears we're seeing there today.
White Spitz-type dogs were found in a cargo shipment from Canada at the time of the Tokyo earthquake.
And this one is the breed record holder. It's won an amazing 37 challenge certificates. You need 3 to become a champion. So how long has this been going on with a winning career?
And called Romeo as well, so obviously hoping everyone falls in love with him.
Yes, I think he's sired quite a few children as well. Yes. Okay. Anyway, with this brisk action, he's in great form.
7 years old, so another one that's technically classed as a veteran in dog showing years. Should be alert, intelligent, bold and lively.
We saw the Samoyed in the groups yesterday. Here we have one of its descendants in a miniaturized form.
A well-plumed tail carried up over the back, as we see with all of the Spitz
breeds.
breeds.
Was recognised by the Kennel Club in 1977. That's the best of breed Japanese Spitz 9139.
And the next of our utility breeds, we see the Quezon. Judged today by
now, doesn't this look a picture? Those beautiful cream and grey markings of the Quezon, the Dutch barge dog, developed by the Dutch politician Kees de Gijselaar, who was leader of the Dutch Patriot Party, so it became an emblem for the political party.
Typical harness markings was used as a watchdog or on barges in Holland.
This one, 2-year-old Yoko, over from Italy. Apparently very joyful and powerful, is how it's described.
When the political party fell out of favour, the breed almost was lost. However, they developed it into a barge dog. It was used on the barges to be a guard dog and occasionally to keep down the vermin.
And one of the things I love about the breed is these little spectacle markings, they're called, aren't they? Literally from the corner of the eye across to by the ear. Looks like he's got his glasses on.
And those shadings over the shoulder, they're known as harness markings. This is a beautiful Spitz shape, and this has really taken my eye. He's come all the way from Italy, I think, today to win.
Yes, he has, yeah. I think really smart little dog there. That large ruff around the neck. The tail should also be well feathered. They're very intelligent, these dogs.
And the judge sending them round. Here he's looking at the top line and profile, the length of stride. This is a brisk striding dog. All the Spitz are brisk strides. They're not big striding dogs. There you are. Beautiful picture, lovely expression, that's full of qualities.
This is joined from the ranks from the gun dog group in 2014.
Here we have our best of breed Koikahonche. This one's 6-year-old Zori from just down the road in Staffordshire. There were 31 of them here today. Now, interestingly, this breed was originally placed in the gun dog group, but it was moved to the utility group, as owner said it didn't actually like working alongside guns and didn't like the noise. They're a Dutch breed, and they were used by hunters to lure ducks into nets.
We used to lure and drive ducks into kuyen, or cages with traps at the end.
And the typical colour is this orange and white with those black earrings, shadings on the ears. That's a prized breed feature. Rather appropriately, the orange markings for the House of Orange, the ruling the ruling dynasty in Holland.
And that white plumed tail was what they used to lure the ducks, wasn't it? So it's really important.
It was the wagging tail which kept the ducks interested, and they were led down the canals towards the traps. And as you say, they worked without guns. So that's why they were moved from the gun dog group when they first came to this country.
Movement should be flowing and springy.
By barking loudly when intruders.
And a self-confident air, which I think, oh, a little shake there. I think that's what we're seeing.
Shaking the earrings, obviously, yes.
Yeah.
And now we see the Lhasa Apso. This is Anne Pickburn, judged the breed today, and with another.
Now a beautiful picture of the Lhasa Apso on the table there. This is a breed which comes from Tibet, where they were kept as companions for monks in their isolated monasteries. They were credited with spiritual powers, and it was thought that it brought good luck to the owner.
For many centuries, he was kept by Tibetan monks in their isolated.
I'm sure the owner is hoping that this is going to bring some good luck today. This is a 6-year-old dog called Dylan from Essex, and they should be heavily but not excessively coated. So we see as the dog moves, the hair should move away from the eyes so that they can see. The vision shouldn't be impeded.
The breed was brought into the UK by British Embassy officials returning home from the country. They were bred to survive extreme climates, so the coat was protective coat for the cold winters.
Now, free and jaunty is how we're describing the movement, and I would say slightly aloof looking at this one. Frank, do you agree?
It's got that aloof quality, which is very important in the breed, but the lovely level top line, the tail carried high. This is a beautiful dog.
And closely related to the Tibetan Terrier, which we will see later, and very similar characteristics, aren't there, between the two?
And shown together in the early days of the breed.
And this grey colour, is that quite unusual? I haven't seen that many. Or
well, no, it's, you know, they come in any colour. The gold was at one time the favoured colour. Now we've got the grey and the party colours.
Now the next dog on the table is the miniature Schnauzer. Kevin Durso was our breed judge here today at Crufts. And from an entry of 104...
Here we have that wonderful beard, moustache and eyebrows of the miniature Schnauzer. The name literally means harsh beard, and it's the smallest of the historic Schnauzer breeds, dating back to the 14th century. They're pepper and salt in colour, and this one is a 2-year-old dog called Raymond, who's here from Southampton.
Some say that the Affenpinscher from the toy group and the Schnauzer...
This is a very smart dog, the salt and pepper colour, those banded grey hairs. Long, powerful foreface, a cobby body. They may look a little bit like terriers, but they're much sturdier, more substance than a terrier. They want some forechest and big ribs. This one looking very good.
And even though they are miniature version of the Schnauzer, there should be no reduction in spirit, should there? These dogs are full of character.
And of course, to get a dog looking like this is trimmed to perfection by finger and thumb plucking to keep the coat hard. Often the people who have them at home as pets will take them to their trimming parlours and they'll be clipped, which changes the texture. For the show ring, we want a trimmed coat which is hard and wiry to the touch.
And Lucy Dixon here showing in the ring started off as a junior handler because I used to compete with her when I was younger, so very experienced handler.
And been very successful as a breeder. Clever girl.
9412.
So we're looking for vigorous and balanced movement, good reach and drive. So what we're saying there is drive from the rear legs and reach there. You can see forward with the front legs.
And you can see that it looks like a chunky little number, which is very correct for the miniature.
Sounds like me.
A chunky little number, yes. No, I was thinking more of myself, actually,
okay.
Laura. Yes, okay.
99 dogs for our breed judge today, Mr. Frank Kane.
Well, I had the pleasure of judging 99 miniature poodles today, and this is the dog who was best of breed. He was chased home. He didn't have an easy ride, but a lovely dog. He's got great presence and great character.
All in a wide range of recognised solid colours.
And it's his 7th birthday today. Now, this dog has won Reserve Best in Show at Crufts in 2020 and 2017. So can he go one better today, Frank? Do you think he's looking on top form?
Well, he is looking very well. You know, poodles were bred in Germany. They were originally water dogs, but now they've lent themselves to the show ring. They're the great showmen, and this dog is an example of that.
So we're looking for sound, free and light movement, aren't we? And those rear end should really be driving, powering Frankie forward.
The poodle should be a square dog. He's squarely built with this long, clean, chiselled head, a long foreface, which was, of course, ideal for retrieving ducks, which he was bred to do. And, of course, the plume tail, carried high, gives him that degree of elegance and confidence.
All poodles have the wool coats that we...
Such a showman there.
Regular clipping and grooming.
Looks in great muscular condition.
952.
Shown there on a lovely loose lead, which is nice to see.
The movement is light and effortless and striding out cleanly. They're the ultimate show dogs, the poodles, as we'll see with the two following him, yes.
The standard poodle. They were judged today by Karen Winwood. And there was an entry of
Here we have the largest of our poodle varieties, this the standard poodle. This one is Jake, a 3-year-old dog from Gloucester. Now they originated in Germany, used to retrieve ducks. And the trim, now it's actually practical. It allows the hindquarters to be free to retrieve the ducks, propel them through the water. And the tail and joints are protected from the cold by those areas of longer feathering.
Although today's
And
poodles
although
seem to
he
have
lives in
recognised
England
the
now,
life
he is
of
bred in
leisure
Sweden
luxury.
by the famous
Make no
Huffish Kennel.
mistake,
They've had great
these are real
success,
dogs
and
bred
this
to do real
came over to the
jobs.
country last year and has had a couple of group wins and the Best in Show win. So he's had a great career for his owner, Philip Langdon here.
Top standard poodle of last year.
A job that requires jumping in the water to fetch game
The head
birds
really
for
important,
hunters.
isn't it, Frank? So long,
origins
fine,
and
a
the
really
traditional
strong
poodle
foreface.
Yeah, and a chisel foreface to give them this look of quality, and an almond-shaped eye, which gives them that poodly look.
Now, if you are handling a standard poodle, you need to be able to move, don't you?
As you see, and this one is really going well, stepping out. Look at that head carriage, the long, elegant neck.
They're highly intelligent, though, aren't they? Some people look at them and think these are, oh, you know, this is a show dog, but they are very versatile. They don't have to be shown in this trim, do they?
We've seen them so in obedience
Yes.
wins and also in agility too. They love to be engaged in an activity.
Two really strong poodles so far here.
And now the smallest of the three poodle varieties. This is the toy poodle. Judged today by Diane Smith.
Now, the smallest of the sizes we have in this country, it's the toy poodle, and this one is spectacular for its apricot coat. We don't often see them so much in the show ring, these apricots, this bright orange coat. The judge looking at the dentition there, that's very important. Looking at that long, fine foreface.
And in every respect, including in his mind, he's a standard poodle.
So the
at
toy
heart.
poodles are under 28 centimetres tall. There were 72 of them here today.
poodle
This
was
one is a dog
recognised
called
by the
Waffle,
Kennel Club
and
as
he's
a
from
separate breed
Blackpool,
from the miniature
and he's won Best in Show at a number of
1959.
championship shows, and his owners describe him as a complete clown.
charming breed.
So hopefully won't do anything naughty here.
Well, I think they are a clownish breed. Just look at the elegance and quality in that almond-shaped eye, dark eye, giving this lovely expression. Beautiful.
And the hairband that we see there, that's allowed, isn't it, in poodles to keep
Yes,
it out the eye?
it's a top knot to keep it out of the eyes. The trimming should not be exaggerated. This mane of hair at the front, you mentioned the functional trim, Laura. The mane of hair at the front was to give buoyancy in the water. And of course, the coat is not soft, it's a wiry coat. Now look at this for self-importance. Isn't that marvellous?
The crowd are loving
And he's
this.
got this wonderful name, Afterglow Agent Orange. He sounds like a little spy, doesn't he? Yes? So,
I like Waffle.
what a wonderful,
Pet name.
wonderful picture. Tom Isherwood handling.
Really light, free on the move there, and so much drive. Look at that.
And the crowd love him, obviously. They see his personality here, don't they?
He's not intimidated by the standard, is he? Look at him. He's like, look at me go.
And now we see the Skipperkey, judged today by Mrs. Melanie Reed-Pack. And from an entry of 37, Melanie selected this bitch, 9827, to be best of breed. This little breed was developed to keep...
Here we have
down
another
birds
of the
on Belgian
Spitz-type
barges.
breeds. This is the
And he was also
Skipperkey.
adept
Now, the
at the
name
watch
literally
dog.
translates as little
The word
skipper or little
Skipperkey
boatman, and they were
translates
used to
as
keep down
little
vermin
skipper
on
or
Belgian
little
barges.
boatman,
This one
which
is
credits
3-year-old
the
Zeta,
performance on
here
the
from
barges.
Shropshire, and has previously won at championship
In the
shows.
17th century, the Flemish held Sunday beauty contests for dogs, and the Skipperkeys competed.
And what's unusual about the breed is that they almost look in profile like a caped highwayman, that cape of hair over the neck and shoulders, those culottes at the end. And this one is we usually see them winning, the black ones. This is a coloured one, cream or wheaten. So it's a rarity for them to get to this level.
A blonde firecracker is how the owner has
That's a very
described her.
But they are feisty, they're noisy and full of spirit, yes.
So that coat is really dense, isn't it, and harsh, helping to give them waterproof qualities.
It lies close on the body, but longer over the neck and shoulders, the culottes on the back legs.
And I've got to say, I did a double take when it wasn't black, because you're so used to seeing them in black, aren't you? It's nice to see something different.
49 schnauzers. Dave chose this male, number 9838. As his
Now, the standard Schnauzer, we saw the miniature earlier. This is the prime variety, the first variety. All the same characteristics. The word Schnauzer means whiskered snout. And it used to be a farm dog to keep down vermin, sometimes herding, and a very good guard dog.
The breed was the all-round farm dog known for chasing
So this
vermin,
one, 4-year-old
roving,
Fizzy,
guarding,
the dog, and
known
apparently the
for
name
farm
sums him up,
market
so we should be able to see some
Popular
energy on the
breed in
move from this
Germany,
one.
Austria and Switzerland, and now
They're
in the
sturdily
United
built, aren't they, and robust.
That's our best of breed.
Lots of substance and good bone and a good chest. They should be, as we say, chunky little numbers. Yes, this just a bit bigger, yes.
So 2 of the schnauzers are in the utility group, and then we have the giant schnauzer, which was here in the working group
They were judged
on day
today
1.
by Mr. Derek Smith. The Zarpay entry was 39, and Derek selected this bitch number 9920.
And here's the distinct outline of the Zarpay. Its origins are in China with some common ancestry with the Chow Chow and a bit of Mastiff input. Used as a hunting dog in the early days, a herder and a guard dog. And sadly, sometimes used as a fighting dog, where its thick skin and bristly coat made it a difficult opponent.
As a fighting dog and a hunter.
But a lot of work has been done, hasn't it, by breeders, Frank, to reduce the excessiveness of the coat.
Now, we see a little bit of wrinkle behind the withers. When the first ones came from America, they were over-wrinkled, and it caused great skin problems, and also problems with the eyes, where it's impacting on the vision and on the eyes. Breeders have worked hard to make it a much healthier, less exaggerated breed. And this one, hardly a wrinkle. It's allowed a little bit behind the withers, a few fine wrinkles on the head, and a little bit at the root of the tail. So this is free from exaggeration, moving out very nicely. That padded muzzle and neat triangular ears.
That's the Shih Tzu. Judged today by
There were 128 Shih Tzus here today, and this one is our best of breed winner. They should be small but sturdy dog, believed to have originated in China, but with ancestry in the Tibetan breeds that we'll see later today. Originally shown in the UK alongside the Lhasa Apso, they were later split into 2 breeds. This one is 3-year-old Ollie, a dog from West Sussex.
They're most likely a product of crossbreeding.
Now, this is a breed which should be sturdy under the coat. It's got solid bone, good rib cage, and they should move with arrogance. They should hold their head up and the tail over the back, as this one's doing.
And the hair grows upwards, doesn't it, on the muzzle, which gives a chrysanthemum-like effect to the head.
That's right. And the coat should be hard, not soft. It's a hard coat, hard to the touch, and they should really kick back their legs to show their pads when they're moving, as a sign of their great self-importance on the move.
Originally used as companions and watchdogs.
Round the ring goes our best of breed Shih Tzu, 9965.
Mr. Ian Miller judged the entry of 130 Tibetan Spaniels here at Crufts today.
Now the Tibetan Spaniel being examined on the table, favoured by Tibetan monks and often found alongside the Lhasa in the monasteries. Shared the same prestige and the same magical qualities accredited them. You could never buy a Tibetan Spaniel. You had to they were given only to favoured friends. It was a great honour to receive a Tibetan Spaniel.
They certainly earned their keep.
So this one, 5-year-old dog called Magnus, quite a big winner, won at the Eukanuba Champion Stakes recently.
And he was the second top dog in the country last year. So, and that's, you know, for a Tibetan Spaniel, they're an unexaggerated, not particularly flashy breed. He's very correct for breed type, which it's not all about flash and dash. It's about the breed standard and being correct. This is a very long-lived breed, a little padded muzzle, neat lift to the ears, good length of leg. There should be some daylight underneath them.
Quick moving, they should be. Tail carried high, as so many of these breeds are. And that coat is more silky textured, isn't it, than the breeds that we've seen before.
And again, they were brought to the UK by missionaries coming home from Tibet.
Tibetan Terriers entered today at Crufts.
There were 156 Tibetan Terriers here today, and this is 4-year-old dog Dad, our best of breed winner. They're a close relation of the Lhasa Apso, and despite the name, they're not a terrier. They were used as a herding and guard dog for sheep, brought to the UK from Tibet in the 1920s by missionaries who've been working there.
And their sure-footedness allowed them to double up as a guard.
Comes from a very famous kennel, the Iraqi kennels, who've had countless champions and had best in show at Crufts one year. By Iraqi Fabulous Willie, the name was always
remember.
remembered.
You can't forget, can you? So they should be a strong, muscular, compact body, and moving should be smooth and effortless. Again, that tail carried up over the back.
And again, they were bred in monasteries and devoted to their owners, becoming one-man dogs, and they were excellent as watchdogs.
And Tibet has harsh conditions, so that coat again has a purpose. It's a double coat, and it's designed to protect them.
And in their native Tibet, they grew heavy coat in the winter. In the summer, they were clipped along with the sheep, and their coats spun to make clothes for the monks.
Import register classes, where the judge Paul Harding chose this.
Now, coming from the import classes today, which is classes for breeds which are just developing their gene pool and their population in the country, we have this very rare breed, the Xolowitz Squintly, previously known as the Mexican hairless dog. Now, how does it get its name? Xol was the Aztec god of deformed things. It's rather a sad reason, but it's hairless, it's warm to the touch, and it's very unique. It was thought that it has curative powers for asthma, for rheumatism and for migraines, and its hot skin provides comfort against the cold. 3 sizes of them. This is the middle size. We have them a larger, which were the hunting dogs, and the smaller ones, which are in the toy category. The free moving, you can see the shininess. You can use oil in the coat to keep the skin supple.
So that concludes the preliminary examination of all the 27 individual best of breed.
So our judge has had a look at the best of breed winners. Who is he going to choose for his shortlist?
And our judge, Rodney Oldham, will now take another last look at all of these fabulous best of breed winners before he makes his shortlists of finalists.
Now the judge just walking round, reminding himself of what he's seen and felt on hands-on examination. This is a thinking time for the judge because he has to whittle them down to the last 8 dogs for the runoff to be winner of the utility group.
And some really strong competitors here, aren't there? Obviously, Frankie probably has your eye, but there's the K's Hounds looking beautiful, the Akita.
But the poodles are always high quality and great show dogs in the group, and they take some beating, but there's other very good dogs here.
Difficult decision, but our judge will now select around 8 dogs and take another look, move them again. So where's he going to go?
Slow walk down the line.
Going back over.
This is where details make the difference. You know, they should all be pretty good to get to this level.
Yes, yeah.
You're looking for the dog with the extra special, the extra quality, the extra presence on the move. Oh, the Chow Chow. A specialist choice, that's good. And the Dalmatian, and the 12-year-old climbs.
Oh, fantastic. I'm delighted that.
And the Japanese Spitz comes in.
The Japanese Spitz.
Now, he's coming towards the poodles.
Oh,
no. The miniatures called forward.
There you go.
And the toy. So there you are. Frankie and Waffle have made it
Frankie
together
and Waffle,
here.
great name.
And the Sarpei comes in, and the Tibetan Spaniel. There.
And that concludes the shortlist.
8 of them. That's a tough lineup for them, yes.
And I ask you to show your appreciation
Now.
and congratulate the other utility
wonderful.
as they leave the ring.
And some big winners there, Frank, aren't there? Some dogs that we've seen perform really well earlier in the year.
And, you know, Rodney, as a Chow person, to get that Chow out there, it obviously likes it very much, yes?
Yes, because you're always extra critical of your own breed, aren't you? You can't help it.
We've got the smooth coat of the Dalmatian, the profuse coat of the poodles, and the Japanese Spitz and the Chow.
Some instantly recognisable breeds there.
Now he's giving them instructions of how he wants to move. We'll see the pattern in a moment.
So here we have Elvis, a 23-month-old dog. The Chow Chow from Lancashire. And this was his 3rd CC, so becoming a champion today.
And we see that absolutely breed-specific action, this sort of cycling movement of the back legs, a stilted gait. But this won't be a stilted gait, this will be a far-reaching, elegant stride on this black-spotted Dalmatian.
So this is Theo, the 3-year-old Dalmatian dog.
Yes, it's a long walk around.
Just about to start.
The handler just getting him collected before she sets off, and there he goes. Against all odds, he's called. So will he pull off the odds tonight? I'll see.
Here from Yorkshire today. And it's been a long day for these dogs, but this Dalmatian, it could go all day and night.
Goes the Dalmatian, 8'5", 8'9".
Really powering their drive and reach. So here we have the German Spitz Klein. This is that 12-year-old bitch called Jen, here from Middlesbrough.
And one of the partners, Dale Francis Handling. It's amazing, 12 years and 6 years on since she won the group here. So
She do it again.
What a career, eh? She must be nearly ready for retirement, but she looks as though she's enjoying every moment, eh?
Not looking her age. A little bit of grey perhaps just around the eyes, but not looking her age. The German Spitz Klein.
And now moving is the Japanese
And another
Spitz.
smart mover, the
Set
Japanese
through the group
Spitz
by
here.
Jane Sharp-Bale.
And another veteran, this one. So this is 7-year-old Romeo from just down the road in Telford, the breed record holder with 37 challenge certificates. Now, you only need 3 to be a champion, just to give you some perspective.
Very accurate in its movement. This dog's won 2 Best of Breed awards from me in its career.
Now, here we have Frankie, put through today by our very own Frank Kane. And this dog has won reserve Best of Show here at Crufts in 2020 and 2017, owned by Melanie Harwood. Can he go one better on his 7th birthday? What a treat today.
Well, it's a big ask, isn't it, really, in this company?
But such a showman.
Absolutely.
Never stops.
9521.
Real carriage, perfect top line, perfect tail carriage. And here's this waffle. Look.
The little
I think
toy poodle, 2-year-old dog from Blackpool.
I think it was, if it was on the clapometer, this would be the winner.
Wouldn't it?
But
Yes.
it's not on the clapometer, yes.
And that coat, we have to say, the grooming of the poodles, they do take some time, don't they, to get them looking like this. Listen to the crowd. Oh, look at that.
And the more they cheer, the more he likes it, yes.
Yeah. He knows he's here to win. Look at him. Here we have the Sarpé. This one, 4-year-old Crumbs, here from Milton Keynes, and has won 15 cc's so far in career.
Again, striding out nicely.
A really nice, unexaggerated example there, isn't it, Frank?
It's a fairly short, hard coat. The tail just curved over the back there. There should be a rise in the top line. It's not a completely level top line. It rises towards the tail set, so it's a little higher at the tail than it is at the withers.
And the final of our shortlist, this is a Tibetan Spaniel, 5-year-old Magnus here from Yorkshire, so another Yorkshire one.
Ian Miller, this is a bitch, number 10166.
And this another big winner.
And they tell me that this is to be his retirement show today.
Oh,
Yeah.
so let's see if he can go out
He's
on
had a
high.
great career. And
Round she
the-
goes.
Look at that expression, the little smiling
Yeah.
expression.
10166.
Taking his time. This is a really, really strong final 8 for our judge.
So with all 8 of our
Now,
shortlisted
they're all back in
utility
place.
This isn't a decision you want to regret, is it? So he's going to take his time,
Rodney Oldham,
enjoy the moment.
become the award
How will he be
winners.
feeling, Frank?
Well, he'll be wanting to get it right. He'll want to be sure of the 4 top dogs, get them in the right order.
group of finalists to compete for best in
When you
show.
need to stand back and he's doing just that. Which of the 4 I want and in which order? Where's the handshake going to go?
The boards are in.
So we're hearing
he's
here the
checking.
decision, I think. The winner of the utility group.
And the winner is?
2022.
Oh, it's going to be that miniature. Oh, the
toy
crowd.
poodle.
Sorry, the toy poodle. The toy poodle has won.
No waffle there, he's won it.
It's
Yes.
Waffle, 2-year-old dog from Blackpool. Handled in the ring by Tom Isherwood.
Utility group 2
And the
is
Chow
the
Chow.
Chow
How good a
Chow.
man.
Oh,
He's
the
winning
Chow
for
Chow. Group 2, that's Elvis. Not yet 2.
And what a lovely character that dog has. Absolutely wonderful
And
temperament.
utility group 3 is
Dalmatian.
the Dalmatian.
Group 3.
8589.
And who's going to get the 4th spot?
And utility group 4 is... It's
Frankie.
the
Oh, it's
Yes, there you are.
Frankie. Looking really well today.
It's a wonderful end to the day for him, for his birthday treat, yes.
And look, coming over to congratulate the toy. That's lovely. Great sportsmanship there.
All living in Lancashire, the poodle people here. That's Tom and Melanie from Clitheroe in Lancashire. Tom from near Blackpool.
This gorgeous toy poodle, really popular win. I know, Tom, this is called Waffle.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, yeah.
Fantastic name. What a super performance. Tell us a little bit more about Waffle.
He's just a super little toy poodle. You know, he's amazing for his collar and an amazing toy poodle. And he just loves it, and he's, well, I'm gobsmacked, so.
I'm really curious, how did this name come about?
He's actually named by our best friends, two little girls, Pippa and Ruby, who own his mother, so they named him. So when he was a little puppy, so.
Oh, that's
Kind of
fantastic.
special for them as well.
Well, that's absolutely lovely. Well, many congratulations.
Thank
We'll
you very
see you
much.
here again tomorrow night. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for one of my favourites, the Toy Poodle.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me enormous pleasure to ask Gavin Robertson from the Crufts Committee to escort Mrs. Wendy Stretfield of the famous Leander Kennel, who herself has owned a Crufts Best in Show winner, into the ring to present the awards.
And the trophy coming to be presented by Wendy Stretfield, herself a standard poodle and toy poodle breeder of the past, and she did have a Crufts Best in Show winner. Well, she'll be very pleased to see a little toy poodle winning. Though she had some beautiful dogs herself, now retired from showing, but obviously very pleased to be here. Second place going to the Chow.
Really strong lineup there.
Just look at the character and the personality in that toy poodle.
I love that toy poodle.
And
he's going to be hard to beat tomorrow, I think, especially if the crowd follow him here.
Well,
I think you can still buy tickets for Crufts Best in Show if you would like to be here tomorrow and see how Waffle performs.
and there's Frankie and another, so she'll be very pleased to see another poodle. A real dog lover and a real poodle lover, so what a nice presentation there. As I say, Laura, this is a place where every dog lover should come once to see the spectacle of Best in Show in this marvellous arena. But there goes Waffle.
Here we go, Waffle, winner of the utility group here at Crufts. He will join Akella, the Siberian Husky, Lenore, the Border Collie, Donnie, the Irish Terrier, and Aya, the Greyhound, in Best in Show tomorrow night. And he's loving every second of this, isn't he?
No.
Can't get enough attention.
And I think he'll be just as full as running tomorrow. They never get tired of showing these poodles, and the more the audience clap, the more he roams to the occasion.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, a really worthy winner there.
And off he goes for a well-earned rest. A few photographs first, I think, but that'll be celebration tonight in the Afterglow camp.
And a great day for poodle exhibitors,
Yeah.
2 of them in the 4 places of the utility group.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so that was an absolutely stunning utility group. We've got more to come with the toy group, but let's just take a look at these highlights from the utility group.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the second of our groups this evening, the toy group. And again, it is my pleasant duty to introduce our group judge. A gentleman with a lifetime experience in toy breeds with great success both in breeding
Well, good
and
evening
showing.
once again. Now time for the toy group to be judged. And we're going to see an awful lot of dogs of different shapes and outlines here, Frank. But one thing they will have in common is that they will be small.
And the judge for the toy group will be very familiar in this big ring at Crufts. Bert Easton, famous for his Yaki Pekingese. He's been best in show at Crufts with the Pekingese and twice reserve best in show with other dogs. A great breeder, known all over the world for his Pekingese. But a huge toy dog lover. And there's Bert down from Scotland. I'm sure he's going to savour this occasion.
Warmly welcomed by the crowd here, who all thoroughly enjoyed watching the utility group being judged. So now the turn of the dogs who are small companion or lap dogs, some bred specifically for that purpose, Frank, and some simply there because of their size.
Yes, and here they come now. The first one in, the German breed, the Affenpinscher.
Followed by the Australian Silky Terrier best of breed.
Lovely silky straight hair of the Australian Silky Terrier.
And the Bichon Frise.
And the white Bichon Frise, one of the Mediterranean white breeds.
Followed by the Bolognese best of breed winner.
And another Bolognese, similar but a different coat pattern.
And now we have our Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
From a big entry today, 2 judges. Here is the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
The Long Coat Chihuahua best of breed winner.
Oh, that's very nice, the Long Coat Chihuahua. This is a favourite of mine, and this is an import from Japan.
And our Smooth Coat Chihuahua.
And look, this party-coloured Smooth Coat Chihuahua.
The Chinese Crested.
The Chinese Crested.
Extraordinary looking dog, isn't it? Very special.
Coton de Tuliar coming in now. Distinctive top line.
The Toy Terrier is next into the ring.
The English Toy Terrier.
Only 48 at Crufts this year.
Extended trotting action.
Griffon Bruxellois.
And here's the Griffon Bruxellois. Sturdy, chunky little dog.
Now we have our Havanese best of breed winner.
The Havanese growing in popularity in this country.
And the Italian Greyhound.
And here's the elegance of the Italian Greyhound.
Dainty and exquisite, isn't it?
Now please welcome our Japanese Chin best of breed.
Oh, wonderful, strutting his stuff here. Beautiful, beautiful.
Followed
Japanese
by the King
Chin.
Charles Spaniel.
And here's the other of the Royal Spaniels, the King Charles Spaniel.
Now we have the Lurchin, or Little Lion Dog.
German breed, the Löwchen.
Distinctive
And
the way it's
Maltese
clipped, of
best
course.
breed winner.
The white Maltese with the black pigmentation,
Followed by
making
the
it
miniature
stand out.
Pinscher.
The Min Pin, the smallest of the Pinscher family.
Now please welcome our Papillon best of breed.
The little butterfly dog, spread wings of a butterfly in the shape of his ears.
And our Pomeranian.
Little buoyant
And our
Pomeranian
Pekingese
there.
best of breed winner.
Now a slow, dignified gait for the Pekingese. It might seem like a long ring for this little rolling gait of the peak.
The breed was a best in show in 2003, wasn't it? Here comes the pug.
And strutting his stuff, full of self-importance, the breed.
Representing the imported register breeds is this Russian Toy Terrier.
From the import register, the Ruski Toy. A relatively modern breed,
Finally we have the Yorkshire
but that's a
Terrier.
very smart one. And here, the beautiful steel blue coat and the tan of the Yorkshire Terrier.
Over to Graham Hill and Kim Slitto-Field to take you through the group.
So Frank, what is our judge, Bert Easton, going to be looking for amongst the toy
Well,
group?
he's very familiar with all of the toy breeds, and he's bred not just only Pekingese but some other toy breeds as well. So he's got a real expert eye and a specialist eye on the toy breeds.
That make up the toy
So he'll
group.
be measuring each dog against its breed standard, which is what all judges do, whether they're judging a class of dogs or judging a variety in a group like this, the one closest to perfection.
And one thing they seem to have in common is a friendly personality. I think to a breed, they seem to adore attention.
And of course, they were house dogs. One of the things about the toy group, the breeds which comprise the group have been bred for centuries as household companions and historically for the lady of the house. Many of the breeds are miniaturizations of the sporting breeds, when the smallest or the runts of the litter were given to the lady to look after, and that's how they were developed, and they're bred for the smaller size. Hence we have a miniaturization of many sporting breeds in front of us now.
And due to their size, they're dogs which don't need as much exercise as those larger breeds.
But many of them could surprise you on how hardy they are. In the early days, often the toy breeds were carried around the house in little baskets by their ladies, you know, so they were real pampered dogs, yeah. But some of them are amazingly hardy and quite sporting. Some of them have still got the terrier temperament in them, for instance.
And we will see the Yorkshire Terrier displayed. It's traditionally displayed atop a red box.
Yes, now we haven't got the box in the ring at the moment.
In the arena.
Perhaps they've...
2022.
Maybe it'll make a late appearance.
So...
Well, here's two which do need a lot of grooming. That would be a daily task, wouldn't it, Frank?
In the Pekingese, yes. But they shouldn't be overcoated. Should just frame the body. Look at the lovely steel blue there.
No red box, but the red ribbon.
So our group judge, Bert Easton, returns to the centre of the ring.
Now, the judge coming forward. The judge coming forward now to look at the Affenpinscher. This is where he examines the dogs at close quarters. The Affenpinscher is the little black devil dog of Germany, developed as a dog to keep down vermin. It's got the pinscher in its ancestry, and with a later infusion of griffon, which it resembles. It's got a mischievous monkey expression.
In German, Affenpinscher means monkey dog or ape terrier.
Well, this is 3-year-old James, who was best of breed at Crufts in 2020, so back to defend that title successfully from the Wirral. And the judge looking to check that that tail is curved gently over the back according to the breed standard, and the coat would be expected to be rough and harsh to the touch.
They have to look rustic. They should not look over-trimmed. To be a rustic little vermin dog, yes. And they have this strutting action known as the floating goose step. It's a straight action with a little lift to it, yes.
You see those front forelegs being flicked out.
Nick Gurley was our judge
Very
of
distinctive.
Australian Silkies today. And from an entry of 10, Nick's choice for best of breed was this
Well, the Australian
dog,
Silky
number
Terrier has this classic
10460.
silky straight hair, and
This
it's
little
developed
breed
by
was
crossing the
developed by
Australian
crossing
Terrier
the
with the
Australian
Yorkshire
Terrier with the
Terrier,
Yorkshire
and this one,
Terrier.
Revy, is a Finnish champion.
When the early breeder, MacArthur Little, based his famous kennel
And our
in
judge
Sydney,
just taking the
was
brush
bringing
there
down
and
his
brushing the
early
coat
name of
to
the
check it for
Sydney
colour.
Silky.
The colour is very important, as was it in its ancestry, the Yorkshire Terrier. Steel blue and a soft, silky
The silky
texture
coat
and
colours
rich
of the
tan.
Yorkshire Terrier, and the
Now this is
spirit
a breed
of the
which was
Australian
bred down from
Terrier.
terriers. And it could still do the job of keeping down vermin. The Australian Terrier, keen vermin dogs on the farms
vivacious
in
little
Australia,
breed who's
and the
both
little
active
Yorkshire
and
Terrier,
loving,
the blue
but
and
be
silk
prepared to enjoy lots
coat.
of activity.
And its early
He's
name was the
bright
Sydney
and
Silky, wasn't it?
active.
Because of the early
Toy
breeders
breed
at kennels
he
in
may be,
Sydney.
but he's still
And often,
capable
you know,
of
many
dispatching
breeds start
rodents.
locally and then their
That's the
fame
best of
spreads,
breed
and that's how they
winning
become
Australian
international
Silky Terrier.
dogs, as these are.
10460.
Only 10 of them at Crufts this year, but Revy, the best of breed of those 10. And the coat parted all the way from the nape of the neck to the roots of the tail.
And he's got the sharp pricked ears of the
And next on the
Australian
table,
Terrier
our
and the
best
coat
breed,
of the Yorkshire
Bichon
Terrier.
Frise. Ms. Leslie McLeod judged the Bichons today, and there
The
was a breeding
striking
trip on
outline of the
Saturday.
Bichon Frise, from the Bichon family, the white Mediterranean breeds. The word Bichon means white dog, and Frise suggests loose curls of hair, and they're two of the breed features. We see the judge there just looking at the pigmentation on the dog's pads. That's very important.
Bichon Frise has been a favourite of royalty since the beginning of the 14th century.
Well, it was a Bichon Frise that won best of breed, best in show in 2019. The white dog is Bichon and Friso, those soft, sort of corkscrew-like curls, aren't they, Frank? And what might seem surprising is that this coat doesn't shed.
And it should be trimmed to shape its head, this sort of round shape round the head. Dark pads as we see going away. We can see those pigments as it drives away. It probably came from Tenerife in the 14th century and was taken to mainland Europe by the Phoenicians, the sea traders. Developed in the USA and then coming back to Europe. Hugely popular, and this is really going smartly. That dark pigmentation, the halos of dark pigment around the eyes, black nose and black pads.
And looking at it from behind, you'd be able to see those hind pads.
Yes, kicking back, yes.
Number 105.
This is Blue moving across the floor.
To be best of breed and come through to the group.
This is our first female best of breed 6-year-old Bolognese, who has won best of breed for the second time here at Crufts, and this coat doesn't shed, a member of the Bichon family. The coat described as flock, meaning it falls into those separate locks of hair.
An ancient breed of noble origins and has roots with the Italian aristocracy.
Now, the breed should be sturdy and square. Although they look small and dainty, they should be sturdy. Some bone under there, good rib cages, and these loose flocks. They have a wonderful breed with great expression and character.
An Italian in origin and taking the name from, you might have guessed it, the Italian city of Bologna.
And very popular in the households of fashionable society in Italy. Some paintings going back to the 18th century of this breed, carried in little baskets with pink bows on the handles. Yeah, very stylish.
Shown, of course, in the untrimmed and natural state to demonstrate that flock.
And now you see that loose stranded hair there, a little bit of wave in it, which is correct for the breed, those loose flocks.
And the next of our best of breeds from today's toy group.
Now here is the first of the Royal Spaniels, the Cavalier King Charles. It takes its name from Charles I, the Cavalier King in the 17th century, because he loved the breed and he had many of them in his household. It takes this colour we have here, the Blenheim, this rich chestnut and white, takes its name from Blenheim Palace, one of the royal households.
The best of breed, a bitch, number 10634.
Well, it's a popular breed, 194 of them here today. 2 judges needed to decide best of breed, so I hope there wasn't any disagreement.
No, apparently they had a long discussion and before they were unanimous about this one, so well done to them, yes.
That skull should be flat between the ears, no domes.
No, it's very important. A flat skull is important. A moderate stop, which is the step between the skull and foreface. A tapered muzzle. They are a sporting spaniel. I said that they were bred down from sporting dogs. This would be a toy spaniel, bred down from the hunting dogs on the estate.
And those big eyes are a real feature as well, aren't they? The breed standard says that the Cavalier King Charles should have a soft expression, and those eyes really help with that.
Large, dark eyes. And untrimmed, the feet untrimmed, the feathering, they should be untrimmed breed.
For our judge Burrs Easton to look at this evening, this is the long-coat Chihuahua. Mrs. Lee
this is the long-coated Chihuahua. It's the smallest breed in the world. And if you wonder where the name Chihuahua comes from, it is the Mexican state where it was developed. So a confident and outgoing dog, which rather belies its teeny tiny frame, but very, very popular.
It's speculation and theory. Although everyone agrees that the Chihuahua is named
now, there's a theory that he is a descendant of the Aztec Indian dogs and was used as a comforter, which meant you took the dog to bed with you to keep you warm, yes. So
some people prefer a hot water bottle.
This is more fun. And of course, they may be the smallest breed in the world, but they don't know that. They're full of self-importance. I'm delighted to see this one here. He's an import from Japan, very successful, and he's owned by Bill Heap. We see handling him here and his partner, Jill Palmer. That's marvellous.
And I love the description of the face. The Chihuahua is supposed to be sporting a bold but saucy expression, which I think you get that a little bit, don't you?
And again, they've got these large flared ears set at the side of the head, large dark eyes, and the tail carried over the back like a sickle.
And what would that distinctive ruff around the neck be for?
Well, that's just where the profusion of coat round the neck and shoulders.
smooth coat
Beautifully
variety
presented
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua, long-coated.
The breed was judged today by Mr. Steve Rooney, and he chose this male.
Now, the Chihuahuas share the same standard, but this one is the smooth coat, which is a dense coat. It's not a thin coat, but everything else is the same. We see the wonderful sickle shape to the Chihuahua tail there. Now, it's not often we see a party colour winning the breed. We usually see the gold ones or the solid colours, but this looks very nice indeed.
New Mexico. Here the breed was standardized.
The muzzle is slightly tapered, shouldn't be too short.
And this is 3-year-old Stan from Ipswich in Suffolk.
And one of the important things in breeding toy dogs, it's not just about small size. You have to have sound, healthy dogs. You still need good anatomy, correct shoulders, correct hind legs so the dogs can move well, good rib cage so they can breathe. You know, they have to be healthy dogs. There's no prize for getting the smallest dog or the largest dog. And every time you breed for exaggeration, you bring problems in. So it's very important that we have moderation in all things.
And judges are being very well trained on that, aren't they, as they're coming up through the ranks?
It's very important. The Kennel Club is very aware of health, the first thing that's needed in all dogs.
Look at this strut.
This bitch, number 11064, to be best of breed.
The Chinese crested, just extraordinarily distinct dog. Comes in 2 varieties, the hairless and the powder puff. The powder puff being the less common, but this breed thought to date back to the Han Dynasty in China. But even with the hairless, we've still got some hair there on the head, on the tail and on the feet.
And developed a breeding program to produce smaller type dogs.
I always call this coated variety My Little Pony. My Little Pony with the mane of hair, the anklets over its feet and the plume on the tail, and it goes very smartly. And there's feathered ears, and this is a very happy dog now. It's believed to date back many centuries, and the larger version of them were used as hunting dogs. The smaller dogs made good guard dogs and companions.
And that tail, the long flowing plume.
Another of the breed features is the elongated toes, and we see it's not a compact foot, they're longer toes.
Certainly happy to be here, that's for sure. And they are required to have a happy temperament as part of the breed standard. The tail, it's almost like waving a flag.
And this lovely fine head and this pronounced nose, very important, and lovely eyes and expression.
This one from Germany.
For breed judge Mrs. Chris Lawson.
The distinctive outline of the Coton de Tuliar, we see that rise over the loin. It was the royal dog of Madagascar, developed on the island of Tula for several centuries and adopted by noble families of Tula. A law was passed against commoners owning them. They were kept pure by the isolation of where they lived.
And most breeds would have an undercoat. This one, Frank, only a single coat, despite how thick it looks.
And it takes a lot of care to keep them looking like this, I can tell you. The coat has the texture of old-fashioned hard cotton.
So it's not cotton wool soft like it
looks.
Not
at all. It should have a hard touch to it. And again, that light fluffiness about it over the loins, on the tail, which sometimes comes carried a little higher over the back. A distinctive breed, one of the Mediterranean Bichon family again, white coat and dark pigmentation.
And this is a female, 5-year-old Pinny from Basingstoke in Hampshire, and has a number of best of breeds at championship shows behind her already. Best of breed at Crufts for Coton Tuliar, undoubtedly a highlight of her career.
And the next dog on the table is one of the oldest of Britain's native toy breeds. This is the English Toy Terrier.
This female, Florence from Newcastle, is only 10 months old. The English Toy Terrier, and this is just Florence's second challenge certificate today at Crufts. So a huge moment, but this breed is on the vulnerable breeds list. A very fine and slender breed.
They're fast and agile. Its origins are in the world.
And this is another breed which is bred down from a sporting breed, bred down from the Manchester Terrier, and was very popular in Regency and Georgian period. Kept for ratting and in ratting competitions. It's a fine bone breed. It's got the coloration of the Manchester Terrier, this black with tan markings, and we'll see on the front of its legs a little thumbprint, the shape of a thumb mark in the tan hair, a prized breed feature. The action of the English Toy Terrier should be an extended trotting action. It should really stride out. And we'll see when we see its ears coming towards us, they're the shape of candle flames, the candle flame ears of the English Toy Terrier.
Made him popular in many homes around the
And it's
world.
thought that there could be a little bit of Italian greyhound in there as well, which you can perhaps see in the shape of the outline.
And the rise over the loin to the tail set, perhaps, yes, but the Manchester Terrier has that as well.
Yes.
And very alert. It's a great win for a young one like this, getting best in breed at Crufts. And under one of the breed experts judging them today, Nick Gourley.
And only 75 are registered in the country.
Aspen selected this bitch, number 11216.
And here's the Griffon Bruxellois. As his name suggests, he's a Belgian breed. Comes in two coats, the rough and the smooth. This is the red rough here we've got. Dogs of this type can be seen in paintings dating back to the 15th century. They were kept to keep down rodents in the stables, little guard dogs and vermin dogs. They should be cobby and square with his large round skull and big eyes.
Yeah, expected to have a really alert expression, high-set ears. And this is Tori, only a 2-year-old female. And Tori has now become a champion dog with her 3rd challenge certificate at Crufts today. So that is a number you require to be able to call yourself a champion.
And it's a good way to win your championship at Crufts, yes?
Look at that monkey-like face. That is a real particular feature, isn't it? Really strutting her stuff out on the green carpet. His hind legs giving her good drive and propulsion.
And this is what we call a red ruff. We can see them in black and black and tan. Large dark eyes and there's big nostrils. Very important in the short-faced breeds to have big nostrils for breathing power.
With an entry of 63, Diane chose the dog number 11283 as her
The Havanese has a wonderful silky coat. It's the national dog of Cuba and a member of the Bichon family as well. And although that coat is incredibly full, it doesn't shed. You should see that body rising a little along the shoulders across to the tail. It's a very affectionate, intelligent and lively dog.
One encounters when researching the history of the Havanese is that the breed has had so many
And they're
names over the
becoming
centuries.
increasingly popular. All colours allowed. They arrived in Cuba with Mediterranean sea traders and have spread throughout Europe. Popularised by wealthy families in the early days, their silky coat and springing action are breed features. And as you say, the top line rises towards the tail. That's a breed feature which the judge will be looking for.
And this one's come over from France, 2.5 years old, named Imperio.
And apparently it's the top champion in France and has 9 titles across European countries. This is some going, isn't it?
Well, Crufts will be high on the list to try and win through to Best in Show by winning the group if he can. That's our Havanese. Moving beautifully.
On the table, the Bert Easton, is the Italian Greyhound.
Now, the wonderfully elegant, exquisite outline of the Italian Greyhound. The judge just feeling its fine bone. This is perhaps the most ancient of the lapdogs. Evidence of small hounds like this were found in the tombs of the pharaohs. But it was certainly in Roman times. And in Italy, it was bred down from the sighthound to be exquisitely refined and delicate. It should look like a piece of Dresden china, the quality of that. Judge still looking at correct dentition for the breed. They have the sporting outline of a sighthound, and a high-stepping action like this is very correct for the breed. That rise over the loin for muscular power.
And this is only a 2.5-year-old Sky. Lives in Oxfordshire and was in fact a lockdown baby is how Sky is described. So only been shown very lately, so pretty new, and Crufts will be a big new arena. Seeming to handle it pretty well so far. bit more slender than a greyhound in every respect, longer, flatter, more narrow skull.
And I can tell you they're the most lovely breed to live with. They're so gentle and a wonderful coat and skin. It's so soft and supple. And look at that high stepping action. Not only should it have lift, but it should reach well forward.
Palmer judged the Japanese chins today, and from an entry of 77,
well, Hoshi is 5 years old and won Best of Breed at Crufts in 2019. So back again, the Japanese chin. The breed, in fact, originated in China, but the breed made its way to Japan when the Empress of China gifted a dog to her Japanese counterpart. And the word chin means cat-like. And if you ever see this dog washing itself, you'll know exactly why.
They're absolutely fastidious. That's quite right.
That the chin actually originated in China.
Now, this is what I call the Oriental aristocrat, and they should move like one. They'll strut their stuff, a little bit of lift to their front action. They're cobby and chunky, and lovely tail carried over the back, and this lovely little padded muzzle.
And look at that, when we get another look at the eyes, a particular breed feature is what's described, Frank, as a look of astonishment, a squint almost. It's because of a little bit of white, isn't it?
A little bit of white in the inner corner of the eye. Now, I saw this dog when he won as a young dog at Crufts. He's looking even better now. He's matured, and what lovely carriage he's got. That silky coat, black and white, but you can also have red and white or lemon and white. And that's a very nice performance he's put on here.
The breed judge today for King Charles Spaniels. Here we see her.
Now here is the other Royal Spaniel. This is the King Charles Spaniel. Bred alongside the Cavalier. Can you see the difference? Well, this one is a little smaller, the skull is more domed, and the foreface a bit shorter. At the early shows, it was shown alongside the Cavaliers as one breed, but in 1944, the two types were separated. Very popular in Victorian England when there was a great love of Japanese things and the short-faced breeds. So we had the split in 1944. This is the King Charles. The more popular one is the Cavalier King Charles we saw earlier. They come from the same root stock. This one we'll see is a tricolour, black, white and tan. We can also see them in Blenheim, in Ruby, which is a plain golden colour, and the black and tan.
And that coat, silky to the touch. It can have that wave, but that should never become curly. And you've still got that wonderful feathering over the legs, ears and the tail.
This used to be a sort of not so outgoing as the Cavalier, but the breed has done great work, and this one's very confident, and the breed has improved very much in its outgoing temperament.
And only a young dog at 16 months old, named Schmeichel.
Mrs. Liz Stannard was in charge of 47 in the breed today and sent through this dog 115.
Now here is a bit of artistry in the clipping. The Lurvchen, the coat is clipped to resemble the mane of a male lion. This is a 5-year-old dog, Don. Second time of being best of breed at Crufts, and well, it's a German name, French in origin, and a member of the Bichon family.
Belgium, Germany and the Netherlands brought the breed to the fore.
Yes, he was another dog that was used as a comforter dog to provide warmth, snuggling up against its owner in bed, and clipped to represent a lion's coat pattern with a plumed tail. Striding out quite nicely. He was a little bit tentative when he came in, but he's settled to the job now.
Apparently those ladies back in the day, they found that the shaved hindquarters felt warmer.
Extra warmth, that's right. So
different type of hot water bottle, yes. But that lion-like appearance as well is what's said to give the breed the symbolic power of the lion, which people felt was pretty.
And this lovely expression with the large dark eyes. And here's the stunning outline, the Maltese, another of the Bichon family. And the ladies of high social status carried them round with them and once described as the jewels of women. Portraits from the mid-19th century show the breed hardly changed. White, silky coat, and this lovely dark pigmentation. Just look at the lovely dark eyes, the nose, what an expression.
Some say the dog originated in Sweden and is a descendant of
and does the top knot become tradition Decorative for show?
Well, often they were shown with a little red ribbon. We've become a bit more exotic now with a bit of jewellery there. So, but we don't want it to become overdone, and it's rather exaggerated. But this is very nice, just pinned up with 2 little bows.
And the amount of grooming required to keep a Maltese looking shipshape.
And to keep them clean as well,
Yes.
looking like that. But although they do live natural lives, they can run and gallop in the garden, but sometimes the breeders wrap their coats up for everyday life, and then they're brought out of the foals for shows.
Well, this dog, Ray, is 5 years old and is back at Crufts, having won Best of Breed last time we were here in 2020. So straight back into the toy group as Best of Breed. Beautiful.
And the next dog on the table is the miniature pincher. They were judged today by Mrs. Margaret Anderson.
Well, like the bigger version, the pincher, the miniature variety was originally used to catch rats, but the breed tends to have a bit of a quieter life now, as more of a family companion. And again, when the dog starts to move, you'll see that distinctive high-stepping action, very typical of the breed. A lively, high-spirited, sturdy and compact breed.
Although they share the same homeland of Germany, the relationship
A
stops
sharp,
there.
square outline of the breed, smooth-coated. This is a black and tan. You'll also see them in red or fawn. And then in this country, we were looking for some lift in the front action, almost a hackney action we're looking for in the breed here. A slightly sloping top line to a high set tail, this wedge-shaped head and sharply pricked ears, although we can get the drop-eared variety, which are rarer.
This is Javier, 2 years old, and it's from Exmouth in Devon.
And although its numbers there were decimated by the war, it flourished as a show dog and companion.
And that hair, being the smooth coat, should really cover the body uniformly, shouldn't it?
Yes, it's a sleek coat and easy to keep. Now, we saw the Doberman Pinscher, the biggest of these versions of Pinscher, but also the standard German Pinscher in another group the other day. All the same shape, square, sloping top line, wedge-shaped head. A miniaturization of working breeds, you see.
And now the table to see our best.
Now the little butterfly dog from France and Belgium, the Papillon. Exquisite, fine-boned. These ears, when they look like the spread wings of a butterfly, furnished with this luxurious silky coat. The Papillon is known as the Continental Toy Spaniel, or the Dwarf Spaniel, the Épagneul Nain. There is also a drop-eared variety known as the Verlaine. They're lightly boned, elegant and light on the move. Of course, we saw a wonderful one here, Best in Show, just a few years ago.
Yeah, that was in 2019, and there were 159 Papillons entered in Crufts this year, and this one, Jensen, 3 years old, has won through as Best of Breed.
He's a big winner and has had the wonderful name of Glenieren, Who's Your Daddy? Who's Your Daddy?
Wonderful. But named Jensen after Jensen Button because of the way he used to speed around the house as a puppy. I quite like that.
And he's been a big winner since he was a puppy himself. Light and buoyant on the move. The judge just sending him out again. He wasn't very settled on the up and down, so the judge has just sent him again to look at that. He's perhaps not liking the carpet very much. He looks a bit tentative there, but he's a lovely quality dog.
Look for that coat to be really abundant, silky and flowing, which it looks to be.
And our best of breed, Papillon 811815.
Mrs. Brenda Oates judged the entry of 45.
Well, you can't mistake the sight of the Pekingese. Unmistakable. It can be traced back to the Tang dynasty in China. If you were deemed a commoner, you weren't allowed to own one of these. The breed was popular at the Imperial Palace in Peking, now Beijing, of course, and clearly the elite of society wanted to keep the dog all to themselves. This is Elsie. Who is a female dog and Crufts Best of Breed today. Just won challenge certificate prior. But wow.
Buddha's tame lion. would follow at his heels like a faithful
And our
dog,
Bert has
according to the legend.
many years of
Follow
experience.
the
There he's
hand
picking up
members
the dog. It
until
should
the
be a
dog
heavy
looks
dog to
like
pick
that
up,
lion.
and all of the weight of the dog is in the front. It's a broad chest, then narrower in the hind quarters. So he picks it up to see that the weight is well distributed. Looking at this broad, flat skull, large dark eyes, big nostrils, very important, and a good underjaw. Because of the wide front and the narrow hind quarters, when the dog moves, it has this rolling action, which we see perfectly there. It rolls. The body is shaped almost like a lion, a broad chest, narrow hind quarters.
So the breed standard is very clear that the coat shouldn't be excessive. Now, what counts as excessive when you've got a coat like that?
This looks quite a young one, as though it may still be, I don't know if it's still a puppy. The puppies carry bigger coat, but we don't want too much coat. It should just frame the body.
Yeah, only 2 years old, born in November 2020.
Best of breed Pekingese, number 11879.
And now on the table we see our best of breed
There's
Pomeranian.
beautiful outline of the Pomeranian on the table. Now it's the smallest of the Spitz family, and it's bred down from sled dogs of the Arctic, like the Samoyed and the Finnish Spitz. It's got this little wedge-shaped head, cushioned muzzle. The judge just looking at its head and expression there, feeling the bone. That should be quite fine bone. But underneath that, there's a solid, good rib cage, the high set tail, and he'll be checking on the soundness of the back legs, feeling the coat texture there. The outer coat should be harsh, softer undercoat, and again, checking the correct dentition. Just because they're toy dogs, they still have to have the equipment to live well.
A little dog called Marco.
Yeah, must be healthy, must have the correct conformation. And there were 138 Pomeranians at Crufts this year. So this one, Emmerich from Norway, has won through his best of breed.
And they should be buoyant on the move. They should look like, almost like a little Jaffa orange on legs.
This one's got a fan club in the arena, a little bit like the toy poodle who won through to Best in Show earlier.
Formed, and its first honorary secretary
Should see
was a
a
Mr.
real
Marvel.
fox-like quality to that head
Yes,
and nose.
Foxy head and expression, yes.
So around the ring we see our best of breed Pomeranian 1197.
And a very confident performance. They may be toy dogs, but they've got all the spirit and character in the world.
Vivacious as well as being
Now
dainty.
we see on the table the unmistakable pug. This was an entry of 223.
Now Timmy is nearly 6 years old, has had a lot of fantastic wins, but this one today, to be best of breed, tops them all. The pug, a very robust dog. I mean, there's a lot of dog packed there into that small frame. Needs to be compact and have well-knit proportions, and that coat short and fine, but very soft to the touch.
Is one of the oldest dog breeds in the world. Ancient Chinese dog.
And he's come from a wonderful entry today of 223 pugs. Two specialist judges, Dr. Andreas Schimmel, who's a veterinarian himself and breeds pugs, and Moa Persson from Sweden, who's had pugs for many years. Two formidable judges, very strong in their opinions for healthy dogs and good tight dogs. And this is the winner. What a win for that.
And again, the judge will have paid close attention to the nostrils to make sure that they are well open, and we'll also want to see some clearly defined wrinkles on the forehead, which are pretty easy to spot.
And the black mask gives them lovely expression. They were taken to Holland, into Europe, by traders from the East Indian Company, and they were brought to England by William of Orange when he came to rule the country, and that's how they became popular in England.
They've been judged today by Paul Harding, and from an entry of 32
And here is the rare breed, the Rusky Toy, a relatively modern addition, developed in the 1950s, and it's thought that they may have some of the English Toy Terrier in its ancestry. Certainly we see the large ears. It's also thought that the Chihuahua and the miniature Pinscher are part of its ancestry as well. Now, it is lightly built, elegant in its head, this lovely level top line and a high set tail, fine boned and dainty.
And And this one's 2 years old. Vivi lives in London. You see the fringed ears of this variety. Not dissimilar, Frank. I mean, not quite as feathered as the butterfly is of the papillon, but not completely different.
Of course, the smooth-coated variety was the first one, and then they produced a long-haired puppy, and they bred long hair to long hair to get the long-haired variety.
And the judge will be looking here for a really brisk and positive action.
And a light buoyant, and this is going very well and very confidently.
And now on the table to see our best of breed Yorkshire Terrier. The breed was judged today by Mrs. Barbara Boot, and there was a breed entry of 71 dogs.
This is the Silky Toy Terrier with its roots in the Yorkshire cotton mills. The Yorkshire Terrier, unmistakable coat. Sometimes we see it displayed atop a red box. Not this time though, but this is 6-year-old Conan. And the breed is born black and tan, and the coat changes to that beautiful steel blue when it's about 12 to 18 months old.
And the judge, again, just testing the coat with the brush now. The tan shouldn't mingle with the blue hair, and he's feeling the texture. It should feel cold to the touch, like cold satin. The tan is darkest at the roots, fading to the edges. This is, again, a toy terrier, so they've got terrier temperament, full of confidence, sharply pricked ears. Look at that beautiful top line, perfect tail carriage, and you hear the crowd love it. It's so confident, putting on a good show.
And the length of that coat must be important, isn't it, to make sure it doesn't impede the dog's movement in any way?
Absolutely, and this is another breed where sometimes they put into crackers these little foils of paper between shows so the dog can lead a natural life running round in the garden. It's amazing to think that the patriarch of the breed, going back to the mill days, was a dog called Huddersfield Ben, who was a ratcher in the mills. Little did he know he was going to be the patriarch of these wonderful show dogs all over the world.
It's hard to think of these dogs chasing down rats, isn't it?
Final look at all these dogs together. Please applaud and congratulate the
Now, who is the judge going to choose for the shortlist in this toy group?
They've had a long day, and I'm sure you'll agree they put up a wonderful performance for us.
And it's our judge, Bert Easton.
Well, Bert Easton's got quite a job on his hands here, Frank, hasn't he, to see who's going to join. We've had a Siberian Husky, Border Collie, a Greyhound, an Irish Terrier and a Toy Poodle go through to Best in Show so far, and a couple of international entries amongst that as well.
Well, he's a judge of all of these toy breeds. He'll be very familiar with the standards and the quality that the breed should have. So I think that will colour his choices here. He's a great knowledge in the toy breeds, a good dog man.
Such a big prize at stake to go through to Best in Show. He'll want to make sure that he is absolutely firm in his choice as to who is going to be #1 and winner of this toy group.
Just look at that little chihuahua wagging its tail over its back. It's full of confidence. But just looking at the eyes and expression of the breeds. Distinctive outline of the Coton de Tuliar there.
I think the eyes were following the judge just then.
And there's a wonderful arrogant expression from the Havanese. Silky coat, arrogant.
I think again those eyes just are pleading, pick me.
And that lovely Japanese chin looking very well tonight.
A total entry of 4,220.
Striking outline of the Maltese.
6% of the total show entry here at Crufts 2022.
Right, it seems like it's going to be decision time very soon. 4 will be picked. The first who Bert goes towards will be #1 and going through to Best in Show.
Well, he's going to have the short list first of 8 dogs, and then from there he'll whittle them down to the top 4.
So who are these 8 going to be? We've sometimes seen 9 chosen.
The Bichon comes forward. And the Bolognese comes out, and the Cavalier. There's 3. And here comes the Coton de Tuliar. And the Havanese.
Coton de Tuliar.
The Cavalier. Sorry, the King Charles.
The Italian Greyhound.
And the Pomeranian. And the Yorkshire Terrier comes forward. So there's an interesting collection he's got.
I think that Yorkshire Terrier is a popular choice at the end.
He's got 9. The rest leave. They'll be very happy to have made it thus far in the finals. to get into this big ring at Crufts on the big green carpet, as they say, all around the world.
Well, these dogs will get another chance now to impress the judge and to see who will go through to best in show. So we whittle them down. Time for our Bichon Frise, 3-year-old Blue from Crewe in Cheshire.
And moving with great confidence. We can see those black pads as he goes away from him to show he's got the correct pigment. And looking around, very confident, his large dark eyes. Perfect movement coming towards us, nothing loose about it.
And the next to
and the Bolognese, sturdy, square with these loose flocks of hair.
Best of breed was this bitch, number 10538.
Gorgeous.
And this is a 6-year-old, based in Lancashire.
And round. Bert sending them round to see the top line.
This is the second best of breed placement.
Round she goes.
At Crufts.
Bolognese best of breed
Bolognese.
10538.
Now the Cavaliers made the final cut here. This Blenheim Cavalier, this little sporting spaniel in miniature. Silky coat, using its hocks well, really driving well.
This is Melody, just over 2 years old, from Herefordshire.
And the tail coming straight off the back, finishing the outline nicely. Good length of stride in front and a level top line.
It is such a long way around that ring. We now are going to see.
And here's the
best of
distinctive
breed
outline,
Coton de Tillières.
dark pigmentation
To the group by Mrs. Chris Lawson.
of the
Best
Coton de
breed was this
Tillières.
bitch, treble 153.
Dog favoured by the aristocracy in its native land. And again, full of confidence. And this went very well earlier, this arrogant carriage of this lovely Havanese. Just look at that head carriage and the expression.
Male number 11283.
And this very good rear drive.
Imperio, almost got an imperious gait, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
2.5 years old.
And loving this
France.
big ring, and the hander getting the best out of it, taking it at just the right pace, going beautifully there. Now, very different sort of action, this high lift and reach of the Italian Greyhound.
This is a bitch, number
Exquisite head. We saw a wonderful whippet in the hound group yesterday. We see the similarities in this, in the shape and outline. Beautiful to live with this soft, pliant skin and coat. Lovely chiseling in the head, neatly folded ears.
And Sky is 2.5-year-old female from Bicester in Oxfordshire.
And here's the other Royal Spaniel, the King Charles Spaniel from a famous kennel, the Balbriggan Kennel. This tricolour, very confident, very firm in its hindquarters and tail carriage. Quite correct. And striding out. More domed in the skull and shorter in the foreface than the Cavalier, which we saw earlier. And here's this buoyant movement. This is going very well. And I think the clapometer's out on this one, I think. This very popular.
Emmerich is a crowd favourite from Norway, the Pomeranian, 5.5 years old, has been a junior world winner, an international champion, a UK champion.
And foot perfect, look, foot perfect. Small dog really striding with this brisk stride and buoyant action. And here's one. Perhaps this is the crowd's choice here, because what a performance is put on. Look at that neck and back line, this arrogance. Of course, we saw the judge feeling the coat texture. Look at this confidence as it strides out.
Yep, Conan is stealing the show here, 6 years old, and a champion dog from Spain.
So with our toy group judge having moved all his shortlisted.
So the judges had a chance to look again.
And I think he's got a bit of a smile on his face. He's happy with what he's seen. And it's no delay. The Yorkshire Terrier wins it.
Straight away. Conan.
We've had two big crowd pleasers tonight in the groups, haven't we?
6-year-old Conan through to Best in Show from Spain.
And in second place, the Pomeranian, the other one.
Oh, it's a popularity contest.
It's not actually, but it did please the crowd. That wonderful, wonderful Pomeranian.
Well, it's because they're such beautiful dogs for the breed.
And they put on a performance to please. And here's the Cavalier coming out. Third for the Cavalier. Marvellous and an overjoyed owner there.
Toy Group 4.
And where's fourth going? The Bichon Frise. Le Martin, Mr. Blue, he's had lots of good successes in the last year.
Toy Group judge Bert Easton.
What a smart lineup for Bert Easton there. Handshake for those runners-up as they leave the ring.
But huge congratulations to our Yorkshire Terrier at 6 years old through to Best in Show, and just a fabulous example of the healthy conformation.
You look absolutely...
I can't believe it. I mean, I never imagined this.
And where have you come from to come to Crufts?
I'm from Spain. The dog is from Japan.
Fantastic. Wow. So travelled all this way to the world's biggest dog show.
He's been with me for a while so it's possible to come this way. He won group second also 3 years ago.
Yes, that's right. And we've seen a Yorkshire Terrier win Best in Show here at Crufts. Do you think you could go all the way tomorrow?
Well, we are praying for that.
You pray for this. Well, congratulations. Just tell us a little bit about this beautiful dog. Pet name, please?
It's Conan.
Connor?
Conan.
Fantastic. Yes. Well, Connor joins the rest of our 5 group winners. We've got 6 group winners. We've got another one tonight. Congratulations to the toy group winner here at Crufts, the Yorkshire Terrier.
Well, just a beautiful example, Frank, of a Yorkshire Terrier in every respect. It's the grooming and the coat, but it's also the body of the dog, the conformation, and a healthy dog.
And if ever a dog was well named, it comes from the Royal Precious Kennel. And I believe he's bred in Japan but lives in Spain. So the Japanese have had some very good breeders of the toy breeds. And he's one of them, Royal Precious JP. It's Conan. Yes, good.
Yes, and the breed standard did say that Conan should carry himself with a sense of importance, and he absolutely saw that in the ring.
He filled the bill, didn't he? Yes.
Well, there's the top 4. It's only the first that goes through to Best in Show, but all of these dogs best of breed at Crufts. And delighted to have been placed, indeed, in the toy group, Bichon Frise. But the star is Yorkshire Terrier going through to Best in Show.
6 of our groups completed now. Tomorrow we'll see the gun dogs here to make up the 7 to compete for Best in Show.
Well, the crowd in the arena have thoroughly enjoyed the group judging tonight. It was a toy poodle, Waffle, 2-year-old from Blackpool, who won the utility group. Now we've got Conan, 6-year-old from Spain, Yorkshire Terrier, who has won the toy group. And of course, Conan joins Waffle. He joins Donny, the Irish Terrier, Aya, the Greyhound, Lenore, the Border Collie, and Alexa, the Siberian Husky.
What a lineup we're going to have, Ali.
Can't wait for that Sunday night. Still got the gun dog group, as you can see, coming up tomorrow, but flyball as well in the agility finals. Don't miss that. And of course, culminating in the Best in Show, 8:30 p.m. tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed all the coverage from Crufts here today, and we'll see you back. Bye-bye for now.